your experience types together, that is the way that I would sort of evade that that parameter, if that makes sense. So I would again group like professional experience types and just speak to those collectively, and then leave off dates for your degrees.
Okay. And then one last question regarding the whole resume and all that. I know that you guys offer services to assist with resume development and all that. Do you guys also like review profiles and make suggestions as well? I feel like I have a pretty strong profile, but you know, there obviously may be room for improvement on that.
So yeah, if you like scan the QR code, I don't know where it is now. Oh, I guess, I don't know if you want to pull this back up. I don't know if you scan the QR code.
I scanned it, yes.
The menu of services include the, I have a LinkedIn profile development product that I offer. It's not a review, it's a complete rewrite or actual development of that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All great questions. Anyone else?
We've shared our email addresses as well in the chat, so feel free to, reach out if you have any questions. As we mentioned last year, this isn't just a presentation and like goodbye. Like this is the way we live life. Like a ministry is the way that we do our lives. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those. I am going to go back to really quickly I have a resume that I can pull up. Hold on one second. Let me pause share real quick. So I think it's going to lock up since we have so many things up. Okay. And I'm going to share the bottom of this resume. Come back. All right, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All righty, so this is an actual cybersecurity professional who had no prior experience in that field. And I was able, as you can see, to take her experience that was unrelated and translate some of those components into cybersecurity related skill sets. And she was targeting a junior software development role. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down here. Obviously, I removed some of her information just to protect the innocent, if you will. Here, her education is listed. She wanted her education listed on the bottom. So it's listed Bachelor of Science in Computer and Information Science, minor in Business Management. Her this is the year that she graduated or her estimated completion date, and then her actual school with the city, state, and zip code, right? I'm sorry, no zip code, just city and state right here. Same thing here. Certifications, she had not yet passed them yet, so we put an estimated completion date here. This is where she completed coursework here. So this is a sample structure of how you would highlight your certifications. Professor Mitchell, does that answer your question? Does that help the rest of the group as well?
Yes, ma'am, it does for me.
Yes. And under education, since this course was an intensive 6 months course, could we possibly also list it here, like Wiley Kennedy Foundation Cybersecurity 6 months course? Could we list that under education there, you think, as well?
Absolutely good.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Absolutely. All righty. Any final questions? I'm I'm trying to look through the chat right now. You guys are welcome. Our pleasure. Thank you for having us. We see the
Yes.
remarks. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it.
Okay, yes, we really want to thank the Hueys for such another wonderful exposition. You guys are certainly a wonderful team, and I'm deeply, impressed and appreciative of your service. And so another wonderful session with you guys. Keep up the great and awesome work. We can see faith at work in your lives. And so we're very, very thankful, very appreciative. Any other questions, comments? This has been a wonderful time. I think it's a beautiful session. After we've learned the materials, after we've become certified, some of us, to end on a note of now getting that position or landing that position. And you guys have certainly given us that opportunity to see how we can now improve our resume and how we can get ready for that interview. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem at all.
On behalf of my wife and I just want to thank you guys again for having us for the second year in a row. We wish
Yes.
you guys the best in your careers and the pursuits that you have.
Mhm.
Just keep God first, continue to prepare.
Yes.
Prepare, and best to you, all of you, and all your endeavors. So we'll keep you guys in our prayers as far as moving forward in your careers and landing those jobs that you're looking for, and continuing to have your experience grow as you make a career change.
Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, well, any final words, Mr. Mitchell? We want to thank Mr. Mitchell for being the lead professor for the 6 months course. He's done an outstanding job. And so we've learned so much. And the nice thing about it is that you still have access to the Google Classroom. And we're going to put this recording there for those students who missed today. And so they'll have an opportunity to gain from this conversation as well today. So we want to thank everyone for continuing until the last session, which is today. And so, Mr. Mitchell, do you have any final words you'd like to say, or we yield the floor to you, sir?
Yes, I got some things I want to say about this, about job searching and how important LinkedIn is. So just bear with me a couple of minutes. I just want to really dive into that so you guys can know what jobs y'all want to look for, and really get the ball rolling. Just apply. See what you want to see what you want to do, see if the description fits, and apply for the job. All right. Real quick, as the Huey said, LinkedIn is, I don't know, I think LinkedIn is probably just as important as having a resume. Back when I was coming out of college, having a resume on that special piece of paper, that was like top notch, right? You was going to get your job.
Right.
LinkedIn is probably the equivalent of that now. Whenever they see your name pop up on an application, take it from me, they're going to go and look at you'll see on LinkedIn somebody from such and such company has searched your profile or looked at your profile. All right. So they're going to look at, how basically, I think, how clean your profile looks, what you're posting on there. And in our cases of wanting to be security professionals, wouldn't it be nice if we're posting security events that has happened, what's going on in current events, letting that employer know that, hey, I'm in tune with the current event. So Let me share my screen real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my LinkedIn. I'm beefing with this guy right now. But anyway, I'm going to go to my profile. And everything that they said is true, but I just want to really go down to, I'm sorry, not my profile, but my jobs. What you guys will want to look for, it's super easy to look for a job here on LinkedIn. What we're going to be looking for is cybersecurity jobs with entry level put into it, or associate put in front of it. Let's get a little bit of detail. All right.
Mhm.
And now what we want to do, let's take this one from General Dynamics, right? This is the problem that working with Chris, this is the problem that I see. A lot of times the HR department is going to write a very descriptive job description for that posting, but it's not entry level, right? It's not something that someone who hasn't had experience would. And it will be very obvious, right? They'll say they want 10 years of experience, and you need to have 5 years of working directly in informational security, and they want a CISSP certification to go along with that. If anybody knows anything about security, CISSPs just don't, they're not entry level at all. So be aware of that. Look at once we go off the title, we're thinking that this is entry level, but you want to make sure that you align yourself with the descriptions, qualifications, experience. If you fall in that realm, go ahead and apply. Now, here's the thing that I also would, another tip I would do is I wouldn't apply on that job site or on this job posting site, job board. I will go to the company's actual website and apply there. So like on LinkedIn, they got a little arrow saying that you can go out there and go to their actual, this is Workday. And this is where I will normally put in an application for a company, okay? And it's always good, especially for these big time companies like General Dynamics. They're always going to have, cybersecurity jobs pop up, and you want to save them, maybe get some notifications every week to see what new jobs come open, and have that resume put on file on their website. So you can just easily, use the last application and apply for the new one, okay? But you also got to understand that big time companies like these, they get a lot of applications, okay? And if we want to break through, sometimes we got to put in a lot of applications, or we might need to know someone that knows someone, going back to LinkedIn, right? So if I know somebody, sometimes on these jobs there, I have the recruiter who posted the job posting here, and then we can message them, or maybe, connect with them and have that person in our pocket. Not, that's a bad phrase, but have that person in our connections so they can know that we're looking for work, okay? I wanted to bring that up. I wanted to show an actual example such as this, right? But this is for a senior position, but I wanted to show how Jennifer, she's the one that's going to be over this posting. So either you can message her about maybe, hey, this job wasn't remote. Can we make it? Is there a possibility to make it a remote job? Things of that sort. This is why LinkedIn is super powerful right now to me, just because you can reach out and you can actually get more information than you bargained for. Now you can also, do all your filters here, but I wanted to say that same thing goes for Indeed. Indeed is, to me, a lesser job board than LinkedIn, but it still serves the purpose, right? cybersecurity, and I'd like to do in Columbia, Carolina. And first pops up first. With this is a government job. So, and the reason why I know it's a government job because the state of South Carolina is always going to point back to their website. I want another example. Let's go with here. Okay. So Meridian Technologies is hiring for an engineer. The contract. These type of postings, right? So you may feel like you're in this type of range to apply for this job. This is what I would tell you. Highlight the name of the company and then go out to their website. Do a Google search and see if they have this posted on the career part of their website. So a lot of these companies that have a career section, we can just click on that and then see the actual, they will update this more than, or keep this up to date versus Indeed and LinkedIn. Well, Indeed. LinkedIn is pretty much on point. So I will search for that job here, see if it comes up. And if it does, if I still feel like I want to fill out the application for it, I will. But only if I'm filling it out on that particular company's website. As you can see, it didn't pop up, right? So what I'm saying that is to say this: I'm going to waste my time filling out this application on Indeed when it's not. It's kind of like a bogus posting, or it's already reached its end limit. And so that brings me into my next point. When you're filling out so many applications, you're going to realize that you're going to fill out a lot, and you're going to get a bunch of no's. Okay, just because, and I'm trying to say this nicely. Just because we finish the training and we get the certification doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to come knocking down our doors for the job. We're going to get a bunch of no's, but don't let it discourage you. Keep moving towards your goal, and you only need one person to say yes. Okay, so understand that. I went for my period of leaving my IT job, getting my first cybersecurity job. I was out of work for 4 months. Okay, and I put in application after application, and I was overwhelmed about how many times I switched up a resume or how many interviews that I had. It's a grind. But once you're in there, when I had that first job at Ag First with cybersecurity, and then I went to my next job at Sunoco, it only took me about a month to, fill out applications, maybe 2. And it was much more easier because I had the experience. But for the first time, I'm just going to forewarn you, it's a lot of work of getting in front of people, talking, getting down pack on your interview skills. All those things plays a part. Yes, Tawana, you are correct, because it's different ways you can search, right? You can do, I think I've seen somebody put in cybersecurity minus firewalls. And what it does is take all the firewalls out of the job descriptions that it has in the databases. So there's so many different ways that you can come across an employer that's looking for someone in this field. But I want to say that just because you haven't passed the certification yet, it doesn't mean that you can't put in these resumes and put in these applications.
Right.
And just because you passed it doesn't mean that they're gonna just say, "Oh, come on in," and you can bomb the interview. You can't do that. You have to always be on point, really on top of your game. So I said that the LinkedIn testimonies. There's a part in LinkedIn where we can help you out. A job posting.
That's good.
Where is it? So I know on the skills, right? You can put in down your skills that you have. So, was it Tawana? Tawana had the question about working in a different field, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So what I would say is, what skills in those fields were related to cybersecurity? And then put those into this section of your LinkedIn. And then once you start to put those there, me and Dr. McBride can come back behind you and say, yes, you have demonstrated these skills. And we're vouching for that. Okay, so that helps you out. And plus other people who have seen you or work with you, they can also vouch for you too on LinkedIn. So it's very important to get connected with these people and then, be active on LinkedIn. Okay. The background. When you're doing an interview, and this is my opinion, you don't take this as gospel. This is my opinion, okay? Have your background presentable, or do like I'm doing today, having a preset background, okay? So people are not looking in your background, being in your business like that. So don't have, in my opinion, if you got a laptop, don't have the laptop camera pointed up and you looking down into the camera on an interview. Kind of have it like you got an office space or what have you, and in your house, and you're dedicated to that particular computer at that time. And the reason why I say that is because at first, he was I had somebody there that was a stickler about how I worked, and he thought that I wasn't at work when I was at work, right? So in my opinion, and I started to watch this during the pandemic when people started doing more and more remote work, we either started to be in a secluded area in your house and we had background pictures, or we put on the virtual backgrounds. So I would say that, once you start to get these interviews and they setting up these Zoom calls or Teams, that's another thing. Make sure that y'all can get on Microsoft or Teams, because that's pretty much the two that's going to be people are going to call on. But making sure you set up your background so it's presentable, looks professional, and that's pretty much it. Other than that, I appreciate all y'all attention over these past months. I hope y'all have a different outlook on cybersecurity now, that is not so technical as you thought it was going to be, but now you are a security professional, whether you like it or not. And people are going, that's another thing. When you go into the interviews, you got to be confident, because they're looking for you to defend. And if you're not confident in the skills that you have, how can they be confident in you to defend their data? Okay, so keep that in mind. And again, I want to thank y'all for allowing me to share my knowledge with you. If you got any questions, hit me up on LinkedIn. Let's become friends on LinkedIn. And I'll help you in any type of way that I can. I thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell, for sharing those points. Okay, well, it is a wrap. Now, for those of you who, as I've said, who've taken the midterm final exams, and also those of you who took the CompTIA practice exam, we're ready to give you a transcript which will list the goals of the class or the activities that we're involved in. And you can also, extrapolate information from that to put in your LinkedIn account as well. Okay. The information, I'll reach out to you since this is personal to you. I will reach out to you with that information and get you a certificate as well as the transcript. All right, so hopefully if you need to complete something for us, we need to have that like ASAP, like yesterday, and so that we can, kind of like conclude the course. So this is our official end date, even though we were scheduled to end it a couple of weeks ago, but this is officially ending it. Continue to reach out to us. The classroom is open and still open. And as Mr. Mitchell said, you can, reach out and LinkedIn and that sort of thing. As you know that I am a professor at a college, and so my LinkedIn experience is going to be a little different. And also, I am not pursuing another position. So my LinkedIn experience is kind of like limited. So reach out to him. Also reach out to the Hueys, and let's make sure we get our certification out of the way, and let's make sure that we groom ourselves for that and groom and land that position. All right, so many blessings to you. I think most of you have a contact number that you can reach us should you need to, and feel free to keep in contact. Okay. All right, then, Donna, I will expect that picture of you and your results so that we can continue to congratulate you, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Many blessings to you guys. And
Thank you.
yes, so be blessed, and we hope to see you all again, if it's not in person, in the rapture.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, be blessed. Be blessed.
Bye, everyone.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you again, the Hueys.
You're
Awesome.
welcome.
Yes, it's always a great pleasure. Okay. All right, Mr. Mitchell. All right.
All right.
Okay. Thank you so much for everything.
Okay, then no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and post this up in the classroom, and
Uh-huh.
I'll talk at y'all later.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Turn the recording on. Okay, and what I want to do is send you a link in the chat. All right, so this is where we're going to go at to actually register for the exam. I'm going to share this for you. CompTIA gives they give the certification, but who actually administers the exam is Pearson VUE. Pearson VUE is just basically the people who own the standardized test. They give you a testing site so you can actually take whatever certification you want to take. And it's not just CompTIA. If you guys get into ISC squared for the CISP, it'll be through Pearson VUE. The CISM exam will be through Pearson VUE. No, I lied. That's not through them. But they own a number of tests. Pretty much the whole schedule for CompTIA. They pretty much administer all those tests, and a lot from other certifications that you can get, not just in the technology field, also nursing as well. So let's take a look at it. The link I sent you guys is here in the chat. and you will need to get registered with Pearson VUE in order to log in order to set your exam up. So I'm gonna go ahead and log in with my account. And so this has changed, right? So in the beginning, when I took mine, it was just strictly keep you on Pearson VUE website, but now they integrated it with CompTIA.org. But you still kind of want to find out all the way so you could see exactly the steps I've taken. Go back. Yeah. And it's going to throw you here. So what you can do, you could do a single sign-on with whatever favorite email you want to use, but remember your username and password just so you can always come back and reschedule the exam if you wanted to. I think you only get one reschedule, but as a piece of advice, go ahead and schedule your exam and hold yourself to it. Hold yourself to a particular date, study for that date, and get ready to pass the exam on that first time. Even though you do get a retake, you want to go into the first, you want to take the exam for the first time and pass for the first time. It could be a little daunting to do 80 multiple choice questions and then 10 performance-based questions, but if you do the test that we have here and then you do your own practice on your own, you should be able to do these questions within a minute time frame. A lot of them you're going to be able to get within 30 seconds, because you're going to know it. And as long as you don't second guess yourself or read into it, because the CompTIA exam loves to give you scenarios, and those scenarios are designed to second guess your thoughts. Sometimes we can learn the definition or learn what a IDS is, but then the scenario causes you to think that it's an IPS. But if you can learn how to read through the fluff, as I like to say, then you'll be able to pass this exam with no problem. So once you're logged in, you want to go to My Exams, and I'll go over to my certifications in a minute. But you want to go to My Exams and then schedule the exam, view My Exams. So this is where you're going to see all of the exams that Pearson VUE offers, okay? And so we want to scroll down to Security Plus exams and click the arrow to go forward. And you want to make sure that it's the 601 exam. The reason why I say that is because I don't think we're in the middle of the cycle, but just in case if they do come out with a 701 version, you want to pick the right version that you studied for. Okay, so we are studying for the 601 version. And then now it gives you an opportunity to say, I want to take it at the house, or do I want to go to a testing center? So I would opt for, let's go and do for a testing center. Me personally, I think right now I would probably do at a testing center. I would want to get out of the house. Even though doing it at your house would cause for a proctor, someone to be monitoring you the whole time, and they're kind of strict about having a clear desk, having a clear room, having no jewelry or things like that on, in order for you. They're trying to eliminate any factor of you cheating, right? So it can be a little bit stressful, and that's why I would go to a actual testing center. So once you click on testing center, you'll see what you're expecting to bring. Always bring your photo ID. Try to bring two forms if you got a school ID and a driver license, or if you got a ID card and with your driver license, maybe a work ID. Try to bring two photo IDs, okay? And then for me personally, I like to bring a coat, a light coat, just because a lot of those business offices are very cold, and I don't do well in cold weather, so I always bring a life jacket with me. So you want to click on at the testing center. We're gonna click next, and we're gonna choose our language. Click next. Now this is the policies that they want you to review. I would only review. Well, you should review all the policies, but I want you to pay special attention to the reschedule policy. Do not wait 24 hours before the actual exam to want to reschedule. If you're feeling uneasy, you feel like you're not ready for it, I would say 2 days out from taking it, go ahead and reschedule. And I think it's not it should be a fee. It might result into a fee to reschedule. So that's why I would say pick a date that you're comfortable with and you're committed to actually taking that exam on that date and passing it that day. Okay. And then the same thing for a cancellation, but I would not, for our situation here in this class, I would not go for any type of cancellation. It would behoove you to take advantage and take the exam. Okay, so we're going to agree to all the agreements and the policies, and now this takes you to where you want to set up your site at. So this is at my home address. I'm going to do a Columbia address. So now this doesn't necessarily, if it doesn't apply to you, just put in your zip code or your address and see what testing center you would like to go to. But this is where they show different places where you can actually go in and take the exam. And I would, this comes down to your personal preference, wherever you want to go. Maybe it's the traffic, it's not so heavy. All those things kind of play into part. 9 times out of 10, it's going to probably be on a weekday, so you want to account for traffic. But I try to schedule mine on Saturday for the most part. But with those Saturdays, you're going to have to try to schedule maybe a month out sometimes. And for this instance, we want you guys to take it as soon as possible. So let's pick PCY testing solution. And once we select now, you can select, I think, up to 3 testing centers. So you can select up to 3 just to compare the availability. But, yeah, you know what? Let's do that. And let's do that. And let's do next. Okay, so now, this will bring you to the schedule. And so they're comparing they're going to give you all the options that the 3 selected venues have. And we now need to go in to see what days they have available. And right now, it's not looking too good to where I see an availability on the 14th, 21st, and the 28th. So let's see what's on the 14th. So, is this the only one? Okay, let's go back. So that was for ECPI. Let's go back to the main. So the BCY testing solution has days open on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I would assume that the testing center will probably have times open every day, just because I would assume that's what they do. So let's say if we wanted to go with the 15th, right? Because our last date is the 24th. Let's see what's on the 16th. And we could book a time between 10:30 and 12:45. And that pretty much is the length of the time length that they're going to give you for the exam. So we'll go ahead and just book this exam. And this is where it'll come down to the checkout. Okay, so this is where your exam voucher number will come into play. Okay, so make sure you have that information on you ready to go to checkout in order to eliminate this down to zero because it's already been paid for. Okay, so but this is pretty much how you set it up for registering for the exam, and then you know at your time and date, and so now you can study towards that date. Remember to have your voucher ready to go once you hit the checkout screen. So let's go to the checkout screen real quick. This is where you're going to put in that voucher number, okay? Now, once you put in that voucher number, that should change to zero, and then we just continue on with the, I think the billing information will be the whatever the voucher says. I'm not too sure about that, but this is how it's going to register you as the person coming to take that exam. Yeah, and I think it's very similar for the home exam as well. Chris could speak more to that because I know he's taking it with a home proctor. But yeah.
Basically, for the home process is they want you in a isolated room, nothing on the walls, nothing around you. They make you take your laptop and scan the room before you even get into the test. They also have you take pictures of your environment, and then the setup is basically the same. You go through the whole thing of paying for the test with the voucher, and then once they talk to you, make sure everything is okay in the area that you're going to take your test, then they release the test to you. But you can't even wear a hat. I had a hat on once and it was like, nope, take it off. You can't have any water bottles, your phone. Once you finish taking pictures of your environment, they tell you to put your phone away. And so you can't have anything like that around. Even doing the at-home testing, I was actually reading a question and I was looking down trying to read the question because of how my laptop was facing me. And they paused my test and told me that my eyes needed to stay up because it looked like I was looking at information. So they are very strict when you take the test at home.
Yeah, I agree. I did the same thing. I was looking when I took a test for AWS, and I was looking. I normally have my camera above the screen that I'm reading, and I was reading the question kind of in a whisper so I can hear it and comprehended it better. And he stopped me to say that I couldn't do that. He didn't want to see my lips moving, so I was like, okay. So
Yeah.
it was I didn't like that, but it was convenient to pass a test at the house and didn't have to worry about driving to get there. If the facility is warm enough for me, I kind of like it warm. But like I said, there's a lot of those places that are cold. Can't get up to use the restroom in either place. So take these things into consideration when going to sit for the exam. That's why we want to practice now, going through 100 questions straight, kind of conditioning the body and the mind to read that much information, go over it time and time, and just get conditioned to take that type of exam. So, because I could tell you around question 60, 70, you kind of get to the point like, all right, I'm ready to be done. And then they may hit you with a performance-based questions at the end. And then now that's a whole nother type of thinking, critical thinking that you need to be aware of. So take those things into consideration when it comes to scheduling an exam.
That's good. Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any questions?
I do. I was wondering, with the voucher, do we get that at the end once we complete the final exam and that sort of thing? Or is it right before the certification?
So this time we sent out the voucher with your book. So you should have your
Right.
voucher already.
So
Uh-huh.
it's in my email.
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay, gotcha.
Mhm. So everyone should have a voucher. And what we would love to do now is to go ahead and how many of you how many of you signed up as Ms. Mitchell was going through the process? Did anyone sign up? Okay, so we do want you to go ahead and sign up and kind of like schedule it before our last class. So hopefully your schedule, you'll be able to block out some time to do that. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and take the next 10 minutes of class and to go ahead and register. So I think at this point, everyone should be in a position where you can register for the test. And we're kind of like insisting that we do it before the class ends, that you at least sit for the exam, pass the exam, that's our goal, before the course ends, okay? And the reason for that is last time we did have some individuals who did not sit for the exam, and the voucher actually expired on them. So this is an opportunity for you to do it, because after a certain point, there won't be any more vouchers. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and take 10 minutes to. How many of you plan to take it on a site?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
I think I'll do.
Oh, wow.
side as
Okay.
well.
Okay. Great. Okay. All right. So what about the preacher? Noah? Mr. Boykin? Reverend Boykin? Elder? Reverend? Doctor?
I'm going on site.
On site? Okay, good. So, okay, so let's go ahead and take 10
I'm
minutes
going
then.
on site.
Okay, great, great.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. Okay, great.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and sign up for the test now, the exam, and let us know if you have some questions or any complications and what have you. Take the 10 minutes. When you're done, just give us a shout out. Let us know that you've signed up for it.
You want to sign right now for it?
Yes.
Okay, I gotta check my schedule first because I have to wait after graduations and stuff like that and see what's going on. So
Okay.
graduation, it's graduation time in the month of June for a lot of people. So I need to check my schedule. My son is graduating and stuff, so I need to see and orientations for colleges after that. So I am gonna take it before the 24th, but I just need to check my schedule first and to see
Okay.
when I'm going to take it.
Okay. All right.
And I will email you and Mr. Mitchell my test today if you would like that.
Okay. So yes, that's great. Yes. Mr. Mitchell, can you put that link back? Somebody says that they're let's see. I think that they're I can still see it. Let's see. Let's see. There you go. All right. Do you see it now? Mr. Boykin?
Excuse me, am I supposed to be seeing the screen?
I'm sorry?
Am I supposed to be seeing the screen from
I'm sorry?
like the screen?
Okay, Donna, I think you're asking us something about the screen, a screen?
Yes, am I supposed to still be seeing Mr. Lee's screen like he usually shares his screen when he's teaching class?
No, his screen is, he's not sharing at the moment. Mhm.
Okay.
Cindy, did you have a question?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, so we're signing up for the CompTIA exam. If we can today. I know some folks have to check their schedules.
Yes, ma'am, that would be something I need to do later once I check my schedule.
Okay, great, great.
I got a question for Mr. Mitchell. You say they was going to give us some kind of, I can't remember, but instead of questions, like performance, on the exam, it's something we're
Yes.
gonna have to work out or something we're gonna have to actually, perform. Can you give us examples of some?
Okay, yes. It will be kind of like drag and drops, where you'll see diagrams and they're gonna ask you to place the best solution in a particular spot. I'll see if I got some saved. Give some examples. So this is an example of this is one of my favorite examples of a PBQ that you're gonna find on that test. Now this is already made out. I have to remake those because the software that I was using, I didn't decide to resubscribe to that software, so I have to remake these to give you guys better examples. But basically, you'll see a diagram like this, and they'll give you a scenario, and they'll say, put the best solution for the diagram that you see here. And where you see proximity badge, a safe, biometrics, man trap, CCTV, all of those will be overhead. So what you need to do, you will need to read the scenario and then decide where does each one of these drag and drops go. Okay, so that's they may give you 10 of these, 10 questions like this at the beginning of a exam, or they may give it to you at the end. But for the times that I've taken them, it's either at the beginning or the end. And I always give the advice of skipping these until you're able to go back and do them at the end. Because you can, if they give it to you in the beginning, you can spend a good 20 minutes thinking about a scenario, overthinking it, and then now you got to rush through, 80 different multiple choice questions. So you kind of want to leave these for the end. And, when you really look at it, it's not as hard as what you think it is. It's the scenario that's trying to make you trip up and then take more time on it as needed. So that's an example of that.
Okay, I can see this right here and I kind of understand it, like the supervised lab, what the cables connect to the printers and stuff like that. And what office part, what you need, the proximity badge and the safety is just what you start off with. In the data center, you will have your proximity badge, which you can scanning the biometrics, the man trap, the CCTV, and lock-in cabinets, which all that will be proximity to the servers. And then at the end is just the biometric where the employee's laptop is, which that will be something that they need scanning to something like the biometrics reader. So just need to try to understand this here. Matrix should be simple enough for us to pass some of them diagrams, seems like. Just understand what each one of them does.
Right. So in this scenario, they'll probably say, okay, these are your security controls over here, right? You got a locking cabinet. So there's, locking cabinet, safe. This is more the closed captioning TV or the closed circuit TV.
Mm-hmm.
Man trap, biometric reader, proximity badge, which is, smart badge, and then your locking cables. And you'll see a unsupervised lab. So this is probably going to be on the property. These laptops probably don't leave, but we still need to put a security lock on them some kind of way, right? So given the fact that they didn't say that we can put username and passwords on them, but to prevent someone from picking it up and then walking out the door, you can put cable locks on them. Also, you can look at the fact that they got 6 of these here, and it would just make sense for you to just put all 6 right here, right? Process of elimination. Now, in the office, we can say, we can use our proximity badge, our smart badge to walk in, and more than likely we're going to have people in the office watching. So it's going to be hard for somebody to come in there and pick it up and walk out. But we do want to keep confidential documentation in the safe, and the data that's on those laptops, we want to keep those safe from other people who don't need access. So we may want to give a proximity badge to get into the office. Okay. Same thing goes for the data center. You always want to, check who has access to the data center. So we're going to give them a proximity badge, but we also may want to do a biometric scan too. Maybe, eye retina scan or fingerprint scan to get into it. It could have a man trap. And I've seen places where you have a place to have the man trap. You slide in there, and then someone comes and gets you out of the man trap to go into the data center. You have that. You may have a security guard that's sitting in the man trap, watching them, watching people around the data center with the closed circuit TV. And then you got your locking cabinets for your servers, right? want to lock those things up, make sure that nobody can walk out of there with a whole server, just in case they get past all of this. And then the last but not least is just your employees that are traveling. So the reason why I know they're traveling is because this Wi-Fi signal here signifies that they are mobile. They can move, right? They can be anywhere. So I can't lock these down. I can't say, hey, take these cables with you and lock it up every time you're at your house or you go into a hotel or whatever. But I can put a biometric feature on it. And now every time you're about to log in, I know that you're using a secure way of logging in with your fingerprint in order to get onto that laptop. So that's a quick overview of just kind of like, not without knowing the scenario, but just kind of looking at it and just doing a process of elimination. Saying, okay, now you could trip up and say, well, I'm gonna put the locking cabinet in the office, right? Or I could put the safe over here in the lab and put the laptops in there. And that's what CompTIA wants you to do. They want you to overthink this whole thing. And then now you done spent 15 minutes on this one thing, and now you got to rush through the rest of the rest of the test. And that's what we don't want. So skip all of this and wait for the, I want to say the last 20 minutes of the test, and then come back and do your performance-based questions. Because you should be proficient enough to do your multiple choice questions to where if you go back and check over those, you're probably just marking those to check back on them just in case, you feel uneasy about a topic. But if you feel uneasy about a topic, I would suggest you putting in more study time on that particular topic and getting more questions on that topic. Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Mitchell, can I share my screen for a second?
Are you able to share?
No, sir. It's a host disabled participant screen sharing.
Try it now.
Okay, so this is from exam topics. I used this last year in addition to what Dr. McBride and Mr. Mitchell taught in class. These are, I guess they're up to date. What the performance-based questions look like when you got it. I had 6 at the beginning of my test. This caught me for a loop. Mr. Mitchell helped me figure it out because I was lost when I saw this right here. When you're trying to configure all of this, and it's drag and drop. It looks like a hot mess right now, but it's all drag and drop. And with exam topics, it gives you the solution at the end. Yeah, that looks a mess, but if you can use this as a supplemental study guide, that's what I did. And one thing about the CompTIA test is you will know if you're not proficient in one of the, I guess you say categories or chapters, because they'll continue to give you related questions in that section. So when you get to multiple choice and you're doing one of the sections, if you're not doing well, it'll keep firing the same type questions at you until it thinks you're proficient in that section and move on to the next one. So you'll get a sense if you start seeing the same type of wording or questions. But yeah, this is another performance-based questions. This is what it looks like exactly on the test. I had this one, and I had this one as well. I had this one as well, and this one. Yep. Yeah, and it was one on my last test that I took. It was new. I don't see it up here yet. So they might not have put it up there, but this was there. That was definitely there. And this was there as well. Yeah. So this is pretty much what, and was this there the first time I took it? Yeah, this was up there too, because I remember seeing this right here. And so what I did was, in addition to having Mr. Mitchell create labs for me, I tried to commit this to memory because I knew when you first start the test, at least my test, these were the first questions that I saw. After I committed these to memory, I just blew through these right here and went on to the multiple choice. The one that I didn't see, I came back and tried to figure that one out. After I had gotten all my other questions done, I was fairly certain that they were correct. But yeah, this is, now you can go to exam topics. They have this up here. You just have to search for the same CompTIA test that you're registering for, and you can use it as supplemental study like I did, and it works out. So yeah.
Can you put that link in the chat?
Sir? Oh, okay. Yes, sir. They might have to create a username and password.
Can you just share that, what you got right here? This, like it's a PDF, what you got here with us, stuff like that in the classroom?
Might be able to download it.
You can download it as a PDF, probably.
Okay. All right. I'll get on that.
It says download free.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, I'll work on that and then put a link in the class.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No problem.
It's good feedback.
I do have a question, Dr. McBride. Once we're finished and we do pass certification, do you guys help with the employment process, or do you give any networking or job leads or anything of that nature?
Yes, we can. In fact, Mr. Mitchell has been giving us some job leads, in some of the classes already. But on the 24th, which is our last day, we're going to give you some additional, tidbits or tips on resume writing, making sure you have that resume that sparkles. And then, yes, we can give you some additional job leads.
Okay, thank you.
As well. Have you used? Go ahead, Ms. Mitchell.
I wanted to it's just on my heart to show this, and I think we need to be up on this type of technology. I'm gonna share my screen. I don't know if you guys heard of Chat GPT. Hey, give me a thumbs up if y'all heard of that, or did I already speak to y'all about that? So
I
Chris,
do.
I know we chatted about it. Okay. Chat is AI, artificial intelligence, right? And it's a good way of for right now, I think it's a good way of expanding your knowledge without using Google and then trying to search through all the search findings. So I've been using it for a number of things, right? And for you guys that are having issues with a certain topic, you can come to chat and throw that question in there and have them give you questions back, right? So if I wanted to say, this is Chat GPT. So I'll go in and I say, give me 10 questions on firewall tools for the Frontier Plus. It will give me 10 different questions that I can help get more practice on instead of trying to find another exam somewhere on the forums. And you know, the wonderful thing that I like about this type of AI is that you can answer those questions, and then you could say in the chat, give me the answers. And then it'll give you the answers to those same questions. Now, to the point of job leads and writing things on LinkedIn, when it comes to preparing yourself for writing things that'll catch people's eye, I use ChatGPT as well. You can always go in there and give chat, like matter of fact, is right here. I used this as a previous chat that I had with the AI, and I gave it my resume and told it to write a pretty much the introductory of who I am. And it wrote it, and the only thing you have to do is just read it out to see if it fits to what you want to actually say. The wonderful thing about this AI is that it's not copyrighted, well, for the most part, right? But it still needs a brain to try to guide it in different directions. So I would say use this type of technology to help you study for, and then once you're ready to start putting in these resumes, if you want to rewrite something on your resume, plug it in the Chat GPT, tell it to rewrite it and say it more professional. And it can do those type of things. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go down to right. So I'm gonna take my time on founders, and I'm gonna take this, all my bullet points that I have here for founders, and then I'll take it over to chat. So we'll do it in the chat and plug it in, and then I'll say -- rewrite paragraph. Think about it for a second. And then it's able to put everything there in a nice formatted way, right? Now, Dr. McBride, I give you a heads up that this could be something bad for teaching wise in the future. But I think that in our case, to using this type of technology, I think it'll be great. So
Yes.
just know that you got stuff like this on at your fingertips.
Mhm.
And this is
Right. Yes. It's a good tool to use. Absolutely. Yes. Mhm.
One quick well, two quick questions. Well, no, one statement and one question. First thing is the question. All right, so if I take my resume and then copy and paste it in there, do I type in who is Chris Harmon, and it'll spit out a summary of who I am based upon my resume?
based off of the based off of the information that you give it will then turn it in. It's basically your own writer, right? Think of this. To me, this is what Siri was supposed to be, but she wasn't as robust as chat. So if you ever watched the Avengers or that Marvel movie, right, where Tony Stark had he had Jarvis, I think, the AI before it turned into whatever the dude was. But anyway, it was an AI that knew everything, but it was based off of the information and the data that was already applied to it. So I would warn you not to put any personal things in there, such as bank account numbers, password, things like that, right? We want to avoid that. But if we want to rewrite something or to create really anything, this type of technology is at our fingertips. And it's, so and sometimes it's from what I've been seeing people do with it, it's been kind of astonishing.
Okay, all right, I'm playing around with it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, one more thing. So I tried to do the free download for exam topics. You cannot download CompTIA's Security Plus exam. I done went through it a couple of times already.
So Chris, could you do some screenshots of it and put it
Yes, ma'am.
into a Word document?
Yes, ma'am. I can do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we appreciate that.
All right.
And then you can post it in the Google Classroom for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
Do you want the performance-based questions or any particular questions at all?
The performance-based, I think, is, or whatever information you can get for us, that's good. Whatever
Yes,
tool.
ma'am.
We'll
Okay.
use this as a supplemental tool.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the last course, I think, Mr. Mitchell, you also had a handout in our other classroom. So I'm gonna go and grab it and see if we can bring it into this classroom. Do you recall?
Yeah.
You had that handout?
Once I find another, I want to find a free software that I can build those type of questions. This last one was too expensive, and so I just need to find a new one. That matter of fact, I'm about to use chat to see where can I find me a new open source learning management system. So,
right.
I'll have one by this week.
Okay. All right. So how many of you signed up for the CompTIA exam? How many of you were able to do that?
I started it, but we started with the performance-based questions, so I didn't want to miss that.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm at the last step. I just need to put in the voucher.
Okay, great. Okay, we want to make sure those vouchers are working. If you have an issue, reach out to us and we'll see if we can correct it. All right, so the goal is to try to schedule the exam today. And then if you don't mind, if you guys could just share that information with us once you have done it, once you've scheduled, so we can kind of like know where we are. I do want to report back to Wiley Kennedy Foundation to let them know that we have everyone scheduled for an exam, and then hopefully on the 24th, we'll have some victory marches. How about that?
Yes.
Yes, that's the plan. Okay. All right. So with that being said, as I said, we've posted some exams. The final exam is posted, and I'd love for us to take that exam today. And We can take it offline if you like. Would you like to stay online to take it, or would you like to go offline with it?
I would prefer offline. This is Miss Mary, but I'm not finished one test either, so I'm backtracking a little bit.
Okay. Penny, you were gonna say something?
I was gonna say offline, and I also was gonna ask, can we go through more examples of the performance-based testing instead?
Instead of the final exam?
Yes, like take the final exam offline and do the
Okay,
performance-based.
all right, okay. Mr. Mitchell, you wanna go to your chat GPT and ask for some performance?
Let's try it out.
Okay,
Yeah. Waiting on it to finish. While it's trying to think of this, your organization has recently experienced a security incident involving a compromised server. As part of the network. Give me 1 second. And as you can see, it started to do a whole different one, right? So this is, it constantly keeps you on your toes. You've been hired as a security analyst for a large e-commerce company. Your task is to analyze the security posture for the company's web application. During your assessment, you discover a vulnerability that allows the attacker to execute an arbitrary code on the web server by injecting malicious commands. Your objective is to mitigate this vulnerability, perform the following tasks to secure the web application. Identify the vulnerability and its impact, implement a suitable mitigation technique to prevent the execution of the arbitrary code, test the mitigation to ensure their effectiveness. Please describe your step-by-step approach to securing the web application and provide a detailed explanation for each task. All right, anybody want to, so let's make it into a form, right? Let's talk about it. Everybody understand what an e-commerce company is? Yeah? No? E-commerce? All right, so we pretty much selling something online. Give me 1 second. And this person, the vulnerability from the attacker is being able to execute an arbitrary code. So some type of code, they're able to get onto our web server and then execute code on our machine. So how do we identify that vulnerability, and then how do we determine the impact? Anybody can give me an answer on that. So Okay.
Would you
just
run
think
something
about,
like, I'm sorry, would you run something
what?
like Wireshark or Qualys or something to see the vulnerability or no?
Not just yet, but you can use that to solidify your thoughts on it. You're talking about, at this point, they say that you discover a vulnerability that allows an attacker to execute. So at this point, you are on the right track. We need to run a vulnerability scan on that machine. So we'll use a scanner such as Rapid7, or in this class we talked about Qualys, or we talked about, you remember when we did the hostedscan.com? Those type of machines will let us know that a vulnerability exists on that web server. So now we would see that, okay, it's using what port in order for someone to get remote access to that web server. Can we put in the chat what port is going to allow remote access to that web server? Matter of fact, I'll give you the name. The port name is RDP. What port number will give someone access to that web server? Correct. Noah put port number 3389 is going to allow remote access in, right? And we're talking about it just kind of broadly. It could be more ports that they actually use to get into there, but we're going to say, for right now, for this scenario, we're going to say somebody got in and they're able to have access to execute commands. And so now, since they have the permissions to execute a command, how do we, well, before we get to that, we understand that the vulnerability is from doing a vulnerability scan using hostedscan.com, Qualys.com, Qualys or Rapid7. And now what's the impact? Well, if they're going to put an arbitrary code onto that e-commerce site, then that's going to take down our whole site, right? It has the possibility of it. So now you'll look at the impact as being greatly or very high, right? Because if they take down the site and we don't have another site to, transfer our data to, that's pretty much going to be our business. Now the business has stopped until we're able to gain control of that web server again. That's why it's so important to understand e-commerce versus a brick and mortar, or a brick and mortar having a e-commerce site along with it. So now, since I do everything on my e-commerce site, my whole business is on that website, I can't afford for somebody to come and put arbitrary code on there and then now hold my site hostage. So that's the vulnerability and that's the impact. So implement a suitable mitigation technique that will prevent the execution of arbitrary code. How would we do that? So we already know that they can get connected to us via RDP. And we want to implement two things in there because we want to use RDP, but we want people who have the permissions to use RDP use it, okay? So how do we implement a protection for that? How do we implement a protection for their account too? Because this person is able to get onto our web server and then execute. In order to do that, you need an account and then you need permissions on that account to execute a command. So how do we put controls in for that? Any ideas? So for the RDP, we're going to implement, if we can, if we have the budget, we probably want to implement some type of VPN access, right? So we want to use RDP, but then we want to make it secure. So we're going to make sure that only people with our VPN access use that type of access to get to our web server. But on top of that, we want to make sure that we make all of our accounts permission-based or job-based permission-wise, as far as everybody doesn't have, we make sure we implement that separation of duties, and we don't give them more permissions than what they actually need to perform their job. Because this person is able to get there, and now they're able to execute with, let's for right now say is any account. Okay, so we don't want that to happen. So we need to implement those two things. And then for the third one, it says test the mitigation to make sure it's effective. And that's where you're coming into training, security awareness training, and then you need to actually do some type of kind of like a word I'm looking for is disaster recovery training. So you're testing out, once you make those changes, in the real world, we're going to put in a change request, and then we're going to actually make those changes and test them out before we actually say that the change request is closed. So testing out those mitigations should be able to work before we actually close that request, but we probably want to also run another vulnerability scan to make sure that it doesn't see that port open for that outsider to actually remote in. So that's how we would want to go through this scenario. And the thing about this is that this particular scenario, you will get this in a multiple choice question a lot of times, but they want you to read through the scenario and then think through it. And the thing about practicing the test is that we need to do this within a minute. So the 10 minutes that we took to go through it, we probably need to do that a little bit quicker. Let me see if I can get a better example of diagrams. Give me 1 second here. Any questions on that scenario, though? Give me 1 second. On screen again. All right, so some of these are, all of these are actually old, but for the ones who haven't seen these, this will be kind of a question of a performance-based question because they're giving you a diagram to look at and then asking you to decipher. So can anybody tell me the answer to this question? So Carla has found this page on the website. What attacker is most likely to wage this attack? Right, Maria, you put script kiddie. Why do you think it's a script kiddie? Because if we look at the, right, okay. If we look at how it's written though, and the message of it, you've been hacked by the Arab attack, right? Syria forever. This is more likely going to be government driven, right? Some type of organized crime driven. This is more of so a hacktivist will be more of the correct answer, if I'm not mistaken. APT is an advanced persistent threat. They're probably not going to deface a website. Script Kiddie is going to be more of your novice. They got they got some type of virus off the internet, and now they just double clicking, and whatever the virus does, they just kind of let it run. They don't really understand how to go in and deface a web server. And then organized crime will be more of the, it's not necessarily going into that direction of defacing a web server. It's more of big crime that's actually being done of, robbing a bank or being able to take the hostage of Congress or whatever, what have you. So it's kind of out of this league. So it will be more on the lines of a hacktivist. But I can understand how you look at a script kiddie and say, okay, given the way it looks, it doesn't look like it's very sophisticated at all. It looks very, newbie-ish. And but it would be on the lines of a hacktivist. Someone working for a government state, doing something for a country state. It'll be along those lines. Give me 1 second. Let me unshare the screen and go to another one. Any questions on that? You got this one right here. Ben is reviewing configuration management documentation for his organization and finds the following diagram in his company document repository. What key information is missing from the diagram that a security professional will need to build the firewall rules in the diagram? All right. So we got multiple choice here: subnet mask, service name, protocol traffic use, or the API key. What is missing from the information that we would need in order to put in a firewall rule? So let's do a process of elimination. Let's say we're gonna not go with the API key, right? And then we don't really need the service name, so that'll leave us with A and C. The subnet mask and then the protocol traffic use. Sorry about that. Now, the subnet mask is actually there. It's just /24. Okay. But the protocol that we need, we don't know what we're doing. Or do we? Hold on, let me think about it. The client, this client, that 1024, that's They're going to use port 139 and point 445. We need that to go to this server. Do I need the subnet mask? I don't need the subnet mask. Let's do this. Waiting for my firewall to pull up. And let's do exactly what they say. So we want a client, me being the client. We want to go outside of the firewall, so we're going to do an outbound rule. So this is outbound, and we're going to do a rule. Right. Yeah. And we're going to do port. Right. And port 139 and port 445. That's what we're messing with. The protocol, yeah. Let's see. The protocol the traffic uses. But then again, that's what the ports are. I'm sorry if I'm confusing y'all. We're gonna allow that connection, and then that's.
You're not, I'm already confused.
I'm sorry.
I thought I had it
I'm
together,
trying to
but
think through
then
it.
I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm trying to think through it myself. Then we give it the name, so going back. The subnet, we don't need the subnet mask. Service name, we don't necessarily need that because we have the port there. Protocol. I thought the protocol, see where I'm getting confused at is the protocol could be interchangeable with the ports. But protocol, the port could also be used by several different protocols.
Excuse me, Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Hey, I chose C because the way I interpreted that was the protocol that the traffic uses is what the firewall would filter. For example, the access control list, the type. And I don't see where I can tell that that is specific on this diagram. That's why I chose C.
Say the first part again, kind of going on.
Oh, sorry. The way I read the choice for C, the protocol that the traffic uses, if I'm understanding my thought process, the information that protocol represents would be the type of access control list that the firewall is there for, and I can't tell what that would be specifically in that diagram. That's why I chose C.
I agree with that. I'm thinking about it differently. I'm thinking that protocol the traffic uses is synonymous with the port numbers.
Right. And I did not correlate that thought process is the reason I chose C. I associated that with the access control list for firewalls.
So this is a perfect example of getting hung up on a question.
Yeah.
And I would do a process of elimination here, even though I know I got the answer somewhere. But reading this off top, I would the process of elimination. It's not the API because the API is not needed for a firewall role. The service name, I guess it would be the service name. And now I'm throwing B back in here when I just said that it wasn't. And the reason why I would say service name is because we have to put a name here. We would do a poet, and then we would do our numbers. Five. Next, allow, but then we need the name.
Mr. Lee,
Ma'am.
I have a question. Okay, so you were saying that the protocol name can sometimes be interchangeable with ports, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that is the case in an example or a question that they're asking us, would they, like, how would we know if they're using it interchangeably? Like, is there a clue in the question? Would it specifically say in the question?
So yeah, ask me that one more time.
So you're saying that the confusion that we, the skeptic that we have now is that sometimes ports and protocols are used interchangeably. And if that's the case, when we read a question, how will we know, okay, in this particular question or this particular scenario that's been presented, they're used interchangeably, or in another question, they're not being used interchangeably? Like, how would we know?
I would say go over your well-known ports. And the reason why I say that they could be used for other ports is what I've seen it to where not well-known ports uses different applications. So iTunes and Microsoft Office may use the same port.
Okay.
But SSH is only going to use port 22. That's a well-known port. It's not going to be anything else other than DNS is known for 53. But
Okay.
once it's 65,000 ports on a computer. So port 10,000 may be used by a couple of people, a couple of different applications. So in my standpoint, I may be overshooting it. I may be overthinking the whole thing. And I think that I'm a bad example of giving y'all this, overthinking it, and then now that's causing y'all to overthink it. Let's start with this one. Go on. 'Cause I think I messed that up. Let me find another one, man.
Well, no, I want to know the answer to that one. So can you see the right answer?
I got the final answer. Hold on. Let me see if I got the answer here. Oh, where is that thing at? Okay, give me 1 second. These are my Kindle book. I'll share my screen just because I'm not I have anything going on. I'm waiting for my Kindle to load up so we can take a look at the answer. In the meantime, where's my Kindle? Kindle book. That was a Mike Chappell question. Mike Chappell is very good at security questions. And maybe I should have just did it from here. Put that on the document. And I'll come back to some of those performance-based questions. This one. I'm sorry, y'all, for all the radio silence. Yeah, I have to get back on that one. I do not know where it's at.
Excuse me, also, Dr. McBride, I did put that voucher in and I did schedule my testing. It did allow.
That's awesome, Mary. Great, great. I'll make note of that.
Okay.
What day are you scheduled?
June 17th, which is a Saturday.
Okay. June 17th, awesome.
Okay, I'll have to get back with you on that question. I have to find it, and then find the explanation for it. Let's go with this one. What type of attack is shown in the diagram below? So we have our web server again, and the person trying to use it, and then that person is sitting in the middle of the traffic, and they are able to intercept the traffic and then pass it on to the victim. Out of these three, which one would you guys say it would be? So, as you can see, that web server is, the attacker has a secure connection to it through HTTPS, but then when it gets to the attacker and it sends that off to the victim, it turns into HTTP. Donna says that is domain hijacking. Going off of the answers that we have here, buffer overflow is going to be where we inputting an attacker is going to input something onto our server and then is going to overload it and then cause it to have a memory leak. Directory traversal will be more of DNS attack, which could be, you could look at this as being kind of a DNS attack, right?
Mhm.
Where, you're changing, the DNS is going to go, what port number is HTTPS? That's going to be port 443. But when it changes, when we're going to send that victim a rogue site and say, hey, we're going to send it to you in HTTP, which is port 80. And then we got domain jacking, which domain hijacking is going to be taking the name of something and instead of the website, you're going to a website, you're going to a fake website that we set up, but it has the same name, right? Let's say if, I looked at your certificate, seen when the certificate on that website expired, and then I went and bought that domain name from under you, and now I own that domain name. I build a website that looks similar to yours, and I'm able to have people click on malicious links, given the fact that I got that new certificate now. So domain hijacking is good, but I probably would go with directorial transversal, just because I'm changing this from secure connection to unsecure. Any questions? See if I can get some more firewall rules. Okay. All right. Shannon is assisting her organization with a move to the cloud. They currently use a firewall segmenting the model shown below. What technology will best allow her to implement this model in the cloud? We have the internet, and then within the company, we have that firewall sitting on the edge, right? And then we have off to the left here, we have the vendors. We have our DMZ off here, so where people can, you have customers that can actually touch the DMZ and as well as people from the inside, but it always goes back through the firewall. It also has a cutoff to the databases as well as the development department, okay? So this is more likely going to be a production department. So what would help her implement this model here in the cloud? Would it be a CASB containers, security groups, or a VPC, which is a virtual private cloud network. I think that's what it is. VPC, virtual private cloud. Any ideas on that? A CASB is going to sit on that end user's desktop, laptop, and watch any type of traffic that goes out to the cloud provider. It then flags it if it deems it to be sensitive. This is more of the lines of data loss prevention. Containers are more for apps, mobile applications. So what we have here is not application driven, more on the, let's say, these are different, I would say, storage bins that we need to actually establish, places that people need access to. Security groups is close, where we can make that separation by giving people permission from getting in or staying out. But it's not the best one. That virtual private cloud would allow us to stay away from all other cloud users, be able to migrate everybody, because going back into the first part of it, she's assisting the organization to move to the cloud, right? This is where security groups wouldn't really work. We want to move everybody to the cloud, and then we want to have this model here. And mainly this model is just showing separation of you can't get to a particular cloud instance unless you are allowed by the firewall to go there, right? Remember that firewall is that bouncer in the front of the club that's allowing people to go to certain things. So even if you are in the database, if we don't want traffic from our databases going out to the internet, or we don't want our vendors reaching over to our databases, this bouncer that's sitting in the middle is going to be able to check that list to see if you have access. So virtual private cloud would be our best answer here, and be able to apply everything that we want to do when it comes to this scenario. And I get it. You know, these types of questions, they could be kind of a downer if you don't get them right. But this is why the exam, having the certification, holds weight to people who don't have the certification. If you're able to look at diagrams like this and decipher what's going on in a scenario and pick the best answer, then when you get in that real world scenario and they ask you to, what is your opinion on it? You're able to give that research question. You're able to research that topic and give them a real educated answer on these type of scenarios. So this is why they put these type of questions on the exam. Any questions?
And you say security group wouldn't be a most benefit for that scenario versus the VPC. I'm just thinking about that. So security in certain organizations, they use the security part to block to work for certain IT departments. They're using the cloud sometimes. The cloud can be, you can hack the cloud sometimes, but I'm just asking a question. But I heard you say and stuff like about the VPC, but just wanted to make sure if that wasn't there, would security group be the most sufficient answer for that one?
Yes, if it wasn't there, it would be the next best thing to do, right? And they will give you a lot of questions like that, where they give you you can do process of elimination for at least 2 answers, and then the next 2 that you have to really kind of choose from is you're gonna have to say which one is the best for this scenario. In this scenario, we were moving to the cloud. Yes, we could set up cloud security groups in Azure, but say if we're not moving to Azure, say if we're moving everybody, let me share my screen again. Say if we're gonna move everybody to Dropbox, right? And Dropbox is just basically, we're gonna have, Dropbox is, no, I could say Dropbox. Let's say we have a place on our DMZ in Dropbox where people from the outside can go to our DMZ and pick up forms that they need. They need to fill out some forms. So instead of us going out to the firewall, through the firewall and emailing it to their personal email, we'll put it in the DMZ. You can pick it up here. We're working with vendors. You can go to our vendors point cloud and you can pick your forms up here. Development, same thing. Database, same thing. That security group is not offered with some cloud provider. But for the Azure group, when I showed y'all how to go into Azure, yes, we can set it up through Active Directory. But if I'm working for a small business, I may not need Active Directory, but I still want to move to the cloud. So in this scenario, we kind of just said, okay, since we're moving everybody to the cloud, the VPC can do what the security group does and more, provide more firewall features versus the security group adding the cloud features on the opposite hand. Does that make sense? Like the VPC can do what the security group does and what other features that the cloud may offer. But a security group, if that cloud provider doesn't offer it, it's not even really an option. So you have to really kind of just go with the VPC, the private cloud solution. Yeah. This is an example of geofencing, geotagging, network location, or time-based login. As you can see where if you did the process of elimination, you're probably gonna, I always go out of time-based network location. I haven't seen anything that would say either of those answers would be right. I don't see any time, or I don't see any type of network location indicated. So geofencing, given the fact that it has a border here, I would imagine it's tracking every mobile device that's here in the proximity of the fence. Geotagging will be, let's say it doesn't have a fence, right? but it's able to put an endpoint on that mobile device and then basically track it wherever it goes. So geofencing would definitely be the best answer here. And I'm going to stop there because I'm going to go back and make these into some actual questions that you guys can answer. And you won't look at my little asterisk here and tell what the answer is. So I'll go back and make these into some actual quizzes that we can take. I just need to find that software. I'm gonna turn it back over to you, Dr. McBride. But I think that other than the firewall questions, those are the type of questions that you're gonna probably see when it comes to performance based.
Okay, great.
Also, those questions that Chris showed are definitely going to be, like he said, some actually are on the test.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hopefully that was very helpful. And as Ms. Mitchell says, he'll create a test for us so you can go in and practice. Also, thank you so much, Christopher, for posting a video. Chris has a little video of the information he shared earlier. So hopefully you guys will go into the classroom and take full advantage of the tools that are there for you. Okay, so, expect a little bit more practice on performance-based questions. And by all means, utilize the tools that, that are there for you. And hopefully you'll be able to max out on it. Okay. Do you have any questions? Any additional questions for us? Okay, any additional questions? Okay, so let's finish strong. Those of you who need to complete some missing assignments, you may want to go ahead and do so. And as soon as possible, so that you can at least, have a good performance display. All right, so I think you guys said you would want to do the final exam offline. So let's go ahead and plan on doing the final exam. Please do not use any resources. We ask you not to use any resources. Let's see where you are, and if we need to perhaps do a retake, we will consider doing a retake, but not in this particular, on that particular platform, okay? So try not to use any resources, and best wishes on it, okay? All right. So with that being said, if we have no other questions, we're gonna let you use the rest of this time, as you suggested, to do offline for the final exam. All right. And we'll see you again on what day? June 10th. And we'll be back with you with some more performance practice. And then we'll also incorporate the performance practice into an exam that we'll have you kind of like sit for on the 10th as well. So it's going to be like 90 questions, and we'll incorporate those performance questions in there as well. Okay. All right.
Dr. McBride, Mr. Mitchell, I just want to say that exam topics, the last time it was updated was May 23rd of this year, I believe it was. So
Okay.
yeah, so it's fairly accurate. And they constantly update it. So the performance-based questions should still be on the test. I guess it just depends on which test version you get.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many performance questions did you say you had, Chris?
I had 6.
You had 6. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. All of mine were at the beginning of the test.
And each time you took it, there were 6.
Yes, ma'am. They just changed up one. The last time I took it and passed, they just changed up just the one. But the other questions were all the same. All performance-based questions were the same, -1.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, okay. Well, good. I like what you said, that you practice and you learn the material. And so when you went for the test, that you were able to perform well on it.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, great, great. So your results indicated that you did well on all the performance questions?
Yes, ma'am. I got all of them. Maybe the last one, because that was new to me. They didn't have that on the previous test, but the other ones that I showed you all, I got all those correct.
Awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay. And thanks for giving us that feedback.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, we can do this. Can we do this? Give a shout out in the chat. Say we got this, right? Any shout outs? We got this? Okay.
I think
Faith comes by what, Noah? Hearing? Okay.
Okay.
That is true. Faith comes by hearing.
All right.
All right.
And we're going to give you this
And
word
we're going
from
to give
the
you this
Lord,
word from the Lord,
that we can do all
that
things
we can do all things.
through Christ who strengthens us. Okay? All right. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and conclude. We'll continue putting some good information in the classroom for us so that we can practice, practice, practice. They say that's how we get to Carnegie Hall, right? Okay. Mary, you're going to say something?
I'm good. We can do this. I'm good.
Okay, yes. All right. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for all your assistance and help and instructions. And I think we can learn something new every day, can't we? All right. Yes.
I'll make sure I have those. I might try to have some performance-based questions up this week, but I have them for our next class, so we can go over that and we can get a good practice in.
Awesome, awesome. So I think I have a graduation on the 10th in Raleigh. So I may be en route to my destination, if not already there. But I plan to be here, okay? All right.
Okay.
Have a wonderful final exam. And so I'm excited about where you are and how you performed. I think many of you have been very consistent in attending class and doing what you're supposed to do. So that's a wonderful thing. All right, so reach out to me if there's a personal note. I am reachable. Okay. All right, have a great day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Okay, thank you, Shalonda. You too.
So skip these questions. Always go to finish the multiple choice questions, just because they're easier to go ahead and read those scenarios, and then they give you 4 choices. The thing about the performance-based questions is that they may give you a diagram such as this right here, and it causes you to figure out what we're looking at, right? What is this image? What does that image mean? And hopefully I can go through some of these images with you, so you can, it won't throw you for a loop in the real exam. So let's go ahead and let's start off with the first question. The security administrator has been tasked with implementing controls to meet the management goals. Drag and drop the appropriate control to use to accomplish the account management goal. So you're going to get a lot of these when it comes to practice questions, a lot of drag and drop matching type of questions. And it's on you to understand what they're asking on one side, and then the definition of it, or the characteristics of what they're asking on the other side. So easily differentiate between mobile devices and servers in a report. We can use that as, well, what I like to do is go through with what I know for sure, and then what I don't know, I'll go ahead and take the best question or take the best answer for it. So if I read through it, enforce passwords, complex requirements, determine if a device is used by a terminated employee on or return, identify which employees have access to sensitive file shares. So what they're asking is that with these definitions, which one of these controls fit those descriptions? I would say we want a group policy to be an overall covering of standards and what we want to happen in a security environment. Permissions and auditing review, that next one right here, that's more on having a directive. We're kind of drilling down into what we want our users to have and to do. Or when we're talking about auditing, remember, we're talking about checking our systems, checking our settings, and making sure that they are in line with legislation and regulations to make sure that we have the proper security controls configuration in-house. Usage of auditing and review. Again, that's kind of like making sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do, and making sure that everyone is actually using it. And then a standard naming convention. So when we're talking about, let's say, creating username and passwords, do we have a standard on if we're going to use the first initial with the last name, or if we're going to use a full first name and a full last name? What is the standard that we want to use? So have you guys actually tackled that first one? Thumbs up in the chat if you have. Anybody want to explain it? Determine if a device is used by a terminated employee is returned. So if we're gonna determine if a device by a terminated employee has been returned, we want to put that in I would want to put that in a policy, and making sure that it's actually being carried out. I probably want to put usage for auditing. Enforcing the password complexity requirements. I'm probably going to put enforcing it. That's going to be a group policy. But that's going to be done in AD. We create a group policy and then we push it out to everybody else. So I know that for sure, right? Determine if a device is used by a terminated employee on return. So this is going to be more on the side of usage. Easily tell the difference between a mobile device and servers and reports. That'll be easily a standard naming convention, because when you're naming different types of devices in an environment, we want to be able to tell the difference. We don't want to put device 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We want to be able to say server _1 through 100, right? And then if we have 100 iPhones, we want to be able to say iOS 1 through 100. And that way, from a high level view, you can see that, okay, one is a server and the other is a mobile device. So we're going to do a standard name and credential, and then identify which employees have access to sensitive files shares. And so that'll be more permissions. So who has access is going to be along the lines of permissions. I can drop that there. So any questions on that? I know I kind of dragged through that. Moving on, we got a website depicted here, and basically is giving some shade to Hillary, and I'm paraphrasing here, from the looks of it, it looks like it's a legit website, right? So if we click on it, we see that it has a .com, and that's what I mean by a legit website. But it, as you can see, the misspelling here with Clinton, and then it's pretty much a defacement of a website. And going into our questions or the options that it gives us, we can go ahead and say that it's not three of those, and this is why. Session hijacking is where a hacker will take over your session with that website. And so it's a legit site, but you have already logged into it, but someone has taken over your session while being logged into that website. So it's not that. Clipjacking is more of, it's an attack where I'm asking you to click on multiple screens, multiple objects, right? So it's not asking me to do anything. I'm looking at the screen and I see a website that's not normally there, and plus it's taking a political view, right? Typo squatting is being able to kind of like having a keylogger, being able to watch someone type in a password and be able to steal their credentials. But more so when it comes to typo squatting, I'm betting on you mistyping a word. So if it was just the Hillary Clinton.com, then that's a version of typo squatting, right? I'm going to bet that somebody's going to miss that T and mistype that G, right? And while they do that, then that sends them to my site where I can add steal credentials or what have you. But this is more on the lines of the website displacement, given all the facts that I've said before, right? Now, we didn't go over this in none of the lectures, but physical security, I have seen this on more practice questions versus real live questions. And that's more on the type of lock that you have in the environment. In the real world, they're not going to ask you if you know what type of lock this is, or they're not going to ask you what type of locks that we should get on the building, more than likely. That's probably going to be whatever building property manager, that's going to be their responsibility. But as a security manager, you're probably going to need to have a high level knowledge of it. So here, this is a normal locking key, right? But the things about the key grooves inside of that lock, that's what separates this from the other locks here in the four selection. So a biometric, right? We all know that biometric means some type of fingerprint, eye scan, face recognition, voice recognition, something doing with the body. This is obviously not the selection. Jumping down to a smart card. Remember, a smart card is having that ID with the chip on it. So it's obviously not that. And a cipher lock. Let me show you what a cipher lock looks like. we used to have these in the Army, and they come with codes, kind of like a 4-digit code that you can have. And I just wanted to highlight. And you would remember these patterns. The problem with these is that sometimes these buttons can get jammed, and then you can't really press in your code. And if you can't press in that code, then you're not able to get in. So, so that's a cipher lock. So obviously that leaves us with a preset lock. Now, we didn't go over this in class, but a preset lock means the key is cut to a groove, and that key is preset to the settings within the lock. So whenever we slide that key in, it fits in perfectly with those grooves, allowing the key to turn and unlock the lock. So a preset lock is the correct answer here. Any questions on that? And while I'm going through this, let me ask a question, just a thumbs up. Are y'all still able to move the answers around, interact with these questions? Just one thumbs up in the chat. Let me know. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm proud of this one because I came up with this one on my own, and I'm pretty proud of it. So, which security control is needed for a secure connection, and where should it go? Right. So you have two spots, and I picked a bad background for it, so it's kind of grayed out. But you have two spots here that you need to drag and drop these draggable items into. So a couple of things here. When we see the obvious brick wall with the fire around it, it may come in different shapes, right? This is obviously a firewall. Now, this down here, this object is normally associated with the database. So we're going to be talking about where we're storing data at. So this is some type of server that's being used for whatever services that a company may have. In this case, this office, which they have servers here, right? They have a database within the office. So I wanted to show that this database was located in the office, but this database is located outside of the firewall, or also on different VLAN, and off in a DMZ section. So what that means is that a person from the outside of the firewall, right, outside of the cloud here, or in the internet, can be able to reach this database, but they cannot reach the office, okay? So this is kind of like a no man's land, but it's owned by the office, and they're able to put information out there for a public customer to go get. So you want to think about, when you're talking about DMZs, you're probably going to put, if you needed to download a PDF from the bank to fill out a banking form, let's say you want to open up a new banking account, and they need you to actually fill out an application and then sign it physically, they're going to put that in a DMZ, so you're able to get to that secure documentation, but you're not able to go into their network, okay? So they're separated by this firewall, but they're able to go into the DMZ and put whatever data that they need there, okay? So all in all, you got my man over here. He's in a hotel. He's a traveling client, or a traveling coworker working for the office, and he's somewhere traveling, and he's staying in a hotel, and he wants to get connected to the internet in order to get back to the office, okay? So what should we use, or what should he use as a security control in order to connect securely over the public network, in order to connect to the office. Well, what's the answer here? I know that somebody had to already drag and dropped and seen what the right answers were. And can anybody explain why it's the right answer? Anybody? Nobody? So if I say, okay, Chris, do you mind telling me why it's a VPN?
He wants to log in and not expose his personal information, so signing into a virtual private network would allow that to happen. And he don't know if what's that? He's at a hotel. If the login is actually secure or not. Sometimes, I guess, when you go to that hotel or you check in a hotel, they give you some sign-in information. You have to put in either the last for the room number, or they give you a CAPTCHA that you have to click in order to get in. You don't know if that particular hotel given those credentials. So it's probably best to sign in with a virtual private network to prevent any lost data or snooping on the network.
Correct. Thank you.
You know.
So, like Chris said, the VPN is going to create that secure tunnel from his laptop back to the office. And then now that secure tunnel is encrypted. So Maria, you said, what is the fourth object? And that's my fault. I should have put a description down here, like I did for WAF and proxy. It's a antivirus. Antivirus is normally going to be shown with a picture of a shield, some type of shield. And so I should have put that there, but I'm sorry about that. And it's also kind of showing that it's going out to endpoints here with these little dots. But this is a antivirus. A WAF is a web application firewall, and then a proxy server is a server that redirects traffic based off of the policies that you place into it. So we already got our VPN here, right? So we have a secure connection to it, but where do we want to put here in the second spot for the DMZ? Do we want to put a proxy server there to redirect traffic? Or do we want to put a web application firewall there? Or do we want to put antivirus on it? Thing about a DMZ is that you break a DMZ down to the bare bones. It only has the capabilities to let someone connect to it, do one or two functions, and then disconnect. We don't really want someone to have a full capability to do different types of services to our DMZ, because even though we have it blocked or away from our internal network through the firewall, we still have to make a connection to it. And that is still front facing, as we say, and someone can still put harmful malware on that server. So we want to make sure that we put an antivirus here in order to check for any kind of viruses, any type of malware that someone may have put on there. But for the most part, we don't want to put anything else. We don't really need to use these other two, just because we don't need to redirect traffic anywhere with the proxy. We could, but I think it's overkill. So a lot of times these security exams may give you a answer that could work, but it's not the best answer, right? And it's kind of like you'll start to overthink things. And this is where people will put in the proxies. A web application firewall is really only good for an application. Now, you may say, Lee, well, you might have an application sitting out there on the DMZ. We want to WAF out there. And I would say, yeah, that could work. But remember, we want to break this down to the minimum, where we don't want to have so many services running on that DMZ product to where it can be compromised because we forgot to update it or keep up with it. So this is why I went and picked these two. But I would put an antivirus out there because it's minimal. It's only gonna, pull definitions from the internal network, or it should, and it's not going to, really need any type of internet access like that. Okay? So these are the two answers for this question. Any questions before we move on? I'm sorry about that. I'll go ahead and what I'll do is I'll update that and make sure I put antivirus here in this box. Okay, moving on. So place the proper security controls to the devices shown below. Now this is, to me, you have to really kind of know what you're looking for when it comes to each one of these devices. Again, going back to our Apple phones or iPhones versus servers, remember these disks here are representative of servers or databases, right? So when it comes to having these types of images here, what things do we want to have in place for it? So on our last one, we just said that, we wanted to put antivirus there. So we're going to go ahead and drag that over. I'm going to leave HVAC alone, and let's go up to remote wipe. So remote wipe, we're always going to probably have that to be in a mobile device area where we're giving our clients mobile devices, but if they decide to leave the company or they get fired for whatever reason, we're able to remote wipe that phone regardless of where they're at that point in time. And that way we can keep our data secure for the most part, okay? So we always want to keep remote wipe over there. Now, you may say, can you put antivirus on a mobile device? And yes, you can, but don't overthink it, right? It's not a common thing to put antivirus on your mobile device. It's more, your mobile device is more built off of other security controls versus having a application up there running scans at a certain time. So that's why I would say don't overthink it. Biometrics. And this is where you can overthink this too, right? We can have biometrics on our servers, on our workstations, desktops, right? We can do a fingerprint scan. You could have a little fingerprint swipe on your laptop, let you in. But it's not common, right? We're more likely going to associate that with a mobile device. Proximity badges. There's no reason why we should have a proximity badge associated with a mobile device, so that will go over to the data center here, or the servers. Given the fact that, whenever you're going into a data center, you're going to probably need that proximity badge in order to get into that building to get near those servers, right? Cable locks. Cable locks, of course, you don't want to lock your mobile device down. That defeats the purpose, so that would obviously go over here. to the server side, the data center side. Strong passwords. Now, strong passwords, you want to have that in your mobile devices, right? You want to have that. But it kind of is redundant to have strong passwords and a biometric. So you're probably going to need that here with your server side over here. Okay? Now we got 3 more. We got man trap, device encryption, and then HVAC. So I'm gonna start with device encryption. While we want device encryption on our network, it's not common to encrypt the hard drive on a server. We have other security controls in place for that, such as firewalls, security controls. There's account security controls. So we're putting different people in different groups. You don't have different permissions. You have different permissions for those servers. So we don't have to necessarily worry about locking down the whole hard drive. On the other hand, having device encryption on your phone would be better because it's constantly on the move, and if we can lock that down, then if someone were to get your phone while it's locked, right, it will be even tougher for them to unlock that phone and then see what's on the actual hard drive. Last 2. So man trap. Man trap, getting access to the data center. Remember, this is a place where you're going into kind of like a lobby, but you're stuck there and you can't really leave or go further unless someone gives you permission or you log in, you sign some piece of paper saying your state of business. So this will be on the data center side versus mobile devices. And HVAC, again, when we're talking about a data center or where servers are held at, HVAC is probably going to be the most important part to keeping them running on a physical side. While your phone can overheat, it's probably not going to be in that environment. You're not going to be in that environment too long for your phone to overheat. So this is how I would set that up and walk through that. Now, you see how slow I went through that question. You don't want to do that on the exam. Again, this is why I say leave it at the end. So whenever you're done with all 80 questions and you have 5 performance-based questions at the end, you can just go through and, really think through it, but not necessarily take all day doing this at the beginning of an exam. So moving on to ports. Remember I said about the ports, they're going to ask you something about the ports, whether it be in multiple choice questions or if it's matching like this, you're going to see ports. And I wouldn't just learn these ports here. I would try to learn more of the well-known ports. But more importantly, know the number as well as what they actually do. You got DNS, HTTP, RDP, SMNP, Telnet, FTP, LDAP, SFTP, SMTP, and then TFTP. Each one of these protocols, remember, protocols is the way computers actually function, the way they talk to each other. They receive commands from another computer and they say, hey, what do you want me to do? And I want you to, they may say, I want you to find out what is this IP address, what is the associated name? And that associated name is, the way it does that is by going through a DNS protocol and saying, hey, what's the matching domain name for this IP address? Or I want to transfer a Word document over to Cindy. How do I do that? Well, okay, we're going to use FTP in order to do that. I want to remote into a server using remote desktop. How do I do that? Let's use port 3389 for RDP. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna say these are the ones that I know for sure, right? I know port 53 is DNS, and I know for sure that 25 is SMTP. And I know port 80 is HTTP. And I think 23 is Telnet. And I don't know that. I don't think, hold on. I think that's FTP. And the only reason why I would say that is 20, I know 20 and 21 is probably the first number of ports that you're probably going to learn. And the number of FTP is just a file transfer protocol. And I know that they use two protocols. But I might get the rest of them wrong. Let's see. SMNP is, I think, port 22. And what this port does, or what this protocol does, is that when you're doing a vulnerability scan and you're scanning different ports, if it comes back with a type of naming convention, let's say if you're scanning the ports and it says that this person is using an HP printer as well as a Microsoft Office, Microsoft Windows 7 computer. That SMNP, that's going to be a simple management network protocol. So basically, it's going to give you the names of different services that that computer may have running on it. Chris, yes.
Oh, yeah. 22 is secure shell, which is the SFTP protocol.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, I did put that in there. Hold on. Is it 389?
Mm-mm.
And then, give me 1 second. So SFTP is secure transfer protocol, which will make sense because it comes right after 21. That's what I would think. But of course, I didn't think that. I thought that secure management network protocol was in it. That's the trivial transfer file transfer. And I forgot what that is. Jesus Christ. Trivial file transfer protocol. I was almost right. What port was that? I'm cheating, y'all. And then that's obviously that LDAP is a AD function. This is how you get your this is how it reads the OUs and the usernames in the Active Directory. And I think that that's correct. So I apologize. Appreciate that, Chris, for correcting me on that.
No problem.
Protocol. So when we're talking about FTP, FTP is unsecure, meaning so if I got Wireshark and I see that you're using a FTP protocol, I can also pull that. I can also pull that that document down and be able to see that. Secure file transfer protocol will keep that encrypted, and therefore I wouldn't be able to see it via Wireshark. This I got LDAT messed up. Let's see. Hey, this is proof that I don't know it all, right? And LDAP is 389. Try that again. Know that for sure. I know this for sure. I just talked about that. You said that's LDAP. And then 3. No, that's for sure. No, that's for sure. Bad thing about that is that you can't do that on the test. I know I stumbled through that, but any questions on the ports? Moving on. So this diagram here shows the same thing, kind of similar to the other security control question we had, where this globe represents the web firewall again. Now this circle right here with the arrows. This circle with the arrows is going to be associated with a router, okay? And we all know what a router does. It takes the traffic and it points that traffic where it needs to go as far as whether it's internal or external. So in the scenario here, they've been looking at network logs and realized that traffic from internal traffic was going to an unknown IP address. And it's been going there for the past 2 years after investigation. So what type of attacker would just sit inside of a network, does not launch any attack, and then just kind of collect logs? What type of hacker describes this description? Anybody want to take a guess at that? Ms. Brown, do you want to explain why you think it's an APT?
My initial thought was because APT is an advanced persistent threat and it's been going on undetected for 2 years.
Correct. Going through the options that they give, we can go ahead and say I'm assuming everybody knows a script kiddie is just, they find some type of attack online and then they click it and then that's it. They're very new to how hacking works, how penetration testing works. So they're not going to be someone that can just sit inside of a network and not be discovered. A white hat is someone who is morally, they may find problems in your network, in your processes, but they're not going to take advantage of those. And they're morally going to tell the security team or the IT team that they should fix whatever problem that they have found out. A gray hat is, let me go to the opposite, right? So you have a white hat, but then you have a black hat. A black hat is just going to be a straight out hacker. They do things for malicious intent, or it may be money driven, whatever their motivation may be, this is why they do it. A gray hat now is kind of in that middle. If they deem it to be worthy, they may lean one way or the other. They may say, hey, this is not worth my time. Y'all go ahead and fix this. They lean more of the white hat side. but they may see something that may be worth their time, and it may persuade them to go ahead and take advantage of it. That leans more on the black hat side. So they kind of have that back and forth, straddling the fence type of attitude. So it's not them as well. Now, to your point, APT is going to be advanced enough to sit through the controls that we have in place and be able to be undetectable for long periods of time. I think the most I ever heard of someone sitting in a network being undetected is 7 years. And you may say, why are they sitting there for 7 years or 2 years in this scenario? Is that they may be working for someone else and they're just gathering information and passing that information along. When you think about holding business and your competitors, what would your competitors give to understand what you're doing on a day-to-day basis? To give an example of that is that if we own Coca-Cola, what would Pepsi give to understand what Coca-Cola is doing? So, you know, being able to, if Pepsi was to put someone into our network and just say, hey, pass their information along to us, let us study it, then we can stay up to par with them in the real live market. So this is where APT will come into place. Another little nugget that you could see on the exam is that when you look at this this little mask right here, they had a movie called, I think it's Zell Hansen or something like that. But basically, this little mask is kind of like the logo for APTs or hackers that are very advanced nation state type hackers where you know, they don't do any type of small type of hack. These are on government level type of hackers here. So whenever you see that mask, just know that they're going to be asking you more of an advanced type of attacker. APT. Yeah, appreciate that, Ms. Brown. All right. Moving on, we got command prompt. Drop the proper command to achieve the IP address. So we look, this is a screenshot that I took. You see the IP address that I got here. You can also see the IPv6 address. And we see our subnet mask. How do we actually go into command prompt and type in a command? What command will give us this result? Probably how I should have worded it. But we got ipconfig, ifconfig, clear DNS, and then clear. CLR is short for clear. And you know, doing a process of elimination, we can all say that clear is not it, right? So we can obviously say no to that. Clear DNS, it is a function. You can put that command into your command prompt, and it will do that. I wouldn't suggest that you do it because it's kind of like clearing out your cache or clearing out your memory on your website in your web browser, and then now your computer has to relearn all of the sites that you're normally going to, and so it could slow down the functions of your computer just a little bit in order for, well, when I say functions, meaning whenever you type in a new site, it's gonna go through a process of learning, taking that IP address and turning it into a domain name and storing it onto your computer. So clear DNS is not it. ifconfig is close, but it doesn't work on Windows computers. The thing about this command prompt is you can see Windows computers and then the version of the OS that I got here. So ifconfig works on Mac OS, Apple products, right? Linux products. And if you bring up a command prompt on a Linux machine and put in ifconfig, then yeah, you'll be able to get your IP address and your basic information there. But here on a Windows machine, we want to make sure that we put in ipconfig and be able to get our IP address. Any questions on that? All right, last question. And I did not put, I didn't put the antivirus on these shields now, but we went over that, so we know that these are antivirus. Matter of fact, we have it. Okay, so I'm not going to put that at the making. Okay, so I might have to redo this to show the boxes, but there's several boxes here in this topology. And to, let's rewind here. When you see things like this whole diagram, these are called topologies. And this is how IT puts down what we have in the network on paper. This is not what we're going to show users, or we're not going to show this to business owners or CEOs, anything like that. They don't really care about this. But when you're working in the IT field, to know how everything is kind of lined up, having it lined up like this is a great way to figure out what you have in the network and then what we need to actually put out, right? So again, the cloud means the internet, and I don't think I specified that on the ones previous, but whenever you see a cloud or a circle like this, it means the internet, okay? That's where everybody resides at, and then the beginning of the network begins somewhere at the firewall, should be, right? So that kind of tipped you off there. Now, these little boxes here with the little rectangle squares in them, these are switches, I'm sorry. Remember, our circles with the arrows are routers, but these are switches. You will kind of just see switches depicted like this. I don't really remember any other image that will go along with a switch. But routers are normally, a router could look like this, right? But in order for people not to get confused, we normally put those circles with the arrows here. Remember, we got the servers here, and then we got our obvious printer and a laptop. And this is the guy trying to get in, okay? So he's outside the network, right? He's connecting via the internet, trying to get into our internal network. So where do we need to put security controls in order to protect the devices here in the network? So I'm going to put the antiviruses where they need to go. When it comes to antiviruses, we want to make sure that we put antiviruses on our endpoints. Wherever endpoints may be laptop, desktop, servers, that's pretty much it. So these are our endpoints. These are where they need to go. But then more importantly, where do it's kind of obvious here now, but, well, let me explain. We want to make sure that we have it on our laptop, right? So if anybody disconnects from the network internally and then goes out here with the bad guy, they're able to keep that antivirus with them outside of our network. Now, if they ever wanted to be outside the network and log back into the network, then we need to implement that VPN, right? Servers, they're not gonna obviously leave the network, but since they're internal to our network, then we want to make sure that they have antivirus on it, just in case users inside the network bring in some type of virus, or if we're working on something and we download something on our servers and it's affected, then we don't have to worry about getting antivirus to it. We can have it there and we can go ahead and do our scan. Now, these two firewalls here, obviously we want to put one at the beginning or what we call the edge of the network. Remember, in the beginning of the class, I always said that firewall is going to be your bouncer into the internal network. It's going to sit here at the edge, and it's going to watch the traffic come in. All right? Now, you may say, okay, well, why would the obvious choice for the other spot would be here? Having a firewall here separates the network. And what that means is that just in case hacker over here is able to get past this firewall, it's not able to get to this network here. Now, I'm just showing a printer and a laptop here, but let's say if we have some more servers that we want to connect up to the switch and have it over here. Well, that hacker is only subject to these three down here as well as this server over here. But let's say that these servers are not as important as the ones over here. So this segmentation in the network causes what we call a defense in depth. So where it's not just, you get past one firewall and now you have the keys to the kingdom. You get past one, okay, that's cool, but let's just say what you're looking for is not here. The crown jewels is not in none of these servers. You're probably, the information that you get out of these servers, you could probably get over the internet, right? But what we have more important and more sensitive, more with value, is probably going to be back here behind this second firewall, okay? And so now that just creates more of a hassle for that hacker to get in past this firewall, but then they have to get past another firewall that may be stricter, right? It may be more less rules on it or exceptions in order for them to get past that firewall. So we may have it locked down a lot more on that second firewall. So these are where those things need to go, and that's kind of an explanation on why we need antivirus there. And we hit submit, and we're good to go. Now, I do want to say something about this printer. So the printer is, as we've seen in the when we did the physical assessment at Wiley K, it can be hacked, but that's why we want to put that one behind the second firewall, because we can't really put any type of antivirus on it or any type of endpoint on a device like that. So we kind of want to put that behind something, just kind of putting more security controls in place to mitigate the risk factor that printer may have. Okay, and so that's why we want to keep things like that behind so many firewalls, or have other security controls in place to mitigate the factor of them being so underperforming when it comes to actually having security controls. Now, that's all I have for these questions. I am going through making some more, and you can keep this. I'm going to put this link in the classroom. And so you can, whenever you want to practice, you should be able to come through and not reuse it. I don't know how to take that off. But you should be able to refresh it and be able to use this again. And I'm going to add more questions to it. So whenever y'all guys want to go in and just kind of practice using these performance-based questions, you can. And that's all I have. So if you see anything wrong with it, just let me know and I'll try to make a quick correction to it. Any questions? That's all I have.
Okay, that was awesome. Did you guys enjoy that experience?
Yes, we
Yes.
did.
Okay, great, great. And so we can look forward to some more of that. Mr. Mitchell said he'll put it in the classroom for us. All right, so we do want to, those of you who have not completed the final exam, we'd love for you to go ahead and complete the final exam and also the CompTIA. Now, I think the way I have been doing this is that there's been like a study guide. So you do the study guide first, and then you take the, then you take the final exam. Now, some of you have been doing it multiple times. So if you do the study guide first, then you should be okay for the final exam. And so we're hopeful that you will, if you've not completed the final exam, that you will complete the final exam. And for those of you who have completed the final exam, I have returned a score for you already. Okay, so with that being said, we'll also put out another maybe exam for you to work on. And as I said, practice, you can practice this as many times as you like. I will be looking at the scores as well. And but many of you have been doing quite well, and I want to, we're hopeful based upon the results that we're seeing that you will be successful. And hopefully no one has test anxieties. No? Okay, great. You do, Mary?
Yes, because I take my test Saturday coming, so I'm getting a little nervous now. So
getting a little
but
nervous.
It'll be fine. Just getting a little nervous. It'll be fine. But I do know where I need to work on, what I need to work on. So it'll be fine.
Yes, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Thank you.
Just go in with confidence.
Yes, ma'am.
And I am a faith girl, and I believe that that we can do all things.
That's right. That's
with the strength of God. Yes, with the strength of
right.
God. Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, we will leave you to your Saturday then to continue practicing on the exams, tests. And what I'm going to try to do on Monday, I'm going to try to put out some more practice, just like you're sitting, going in and sitting, and just practice on those. Try not to use.
First of all, how you doing, man?
I'm all right. Sinuses kicking my butt because of this weather right here, but otherwise I'm okay.
Yeah, this weather is kind of nasty today. All day too.
Yep. Yeah. No cold front coming through, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's time for it. But you ready for the second semester?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I believe I am. I am. I'm trying to psych myself up. But...
I mean, well, you got to get through the break first. So, I mean,
yes, sir.
Take your time and get through the break, and then hit the second half pretty hard too.
Yes, sir.
I'm right there with you, man. So,
did you
my class.
Did you take your CISSP?
Not yet. No, I held off. I'm gonna try to make it. I'm gonna try to finish this course in LinkedIn. Going through all these doggone domains, man. They got 8 domains, and it's a lot of it is Security Plus joint.
Yes, sir.
But some of it is you really got to know how the business is operating, and then think about it in a manager standpoint. So I'm writing those things down that I don't know, and trying to create a little class off of it. So once I teach it, then I should be able to retain the information a lot better.
Yes, sir.
That's where I'm at. But in between that, I'm going to class myself and got spring classes to come up with. So writing this dissertation is no joke. And yeah, so
You about to get your doctorates?
yeah, I'm gonna try to get that joint knocked out. It says a 3-year program. It's the same one Dr. McBride did. Well, same school. But I'm gonna try to get it knocked out.
Cause
That's on his VA money.
my best friend, she said she been procrastinating, but she getting her doctorate. She at the University of Tennessee, and I think this is the last year that they'll pay for it. So she trying to get it done, so she won't have to come out of pocket.
Yeah. Cause I got till 2027 to use up all my GI bill before they take it away, because I can't give it to my son because he won't turn 18 by that time. So I need to go ahead and use it, and my wife don't want to get no more education. So that made it sound bad, but she doesn't want to go back to school.
Yeah, I can understand that, because it gets tedious at times.
Yeah.
Having to do all that work and try to not live life, that's the wrong word. Try to take care of adult responsibilities and everything else, and you got tons of homework piling up on you, trying tests coming up. Yeah, I get it.
It's tough. But
Yes,
since we're not going to do, it seemed like we're not going to do the Wiley K Foundation class this year.
okay.
So Dr. McBride said she hasn't heard anything from him. And so I do want to still teach something.
Yes, sir.
And I came up with the idea of just taking the tools that me and you've been kind of throwing back and forth,
Yes,
and then making classes on those tools. And I just want you to join me in a Zoom call for each class, and you ask me any questions that you want to ask me when it comes to these type of tools.
Yes,
and then
sir.
how do we actually use them in a real life situation? So just to kind of, and what I hope to do is to record them like we're doing it right now, and edit those videos, take out the things that we want to take out. You know what I'm saying? If you're not feeling comfortable with something that you said, I could take that out of the video. But then I got this media playback device that I can go live on social media and replay the edited version for everybody else, whoever wants to see that, and hopefully get other people to join the Zoom call, you know, when we go over the new tool. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So hopefully I want to do that at least one Sunday out of the month.
Okay.
And go over tools like this. So I'm gonna just, you know, go through some of them. You can see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. So not that. But you know, I went over virus total, but you know, I'll just go over, try to make each class maybe 30 minutes to an hour, or however long, you know, we get into it, because you may ask some questions that we may need to do digging on, you know what I mean? And if we find something good, it may go over an hour. But, you know, I'm going to try to make the class to where it's real world focused as possible, how I use this on a day-to-day basis, and then how you can use it to, you know, once you get your job as well.
I already got one question for you. Will you have Wireshark there as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any tool that I got Wireshark, I'm gonna do command lines. I'm not just gonna keep it to cybersecurity stuff. I'm gonna do a lot of Windows-based troubleshooting, things that can help on service desk, help desk, what have you.
Okay.
And just kind of make you an all-around better. I think if I can make you an all-around better IT technician, then you'll feel better about some of the things that they're asking for on the cybersecurity spectrum.
Yes, sir.
So, but virus total will be one. This will be a good one too. Go fish. I never talked about this in class, but I got this set up on one of my PCs, and this is an open source fishing tool.
Okay.
So we can log into this joint, create fake fishing campaigns, and this platform is exactly what I did when I was at AgFirst in Sunoco, where I needed to test everybody. It's not the same exact tool, but it's built the same way. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I remember you telling me about that.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
I remember you telling us about that when you was at AgFirst using something similar to this, and the CEO got upset because they fell for it.
Right. The CFO, financial officer, and but you know, some people go just into this sector, just security awareness training, and this will be a good tool to we go ahead and I don't know if I want to go into how to actually load it, because you got to load it on a server, and then you could treat your laptop as the server and then go into it to the front end of it on a web browser. I can show you that. But
What if
you
used like a virtual machine, put Windows Server 2016 up there and load it from there?
You could do it. You could do it like that too.
Okay.
You could do it on a Linux box, what have you. It's all open source. So however you want to, you want to go up here and take a look at it before the class, that'll be fine too. But just the problem that we'll run into is that when you take it to a business, and let's say you want to do this from your local machine needs to be on their network in order for it to get past their firewalls and get past your firewall, really. Okay. And then jump onto their network and then send that fake email out to everybody in the business. So they got things in place for that already. And I'll talk about more about it once we jump into it. But
okay.
GoFish is real good. That's the Zoom joint. I just did this. So this is forgive me if I say this wrong, but the name of it is Excedia? Exium?
Oh,
either
Exium.
way.
Yeah, Exium platform.
Yeah, this is a open EDR system. So they got a whole bunch of stuff. And this is what when I found this, you ever heard of this?
No, sir.
When I found this application, I was like, man, I got to share this with Chris. This is a game changer to me. As you can see, we've got a service desk here. We can make up our own tickets here, learn how to close them. But you also got like your whole dashboard that you can. This is gold right here, bro. Gold. This
So
is what you're. Sorry, go ahead.
When they ask me for help desk ticket applications, this right here could be what they use. Yes.
You can say that. So they're going to be looking for a top name help desk platform like Service Desk or Remedy. Those are the big names. Service Desk, help desk tickets, but any service desk or ticketing system is pretty much the same. Okay. You have your account or you have your Google account, and then you get a notification saying that you got a new ticket in your queue. And then you go and, you log into the system and you can see what is assigned to you. You read that ticket and then you go about troubleshooting that ticket. Okay. So I never went in here, but You see what I'm saying? This is my queue,
Okay.
and this is perfect. So we'll set this up, and you can get. We can either build our own little world of, hey, these are normal tickets that I normally see, and I can put them in your queue. You can go about going into each ticket, solving the issue, updating the ticket, closing the ticket here. You can even see the timesheets like this. This is all free.
Oh, yeah.
All free. You know how much this stuff costs for like one of those big time software companies?
Probably in the hundreds
This
of
is
thousands of dollars.
for, well, I would say you're talking about $100 per seat, per license.
Okay.
Let's say you got to get there's 1,500 people in the company, so you can do the math on that. So
Yeah.
that's
This- I like this.
we probably could do this game. But yeah, this is gold right here, man. I cannot front on this, and this is that's the first time I went into this panel, but the version 2 guy.
I like this. This is like real world experience stuff right here.
Yeah, this is where I was kind of bummed out that we wasn't gonna do the Wally K Foundation no more, because I was like, man, I could have showed this and really just kind of had people studying the lessons off hours, but when we get onto the Zoom call, we just be in this.
Yeah.
But maybe it's for the better. But anyway, check this out. They got patch management up in this joint, right?
Yes, sir.
So I already got the endpoint installed on one of my computers downstairs. And here, this is where that vulnerability management comes into play. Let's say you use hosted scan to scan that PC. You put this endpoint from this XCM, from the XCM platform onto that PC. And then now you can, once it runs the update or it sees what patches are missing, you can see it here in the platform here. And now we could say, I want this one, these two, because they're more critical. You can see it right here, critical update. Or I could say, you know what, due to the fact that we need this, I'm gonna go ahead and, this is more critical to our particular situation. I'm gonna go ahead and get that installed as well. And so you can select that, and then we can push this out here, install patches.
Oh, I like this right here. So like, in effect, this is what I would be doing, something like this, updating patches. Is this more of a help desk type thing, or do you
This is that vulnerability management piece that I was telling you about. So remember when you were doing the
Wallace?
Qualys, yes. When you was doing that Qualys work, Qualys just took their platform and said, this is all we're going to work with. It's just the vulnerability management of it, right? And the patch management of it. But we're not going to worry about security, because this joint is also running scans, or, you know, quarantining PCs. I'm sorry, son. We just won a game.
Who, the Panthers?
Exactly.
So y'all what, 2-12 now?
2-12. That's all right. We heading to the bowl.
Oh man. Hey, if a
Celebrate
win is a
on the
win.
field like they celebrating on the field like they did something in the rain. They can kick 3 field goals to win the whole game. That's what's up. All right.
Then y'all just fire y'all coach.
Yeah, we fired them the other week. Yeah. But yeah, so this is gold, because it's not just doing one particular tool. So you didn't have to get Qualys and then go and get another tool to train on. You can, it's right here. You got a dashboard to learn how we can go ahead and throw some fake viruses into some the virtual machines, because that's the thing, we could spin up some virtual machines and then throw these endpoints on it from this platform. And then what it looks like here in the dashboard, it looks like as if we got, that we got like a whole company that we're looking at. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So even to down here, applications. What applications don't we want on our network? We can go ahead and do our blacklist, our whitelist here. Even mobile apps, yo, that's another thing. Mobile list. I've been trying to put my iPhone on it, and that's what you saw here, is that it was walking me through creating a certificate
Oh,
for my
okay.
iPhone.
I got you.
This is gold, man.
I like this. Yeah, I like this. Yeah. And you say it's
So
free?
I mean, just as free as it want to be.
Okay.
This is the cloud too, so this is gonna. I'll give you. It's gonna probably be right here. Yeah, I'll put that in the chat.
Okay.
So you can go to Open EDR, which will probably be. Because they do have a paid subscription, and I don't want you to do that. Here it is. I'll put that in the chat.
Okay.
But yeah, this is gold right here, man. Where we could do. You remember when I was talking about wiping? You can wipe the device here.
Yes, sir.
So even with the church, right? Going back to the church, if I wanted to, and once I get a hang of how these work, I'm gonna try. And once they get some dedicated phones, I don't want to put it on a personal phone.
Yes,
I don't want to have that, that privacy part come into play. But you could see here how you can control everything from just your simple dashboard. So let's just say you log into the morning. Hey, all right, let's see what's going on onto the network. This is what I mean of what's going on in the network. You're looking at your dashboard to see if your PC has any changes in it. I need to do a patch here on this PC. Okay, maybe I'm not so worried about that PC. Maybe I am, but I can click on it, and then I can see what's up. I can see all the information on it. Look at all that detail that they give you, man.
Yeah.
So this is what we see in the real world, for real.
So that's what you do.
For this PC, this is what I need to do.
Okay.
So let's see what else. It even did a software inventory of my whole laptop. So if I didn't want McAfee to be up here, I should be able to uninstall that application here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now I know that, well, I have a feeling that it's not as simple as this application is making it out to be, but the general premise is, if this is what you do on a regular basis, not saying I can do the stuff that you can do, but in general for entry-level jobs, why are they wanting you to have 2, 3, and 4 years sometimes for entry-level job if it's using an application similar to this, but performing the same basic things that you showing me how this application can perform?
I will say that they're having the help desk part of it, which is not required, but having that service desk part of it, that help desk, service desk, however you want to say it, does help on the cutting down on the time of having a ticket open. So when I contact you and I say, hey man, this application, one of my applications keep crashing, I don't understand why. It's going to, you know, you done troubleshooted that in the service desk so much to where you kind of know where you need to go. And so even if I got this here on my PC and this is how I'm looking at the whole network, instead of going through my software, I just, you know, if that's the case, if that's the problem that they have, I can go straight to remote control, take over their PC, and just uninstall that PC because I know this is what their issue is, and this is how I'm gonna solve it within the first 15 minutes instead of dragging that along. You know what I mean? So that really comes with time in.
Okay.
You know, going through different tickets. Some of these tickets will just be repeatable things, especially if people rolled out things. So yes, I get what you're saying, but to understand, and that's why we do classes, real world classes, so I can go ahead and let you know, hey, you don't need to jump to the summary all the time. It's nice to do asset inventory that way, but say if you need to do something and then keep it moving. Let's go ahead and let's do remote tools, and then just let's go ahead and connect to that host and then drop the file onto their PC and let it run in the background. Okay. That way, you know, you can have these things in your arsenal. It's not necessarily, you're going to learn the tool regardless, right? But you're not taking up so much time learning on the job. Okay. When they say 3 to 4 years, they kind of want you to be able to navigate without being told what to do all the time.
Yes, sir.
So they're gonna give you a lot of leeway. So they'll say, Chris, man, hey, just make sure you go through the device list and make sure everybody's up on version 2.3 when it comes to the XM agent.
Okay. And
that'll be your task for the day. So now you got to find out, how do I know the agent version? It'll probably be somewhere here up in this joint right here. But that's what I mean. Instead of you racking your brain about where's the version at, and then opening up an Excel spreadsheet to put it down and make sure you go through 150 of them, maybe it's ways you could go about that in an easier way so you're not getting burnt out.
Yes, sir.
But that's perfect. What you asked me is perfect on how I want the videos to go, because you probably got those questions and other people probably got those questions.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, this is one of the big ones, and we don't have to cover all of this, what this tool can do in one setting. We could do several videos on this. You can even reboot, shut down, wake it up, do whatever, delete the device. Not delete, you could delete from the platform, but not actually wipe it.
Okay.
But I did see for the mobile device, you can wipe that. But yeah, so in a nutshell, that's what I wanted to bring up to your attention.
Okay. Yeah, I like this. I like this right here. This is gonna be fun. A lot funner than trying to deal with Python.
Word. But I'm pretty sure, you know, knowing Python, see, when you go back to your endpoints, once you go back to your endpoint, if you needed to, well, I ain't gonna say that. Because Python is more web development worthy than doing commands. But this right here, man oh man. And I mean, I can go into the matter of fact, I would want to do a lesson on each one, just the dashboard, what to expect, because your boss is probably going to be, this is where your boss going to come in and he looks at this type of stuff. Because it gives him a high level view of what's going on. It's going to be up to you. And see, you remember when I just said, hey, what client version you're on?
Mhm.
It was right here in the dashboard. I didn't even know. But you could just, see. Now imagine if everybody, you had 500 users and you people on different versions. We could possibly click on that and them upgrade their version number to the one that we want it to be.
Yes, sir.
That's real life situations right there. Corporate white right here. Yeah, man, all this good stuff right here. But not just that. We'll do some other tools on Windows. We'll do some troubleshooting in VirtualBox. Show you some stuff that I use in that. What else?
What about Windows Defender? Have you had any experience in that before?
Yeah. We can go over Windows Defender, how to set up scans, how to get those reports, how to look at those reports and see if they mean anything to us. But like here, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
So like run a, well, this is something I wanted to bring up to you. As you can see, I got a secondary virus scan upstairs, but they're about to be discontinued. This whole company going out of doggone service on the 1st. This is what I was teaching about. When you get a software, but then the company goes belly up, and now you got this thing sitting out here. Let's say if I had this deployed to like 750 people, how am I gonna get that all off at one time?
Yeah.
Well, we go back to Exidium and we say, yo, we'll just go ahead and go here to our device list, go to our application list, software list, make sure it's selected, uninstall those applications. Now, that sounds simple, right? Here's where the experience comes in. If you do that during 9 o'clock in the morning,
The system's
man, gonna be beating down your door all day.
Yep.
They gonna find out where you at, and they gonna say, "Hey, Chris, whatever you did, undo it."
Yes, sir.
Because that's gonna be so resource intensive that because what you're doing is you're essentially telling that endpoint to say, "Hey, stop whatever you're doing, and go find this application and uninstall it." That's gonna slow down the user. So now Mary, that's in the marketing department, she ain't got nothing else to do but to make her advertisement. She's mad because now the computer's running slow because you're uninstalling something in behind the scenes. That's where it's kind of like that 3-year, that 4-year experience comes into play. What we would do is say, hey, let's put in a change request to uninstall this application on 700 and different PCs. And we're going to do that on Thursday night at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Or we'll do that at Thursday night at 2 o'clock in the morning. And we'll check to see how many we got left at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And that's essentially, that'll be, you know what I'm saying? That's why they pay you what they pay you, because you don't necessarily work 9 to 5 like that. And sometimes we have to work those late hours.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I get it. I understand.
But yeah, man, we'll just do all of this, go through these different software that we can use. And this, virus total will be more around threat hunting, looking at what we can find in our antivirus platform, and then take it over to virus total, see what they say, if it's clean or not, how we look at URLs to see if we want to let people through or not. All good stuff, I think. And given the fact that you don't really have to learn about Security Plus anymore, you get it. Learning the tools, I think, would be helpful for you.
Yes, sir. Because at least I can explain, I know how to do this type of stuff in interviews.
Yeah.
That would be a major plus.
See, like, yeah. Yeah, this is dope. Because this is all real world stuff. Do you want to reboot them? Say, man, forget you. I'm gonna reboot your machine in 5 minutes after I install this doggone application, or am I gonna wait, 30 minutes, and I'm gonna give you the option to postpone it, which, user note, you always want to have the person give them a shot to postpone or reboot.
Okay.
Don't just go and reboot them in the middle of their work, especially if you're working remote, man.
Yes, sir.
Give them an option to get their work done. Because, remind you, this is going out to CEOs, directors, your boss. It doesn't matter. All this good stuff, though. But that's all I got, man. Any questions I'm going to talk to?
Okay, so I
click on what is my IP address. The first, okay, it's right here. So as you see, Chris, I'm still pulling the same IP address, and that's probably going to be at my router, where I should tell my router, or in my virtual setup, in my virtual box, that I'm using a static IP, or maybe change that networking to give it a different IP address than what my regular PC has.
yes, sir.
So there's no need to run a scan on this. We're going to go ahead and close out. And while that's downloading, that's all I have for Windows Update. Any questions, Ms. Frederick? Thank you. You can go ahead and disconnect from this PC.
Okay.
Any questions on that? So
I have a question on the hosted scan. You don't necessarily have to use it on virtual machine. You can use it on any of your machines, correct?
Yeah, as long as you can, it can find that public IP address, it'll be able to run the scan on it.
Okay, all right.
Now, as that is finishing up, let's go ahead and let's take a look at one of these scans. So, if we're just finish up our vulnerability scan, and we want to actually give the results to the business owner or whoever owns that machine, or let's say we want to give it to IT and say, hey, these are the vulnerabilities that face this computer. We might want to go ahead and patch it. This report will normally name out those things. I probably need to wait for the end now. Let's see. So here, you can see that it gives a summary of the report that it ran. I think this is a UDP scan. And Ms. Donna, I'll get to that in just a second. So it runs a scan summary. It basically gives you the public IP address, and this is kind of like the full qualified domain name out of the scope of our study. But this is basically DNS in action, right? DNS will take that IP address and it refers it to this name right here, okay? But it ran a scan, and these in Nmap, we don't talk about Nmap, but I don't think it's on that exam. I don't think, but don't quote me. Nmap, let me go ahead and go over it just because if you do see it, then you're going to say, Mr. Mitchell ain't tell me nothing about Nmap. Nmap is a way of scanning a PC and seeing the OS that's running, seeing what users is on it, seeing what type of ports that it has open, what type of patches that it may need. Nmap is a way of quote unquote crawling the machine and then telling you details about it. So this is why it's so important to, one, put a good password that's on your Wi-Fi so no one can use Wireshark to see your IP addresses, and then use something like the Nmap scanner or a Kali Linux to actually get to that PC and say, okay, run an Nmap scan on it and tell me what ports are open, okay? And in this scan, we're going to see if there's anything that's open that I can take advantage of. So it pretty much the main part where we want to look is that it scanned 987 ports on my PC, and that it did good because none of those ports responded as I'm listening. So ports, they normally are in a listen mode or in a kind of like I'm not listening mode, right? So if I'm using FTP that's a bad example. I'm using cheat sheet. If I'm using port 3689, which is iTunes, okay? I'm using a port for iTunes, 3689, and it's listening. But I'm not using iTunes at that time. I got a Windows computer. Really, I don't think anybody should be using iTunes. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But if I'm listening on that port and it's just open, then a hacker can say, okay, what vulnerabilities are out there for port 3689? Okay, they have these vulnerabilities. I'm going to use Kali Linux to exploit that port on your PC. That makes sense? Thumbs up in the chat if that made sense. That's pretty much how people get hacked in a public place or in any type of place. I see what you have open, and then I exploit whatever that port is or whatever vulnerability that you have. Okay, so with these scans, it's telling me, okay, I don't have anything to worry about when it comes to these ports. All right, so I'm good on that case. So you can hand this to the business owner and you can say, hey, you're doing good on your ports. There's none that's open that needs to be closed. Ms. Donald, to your point, if you do have ports that are open and need to be closed, which is a standard that we live by, if you're not using the port, let's close them down. You do that on your router. You will go to your router and look into the port settings and see if you can shut those ports down. And what I mean by shut them down is disable it. Or if you want to shut them down locally, then we want to put in a firewall rule in order to shut that port down. Let's show that real quick. So firewall. I want to advanced settings. This is my local firewall. This is not my network firewall, but this is my local one. So if I want to say, what was my port? My port was 3689. I'm putting this in the chat. That's for iTunes. I want to create a outbound rule, or let's do an inbound rule. So we're going to create an inbound rule to a port rule, and we're going to click next. Y'all seeing this? And we're going to say any TCP port, I'm going to specify that port as being 3689. Click next. I'm going to block the connection. Click next. I'm going to apply it to all of these domains, whether it's private, whether I'm in a domain, I'm in a business setting, I'm on that domain network, or if I'm in a public setting, I'm at your local Starbucks or McDonald's, at the hospital using their public Wi-Fi. I want to block all the connections. I want to name this rule iTunes block. I give a description, blah, 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 and then click finish. I'm not going to click finish because I don't know what else uses port 3689. It may be something on my virtual machine. It may be something that I'm connected with y'all with. But this is how I set an inbound rule, so nothing coming from the internet to my PC can get in on that port. I shut that port down. I run another scan. That scan should show that I shut down that port. Thumbs up? That makes sense? That's real world task right there. That's I hit finish anyway. My bad. If we get disabled, disconnected, my bad. But anyway, I don't think so. Right? Y'all still there, right? Okay. So,
Yes.
but that's putting in a firewall rule to come in. Yes, Ms. Donald, that port can always be. We have that firewall rule enabled, and I can right click on it and say, if somebody's complaining, hey, I can't get to iTunes, I want to listen to iTunes, then I can disable that rule and open that port back up. They should be able to get to iTunes. If you got kids, and if they get so smart to where they going around your parental advisories and going to places that you won't want to go, if you really want to get a little task going, find out what IP address their favorite website is on, favorite TikTok or whatever. Find out what IP address is on. Find out what port is on. Put a firewall rule in it on their favorite device. Put a firewall rule in it, blocks it. And it's not able to communicate until you lift that firewall rule out, right? Now, on the other hand, we block any type of traffic coming in, so iTunes can't send us updates. They can't send us new songs, new, what do you call those books? Audio books. They can't send us that type of stuff anymore. But we still could probably pay our bills to iTunes using that same port. So we need to set a outbound rule saying, hey, I don't want anything coming from my PC out to iTunes and sending them any traffic. So I would do the same thing. New rule, I'm going to set a port. Matter of fact, let's just shut down the whole program. Okay? This is what your new generation firewalls, this is what they are great at. They can block the whole application, not just the port. Okay? So if I wanted to block TikTok, not TikTok because that's mostly mobile, but if I want to block Facebook from my PC, I'm blocking it here. So if I'm blocking, if I got my port number, I'm just going to go through and add my TCP, UDP. We do know the difference between the two, right? I'm assuming that we do. But I'm going to put I got the port number, 3689. Put it in here as an outbound rule. I'm going to block that connection and go through it the same way. Build a profile for it, click finish, and now I have that rule in there. I'm going to go ahead and I want to disable that rule. Now it stays in the lineup, but it doesn't take effect. Okay. Any questions on what I just showed when it comes to firewall rules? I didn't even expect to go over firewall rules today, but I think that was good. I know we had some trouble with it last year. Hopefully that kind of opened up some eyes when it came to applying the rules. How do we shut down ports? How do we open ports up? Any questions on that? All right.
I think that's on the
So-
test. One of the
Say it again.
performance-based questions.
I'm sorry, say it all over. It sounded like you was cut off at the front at the beginning.
I was saying what we just went over just now is, if I'm not mistaken, on the test as one of the performance-based questions.
Yes. Yes. So they're going to ask you about firewalls because remember, firewalls are our first line of defense when it comes to getting into our network. And if we can have that thing locked down on the type of traffic we want to send in and what type of traffic we want to send out, then we can stand a good chance of being secure. But that doesn't eliminate all the risk, but it does mitigate a good bit of it. So our other Nmap scan has finished, and this is that was the UDP, what we looked at before. So UDP, we didn't have anything listening, so no type of streaming service, things that use UDP that doesn't mind dropping packets. We didn't have anything that was out of the way. Now, I do have something listening for my TCP Nmap. So we have port 7547. 7547. Quick question. Who knows what that port is? Oh, never mind. It tells you right here. But let's look it up. Let's see what this is. Can somebody look that up? CWMP. What is that service?
What was the question?
What was the service for CWMP? What is that service called? I'm gonna look it up. So configuring, this is a Cisco piece. And I don't have any, I don't know if I have that on my, Cisco, what you do, packet tracer. I don't have it. So what I'm seeing on this scan result is that I have this port that's open, and I don't really know why, right? And it's for a Cisco product. As Donna says that it's a CPE WAN management protocol, so layer 7 application protocol. So what that tells me is that it's probably a configuration application for Cisco products. And I don't have any Cisco products on my network. So what do you think we should do? Should we go ahead and close that port? Because the hacker can look at that and say, okay, what vulnerabilities are for 7547? Is that something? I could spell vulnerability. What was that, 7574? 7547. This is what we do. You just do some research and you see if there's any type of vulnerabilities that may be out for those ports. If you deem it to be something that we need to mitigate, then we put the control in, the security control in by putting in a security block. So Bleeping Computer put in something. All right. The router has a vulnerability on port 7547 that can allow the attacker to access the home network and launch attacks from your routers and others. It's important to understand the service when troubleshooting unknown open ports. I don't see anything particular to it. Oh, give me 1 second. But anyway, I don't want to keep it too silent right now, but this is what I do when it comes to open ports. Should I make a decision to close that port, open that port? Maybe it might be something that we need to talk on. And I just do research like that, read through the forums, what has been said before, and then I make this a calculated decision off of that. For me, and for the sake of class, I would move to go ahead and close the port. And remember, we'll just go in here, set our inbounds and the outbound rules, and shut down that port. Okay? So when we run that scan again, this should be, it won't show up on our report. Okay? With that, I'm going to pause and see if we want to take a short break. If that's okay, Dr. McBride. Okay. Any questions on what we've been over so far?
I do have a question with this last activity. So you said for the sake of class, but if you were actually on the job site and that sort of thing, would you still close this down, that port?
If,
or would you research it a little bit more?
If I'm at my job at Sunoco, I wouldn't shut it down because I know we have Cisco routers in the building. And so I don't want to shut down that port and now our routers are not functioning properly because they were using that port to communicate. And now I done shut it down based off of that. I would write it up in a report and say, or I'll take this report here and I'll say, I'll go to my supervisor and say, hey, I think these are the reports that I've seen that's vulnerable on those ports. Do you think we should shut it down? It's going to be, and this is out of the scope of the Security Plus, but it's always going to be the decision of the business owner on if they want stuff changed in the network. Us as security professionals, we can only advise, hey, I did my scan. This is this is the research, what I've seen. I think is bad. Do you want to make the configuration change? If they see that, hey, if I make that change and now I can't have business, or I missed out on certain things because it took down our routers, then no, I'm not going to make that change. I'll take that business owner will take that risk and not make the change and see if, if something happens. If something happens and then they want to make a change, then that's the case. But you've done your due diligence by going through and checking what vulnerabilities are out there. And you done due care by saying, hey, this is what I think should happen.
Gotcha. So long as you cover yourself, then you're good, and you let them know, and then you're okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. All right. Take a 10-minute break. 10:22. We'll be back at 10:32.
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell. I had a quick question for you. Do you use what's this thing called?
Mr.
1Password?
Mr. Let's see, who's that? Chris, Mr. Harmon.
Yes, ma'am.
Could
Yes, ma'am.
you let him take his 10-minute break
Oh,
and then come back?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay.
he needs his break. Okay, so we'll see.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold that question until we come back, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Is everybody back?
Yes.
Now, Chris, you had a question?
Yes, sir. I was inquiring about 1Password. Is that something that you use and or recommend? I know we was going over earlier saying that not to store any of your passwords in Chrome or Safari browsers. Is 1Password something that you use or recommend?
The password vault? Is that,
I believe that's what it is.
Yeah, there's a software that sits on your PC. I would say, yeah, use that. But just saving it in the browser, no, I wouldn't partake in that.
Okay.
Any other questions before we jump into a little bit of these slides? I'm gonna try to get back to. I got a couple of more hands-on things. Did y'all like the hands-on piece that we just did? Do y'all want more of that, or the slides? Which I know the slides can be. What do y'all like? Y'all did the actually remote it into a PC, seeing how you run scans? Does that help you learn more? Okay. Okay. Let's do this then. I need another volunteer. Who's going to volunteer this time? I need another volunteer. Can someone volunteer? Please help me out. I'm a customer. Only thing I'm asking you to do is just solve my ticket, solve my problem. I'm gonna walk you through it, but I just need you to remote into my PC and solve this issue.
I'll give it a try.
All right. Ms. Brown. Which one I want you to? Let's go back into the server. So, do you got your team viewer ready to go?
Yes.
All right. Do you need me to read you the ID and the password, or can you see in the typewriter?
Let me just move my screen over just a little bit here.
I'm sorry, yeah, it sounded a little bit low. What did you say?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just maneuvering my screen so I could see it.
Okay. While you're doing that, what I'll do, I'll pull my slides over to the right side. And lesson 12, whenever you, Ms. Brown, the ID and the password in, just go ahead and remote into the PC, and then we'll go into it. So the first thing that we started off in chapter 12 was host security solutions. And the first thing that I wanted to talk about was the end of life and the lack of vendor support. And when we're using old technology, old OSs, or browsers that's out of date, the vendor is not, they're basically telling you that they're not obligated to any type of attacks that may happen on it, because they're trying to force you to go to the updated version. And if you have any type of problem, then that's pretty much on you. Okay? All right, so Ms. Donna's connected. And if you could see in the bottom right-hand corner of this OS, you'll see that this is a Windows Server 2022, and it's licensed out for 100. They should give you 180 days, but I had it for a while, so now I only got 117 days left. And after, if I don't get a license for it, then it becomes an unlicensed software. And so what that means is that Microsoft is not going to give me any type of update to patch it. And so if it gets hacked, then that's on me. I didn't pay the license fee, therefore I don't get the security for it. A way around that, and this is not something that I advocate, but a way around that is that on your virtual machine, you just you take what they call a snapshot, and you always have it go back to the same original spot to recount. It makes it seem as if it's just starting off at the same spot, so it kind of stays at 180 days. But if you're learning on your own, make that own decision if you want to do that or not. So, Ms. Brown, what I want you to do is, I'm a client and I'm having issues. This is my first day, well, actually my second day. I didn't really get much done, but I need to open up a document and then go to a website in order to get my job done. They're telling me that the code is on this particular website, and when I click on that website, it gives me a weird error. I wanted you to check it out. Do you mind helping me? Of course, you're going to say yes, because that's your job. And I tell you that the document is on my desktop there under the TeamViewer application. So if you don't mind, go ahead and double click on that document, that text document. Mm-hmm. Word and save it. Scroll up.
Scroll
It did
up.
not. I'm sorry. It didn't save it, so
Oh.
that didn't work for me. Okay. Well. Go ahead and disconnect from this PC. Yeah, disconnect from it. We're gonna go into the Windows 10. Hopefully the Windows 10 kept it, right? Windows 10 ain't keep it. Not out here saving stuff. Give me 1 second. Pause. Give me 1 second. I know I saved this stuff. You know what they probably did? Technology. All right. No problem. Give me 1 second. Let me Donna, go ahead and remote into this PC.
Okay.
And once you logged in, just give me 1 second after that. Oh man. Really messed up my doggone day. So I want you to take this address here that I typed into that document and place it into a browser. And let's go to that website.
Like highlighted and copied to somewhere?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to highlight, copy, open up that Edge browser at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
And let's place it into the URL at the top. And let's navigate there. So go ahead and click enter.
Oh,
Or hit enter. Okay. So that happened the way I wanted it to. So a client tells you, hey, this my directions is at this website. They give you the website. This comes up. This site has been reported as unsafe. What do we want to do? Right? So what are all the things that pop out to you guys? I just want to get your opinion. What do you think we should do at this point in time?
Exit out of the site.
Yeah. Any other ideas? Not saying that that's wrong. Not saying it's right either.
Can we click on more information to see more?
do you want to run a scan on that site to get details about the site?
Anybody else? I'm not saying that none of those are wrong and none of those are right. Actually, all of them are right. But the main thing I want you to do is that if this happens at your job, you get that security job, shut it down, maybe. Don't panic, right? This is gonna happen. Doesn't mean that, this is kind of like ransomware, right? Except for the thing about ransomware is that once they hit your screen like this, it won't let you do anything. You just have to, either pay or it's just going to have this screen up here. So what we want to do is, for learning purposes only, let's click on more information. And we're not going to continue to it because this is a known virus. This is a known vulnerability, encrypted, not an encrypted file, but a malicious file. So what we want to do is to make sure that it's not downloaded to our PC. We want to make sure that we clean everything. For real quick, Ms. Brown, let's go ahead and click on dangerous in the URL. Let's see what that says.
Oh, sorry, click where?
On the dangerous part, where that little triangle is at.
Sorry. Click there?
I'm sorry. In the URL above.
Oh, I apologize.
Let's see what it says. So, site contains malware. Attackers on this site might try to install dangerous programs on your computer or steal or delete information. So, if you see something like this, you probably want to back out of it. You probably don't want to mess with it anymore. And we do want to not disconnect it from the network. If we have the capability of placing it in a own subnet or the word I'm looking for is it escapes me. but we basically want to keep it in its own little subnet away from everybody else. Normally, we'll have EDRs. They're like antiviruses, but they're kind of like on steroids a little bit. So they're able to isolate, put it in its own sandbox network. And so we're able to remote into it only from particular PCs. So you want to separate it from the network. We don't necessarily want to shut it down because now that would cut any kind of connection to the attacker, but we could lose information to it. So information that may be sitting in your memory, you might want to keep it on, and then let's run our scan. So with all that being said, we want to tell our client, hey, I would get with the person who gave you this link. This is a malicious site, and make sure that they're not using it, as well as I don't think you should use it. So let's go ahead and close out of this, and we need to run a scan on your PC. So, Ms. Brown, you're going to go ahead and close out of that and close out of the browser. And we're going to delete this hyperlink.
This one?
Matter of fact, we probably want to delete the whole text document. So go ahead and close out of this document.
Oh, did I close out everything? I'm so sorry.
Okay, go ahead and let me put the information back up there. Go ahead and get connected back. And go ahead and close out of that document.
Okay. Can I exit here?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure. Do you want it saved?
Hey, you can't hurt nothing. You can't hurt nothing right here because it's a virtual machine. Don't want to say. Let's go ahead and throw that into the recycling bin. Okay, and let's clear the recycling bin. Empty it. I'm sorry. So let's right click on the recycling bin.
Oh, wait. Oh.
So let's say yes. Now, quick fact. Just because we're throwing stuff away in the recycling bin, it doesn't take it away from your hard drive. It still is on your hard drive somewhere until it rewrites over it, okay? When you throw your stuff into the recycling bin, and even if you clear that recycling bin out, there are tools out there to recover whatever that's in that recycling bin. Whenever you put something there in the recycling bin, it tells the computer, hey, you have the permission to rewrite over this section of the hard drive, okay? So you may see it on the test, you may not. It may be out of the scope of it. But if you're thinking things are going off your computer just because you put it in the recycling bin and then deleted it, there are tools out there that you can get to recover all that stuff if it hasn't been overwritten. Okay? So just be mindful of that. Now, since we threw that stuff away and we told the computer it can be rewritten over, let's go ahead and let's run a scan on this PC, on the server. So, Ms. Brown, I want you to go to Start menu and type in, I'm sorry. You see right there where it says Windows Security? Go to your Start menu again.
Oh, okay.
And Windows Security, let's click on that. And So it throws us a couple of cautious areas, and that's because I haven't had the machine on for a while. But let's go ahead and go to scan now. And go to scan options.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And we're going to do a custom scan.
You want it now?
And click scan now. And it should ask you where you want to actually scan at. And what we want to do is scan the desktop. So you can click on desktop and select that folder. And we've seen that no threats are there. And so now we know that we got rid of the malicious, if there was anything there that's not there now. And so now let's do a full scan and just let that run in the background. So go ahead and hit scan now. Let that run in the background, and that's how we encounter malicious software, back up out of it. And now what we're going to do is, in the real world, we will get an incident report, and we'll say what the what was the steps that we took, what was the problem, how do we go about resolving that problem, turn it into our manager. That's pretty much, that doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, we need to know how to run a scan on a PC, and then make sure that when you check back in, maybe 5 hours from now, because we're going to take at least 3 hours for it to actually do a full scan. Just check back in to see if there's anything that is found. If it quarantined anything, then we just want to clear that quarantine, delete it, and tell that user to, they are free to get back to work. Or if we think that it's more malicious than that, and we really think that we can't really get that malware off, we might want to have a secondary PC that person gets onto, and then works from there. So any questions on that? Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Any questions on that piece that piece that we just did? All right. So let's go through some of these slides, and then we'll get to, I think, one more piece that I got. Okay. So we went over the end of life, lack of vendor support. So now we're going to get into contracts that we get with these businesses. Memorandum of Understanding, NDA, which is a non-disclosure agreement, and then a service level agreement, which is the SLA. And these are the big ones that I know probably going to be on your test. And you need to have these contracts in place because as a contractor, or if you're working with a vendor, you want to know what you're responsible for, what they're responsible for. And with that non-disclosure agreement, that NDA, that's going to allow you to say, hey, whatever trade secrets, whatever privacy things that I'm telling you, I'm trusting that you're not going to sell that to my competitors. You're not going to use my technology against me, things of that nature. So the NDA is very important because sometimes, we may be interviewing vendors, but we don't really bring them on. We just kind of see what they got. They want to know what we have in the business. So we need to give them secrets in order to see if their needs meet our needs. But we might want to sign an NDA so to make sure that they don't use that against us, or go to our competitors and sell them and say, hey, Mitchell Technologies is using Trilix for their EDR, okay? Host hardening, interfaces, and then application service ports. We already talked about that when it came to the firewalls. Anything that we don't really need, we need to make sure that those things are shut down. when you are hardening a host, you're creating a smaller footprint that a hacker can use to exploit you. So we want to make sure that we give them less options as much as possible in order to be attacked on. And then the options we do have out there, right? We want to make sure that we have a good reason on why we haven't blocked it or shut it down. Maybe it's a business decision. Maybe we need it to have it open. And if that's the case, then we need to have something in place just in case something happens, right? So if we need to leave the front door open, I want to make sure that I have a lock on my front door and make sure I give the keys to certain people who can get in, right? But I need to have that front door in order to have access to my property. Patch management. We already went over patches a little bit, but I did have this link that I wanted to show you. And this is where all the KBs were at. These are all the KBs that Microsoft has rolled out. And you can always go in here and see exactly if there's any type of vulnerability or feature updates that you're missing out on and you want to actually partake in. So let's take a look at one. And this is how you just click on the hyperlink that they have for it, and you just read through the actual package details and the overview for it. And if you're missing these, in some cases, some businesses, you may go in and run that vulnerability scan, and it's telling you that it's missing a certain KB, and you might want to go ahead and look up that particular one and install that particular one, and not a whole package, okay? And this is a good way of actually going through and pulling out that particular one and installing it. Patch management is always great. It's going to go hand in hand with that vulnerability management. Your vulnerability management skills are going to let businesses know what's wrong. What risks do they have if they have these ports open, if they didn't have patches in so many months or years. But then that patch management is going to allow the vulnerability scans to actually show that you're doing work. So you'll always scan at the beginning of the month, right? And you will have a ton of vulnerabilities throughout the whole organization. And when you apply those patches, that number should come down. And you should be able to show the board, show that business owner and say, hey, we're doing our job. You were at 1,000 vulnerabilities at the beginning of the month. We ran patches, and now you're down to only 100 vulnerabilities. But at the beginning of next month, it's going to ebb and flow back up to a 1,000 vulnerabilities again, and we need to actually perform those patches. Now, Windows and Mac are probably going to get patches every month. With Windows, I know it's probably every second Tuesday of that month is where you're going to have what we call Patch Tuesday. That's going to come out with the patches, and then either we apply them or not. So if you're thinking it from a hacker standpoint, if I know Patch Tuesday is going to be every second Tuesday of the month, guess what I'm going to do on Wednesday? I'm going to attack you because more than likely you didn't apply the patches on that Tuesday. So just keep that in mind, that having patches, it basically tells everyone what you're vulnerable in or what Microsoft is vulnerable in and how you can actually exploit it, okay? But you would think it would probably run them out of business, but they gotta pretty much monopolize on business operating systems. Embedded systems and industrial control. So this is the field that I'm in now. Working with Sunoco, I work with a lot of plants. We got over 300 plants across the world. And the security here in this type of environment is a lot different than when I was in a banking industry last year. It's a lot of you can do what you want to do, and that's sad to say, but the security program is very new, and we're trying to build it from scratch. And so, a lot of these controls that's in these factories on conveyor belts and things like that, they have these small embedded systems in them that can't run a firewall or they can't have antivirus on it. But it's still a computer. It still gets an IP address and it still puts out a report on the internet. So how do we come up with different types of security functions for it? They do have vendors that support that type of technology, but us as professionals, we need to come up with different policies. We need to come up with different strategies on how do we actually protect something that can't have the latest and greatest technology on it to keep it secure. So it's a challenge. On your test, I want you to be familiar with these type of systems cannot take updates on a regular basis, if at all. Some of them don't take any type of updates. Some of them, the vendor has gone out of business, but the business still use the conveyor belt because it's been there for 30, 40 years. Why change it out now? So how do you protect against that? Because while it's not able to take a application to protect it, someone could write code to it and have it do malicious activities. So how do we protect it from those type of adversaries? So those are your embedded systems and industrial controls. That kind of goes into the talking point of Internet of Things that are connected to the internet, but don't necessarily have the same functionality as a full computer. And I thought that this picture here showed a great idea of all the things that we have connected to our internet, but we may not keep an eye on those things, or we may not know if they need an update. So you can see now they got smart refrigerators, to stoves, thermostats, picture frames, the car. The one thing I like about the car is that your car can get a over-the-air update. Like my truck needs to connect to the internet to update the functions in the truck, right? And then some people may have a GPS, not necessarily installed into the car, but though not too long ago we had TomTom and Garmin portable GPSs that need to be updated as well. Not just to get the latest changes on the map, but to also patch those vulnerabilities that may be on that GPS. I didn't run a update on my truck, and that update caused my headlights to run all day and killed the battery. But I thought it was kind of weird that, the update coming from Chevy would actually change the configurations on how long the daytime running lights will actually stay on. So even if I turn the truck off and it's been off for 20 or 30 minutes, the daytime running lights were still on, and it killed my battery. So after I ran the update and jumped the truck off, I didn't have that problem again. So just to be aware that if it needs to connect to the internet, it probably needs an update. And if you can't update it, what do we need to put in place so it's not taken advantage of? So going into lesson 13, we started to talk about mobile devices. More on the side of phone and tablets. So in the business world right now, we have this thing of bring your own device, where you buy your phone, but you put your business or your company that you're working for, their information on your personal device. The problem with that is that it could be sensitive information that you're putting on your phone, and the business is not allowed to go through your personal phone as if it was their phone. So that's why a lot of times if you go to a business and they need you to have a cell phone, they will supply you with one so they can have a management service over that phone. And if you're keeping anything personal on it, then it's subject to be wiped if in case you lose it or you get terminated from the job or what have you. So they want to keep that separation away from each other. So if it gets into that privacy act of if I have my own device and I'm putting the company's email on my device, who property is it? It's the company's email, right, which is sensitive information, but it's on my personal device. So if I leave the company, there's no way that I can wipe that phone or take that information back. That's technically your information. And I can't track you on that phone. So I can't put a GPS tracker on that phone in order to see where you're going at and where my data is at all times. That's why a lot of companies will just default to say, hey, we'll give you a budget to actually give your coworkers or your employees some phones. So if we're going to do that, then we want to make sure that our employees have a particular subset of rules when it comes to authentication with their smartphone. We want to make sure that they have a passcode on it. This is going to be similar to your passcode for your computer. So I know a lot of Samsung products will make you have a numeric as well as alphabetical password on your phone. But with Apple, you normally get the just a number of passcodes. And it went from 4 digits now up to 6 digits, which is better, but it's not going to take much to actually, remember a 6-digit number and then type that in. So that covers password and PIN. The swipe pattern is a little bit outdated. I don't really see it much in the Android system. You normally see the biometrics taking place. And I think, like I said before, I think Apple has the best biometric face recognition, even though I've seen some Android products that are pretty quick. I just think that the failure rate is a little bit higher with the Android product. Sometimes it doesn't read my fingerprint unless it's clean, or unless my shades are off, it doesn't recognize my face, and it's quick to deny me access versus letting me in. Now, that could be a good thing, right? Someone that looks similar to me could let me in every time, even though I don't see that on an Apple product. I normally see failures in the Android side, but I could be a little bit biased too. Location services. So with your mobile devices, you can have location services on it. From a business standpoint, we want to make sure that if I have a client or an employee that's traveling the country or outside of the country, I want to make sure that I know where my phones are at, my tablets are at all times, because that's my data going out there, right? Plus, if you so happen to leave your phone on a plane, which I've done plenty of tickets for, you need to go ahead and remote into that MDM, that mobile device manager, and wipe that phone. Okay, so 9 times out of 10, your phone is running some type of GPS system on it with the satellites that are orbiting the Earth, and they constantly see where you're at. I'm not sure if it was this class that I showed my positioning on Google. Did I show y'all that where Google is tracking me?
Yes, I remember you showing us that.
Okay, so I don't have to show you that, but I do want to show you this video here on location. So let's see if we can get that tuned up. And I don't think I need any sound for it, but this is a new commercial for Apple. And I think people just look at it as, oh, that's a cool feature. But really, it's a GPS signal that's always chirping out to tell you where you're at. And it just so happened that now Apple is going to put a nice little, let me take that back. For what it is, right? It shows that you're in a crash and it's going to automatically dial for help. That's not a bad thing, right? But if they were to really tell people, okay, we're going to track you, and if we're going to track you, and if you get in an accident, then we will go ahead and call for help, then it probably wouldn't sell as much, right? So they will put it into a different type of mode and say, hey, I'll sell you the fear first and let you know that we have a solution for it, just in case you ever get in that type of situation. But at the end of the day, in order to know where I'm at and to know that I got into a car crash, then you need to know, you got to think that that device had to be tracking how fast you were going, and then you come into an abrupt stop. And so it would use AI to understand that maybe you were traveling in a car, maybe you got in a crash. You know what? I'm going to send a notification and dial 911 for you. So, Bluetooth. With GPS, it's a signal that's given off that it chirps in, it checks in with the satellite. Bluetooth is more of a smaller signal that gives off that radio signal to other devices listening on Bluetooth. And in cybersecurity, it is a best practice to always turn your Bluetooth off if you don't need it. Now I understand with in today's world that we have AirPods and different types of Bluetooth headphones, we kind of keep our mobile Bluetooth on all the time. But you might want to turn your Bluetooth off that's on your computer. 9 times out of 10, your computer is listening on Bluetooth for any type of devices that want to connect. And if you don't need that feature on, go ahead and turn it off. Now, here's the thing. That's not going to show up on your vulnerability management scan. That's kind of a best practice, right? So those are the type of things that you just keep in the back of your mind. If we've got an assessment going on, we might want to say, hey, are you using Bluetooth? Do you need Bluetooth? If not, then let's go ahead and turn that off. If so, then let's put on not an automatic connect, but let's make sure that we type in different types of PIN numbers in order to make that connection. Okay? That goes into near field communication, NFC. NFCs is the new technology now where we tap to pay, or we use our watch and we tap the little the scan device in order to pay for whatever item that you're using. So it uses that same type of signal that Bluetooth will use, and we're communicating sensitive data from our devices over the airwaves to whatever device that we tapped it on, right? Which is crazy. So, you know, from my hacker standpoint, if I can have something that, if you have that feature turned on to your phone, then I don't really need to hack anything. Maybe I got some, I got a piece of device that takes away that information just by standing close to you. And now I can, you know, brush my watch across your phone if we're sitting on a park bench, and now I can transfer that information over from your Apple Pay or your Samsung Pay into my wristwatch. And now I can go back to my cloud server or cloud workstation, see what information that I pull from you from the park. Any questions on NFCs? Not saying that we shouldn't use it, because it's convenient to tap to pay. And plus, for a lot of vendors, you know, that's how they're going to sell their products. Some people in busy markets such as New York, Chicago, you know, instead of me fumbling around in my wallet, maybe I can just, you know, tap my phone and keep it moving. Not saying that that's a bad thing, but it does open you up for attacks if you know, if it comes down to that. Any questions before we move forward? All right, 2 more slides. Over-the-air firmware, over-the-air update. This is where I was talking about my truck needed an update. A lot of, remember, we're going to update our firmware if possible. If you see it, excuse me, if you see anything that needs a firmware update, take your time and update that firmware. That's more important than, in my opinion, it's more important than running a regular update or a regular vulnerability management system on a monthly basis, because a firmware update doesn't happen often. If the vendor says, hey, we need to update the firmware, it's probably not going to happen again for the next couple of years, if that. And so you want to update your firmware as much as possible and take the time to get it back online and then do your regular patching. Okay. If you got a car that needs a firmware update on its radio or in the instrument gauge, then go ahead and take the time and have it run that firmware update too. Or take it back to the dealership and have them perform the firmware update. So in lesson 14, we went through secure application concepts, and what I want you to take away from that is that when it comes to a hacker getting into your system, the main thing they want to do is create a privilege escalation. They can't really do the things that they want to do if they don't have the admin permissions to do so. So that's a lot of times when you download something and you're running it, they want you to put in a username and password. That's a symbol of, do you have the permission to install and run this application? We call it a UAC, user access control, and it's a way of putting in a defense in depth when it comes to putting things on the computer and taking things off. Okay. The attacks that went into this chapter was memory leaks and buffer overflows. Now, well, buffer overflows create memory leaks. Okay, let's get that straight. Now, it's not your job to necessarily stop stop the buffer overflow. You need, well, let me back up. You want to stop the buffer overflow, right? But you do that in the preparation. As a new security professional, your job is to know what a memory leak is and how it is caused by buffer overflow. A buffer overflow is when you put too much information into an input field and it doesn't know what to do with it, so it gives you more information back than what you asked for. Okay? Now, again, it's not your job to know how it's done. You need to know that it can be done. So in the case of vulnerability management, when we see these CVEs, right? These CVEs are different types of vulnerabilities that happen for whatever case. I put that in the classroom. I put a list in the classroom setting, and I was like, these are all the vulnerabilities that's out right now that the CIS is looking at. But you can see different types of memory leak vulnerabilities here. And so we can click on it, and you can see the one thing when it comes to the CVE, when you see the 2023, that means that this vulnerability came out this year. And this is a breakdown of this vulnerability. Okay? And when you see the description of it and what it can do and how people can take advantage of it, then we want to make sure that we go down to see exactly what is the remedy for it. That is not a great one, so let's go to this one. So this CVE came out this year, and this is it tells you exactly what's going on here in the vulnerability. But the main thing that we want to look at is that this is how you fix the issue. You upgrade the version of the software, whatever particular software we're talking about, so open system. We're going to upgrade to a higher version, and then now we don't have to worry about this CVE being on that particular workstation or server. Okay? So that's why it's so important to have patch management, to look at software updates, and then if so, go ahead and be on the latest version of that software. Because if not, then you're probably opening yourself to some type of vulnerability that's out there. Now that's all I have. And when I'm looking at this last PC, my last virtual machine, I don't think we need to go into it. But I'll tell you what I'll do is, for those who didn't participate but want to, and maybe just kind of want to do it on their own time, I'll leave this virtual machine up and running, and you can remote into it whenever you want to and try some things out, just play around. You're not going to break anything. You're not going to delete anything. It's a virtual machine. And at least that'll give you the experience of remoting into certain things and playing around with it. So I'll leave that up into the class. And you hit record. And so let's start talking about the single points of failure. Single points of failure is when you set up a network. Hold on, I got an echo. That echo just me or everybody else is fine? Okay. So when we setting up a network, we want to make sure that we have a redundancy throughout that network. So our clients can always reach the internet, reach the servers that they need to get the documents that they need to get. Because if we have one thing go offline, or let's say if an attacker attacks a server, then it becomes money that we lost in the business. People can't do their jobs for that day. Not only just, it may be sensitive information that they're getting to. So not just the sensitive information, but can we actually keep the business afloat if we don't have this particular service running? So give you an example, let's think of Netflix as our business that we're working for. And let's say Netflix servers go down and now people can't watch their favorite said new movie or show. Well, that tends to go into the banking or the account revenue for Netflix. Netflix can't show you any movies, then clients become frustrated with them, and so now they move over to Tubi or they move over to YouTube TV. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have a redundancy of whatever we're having in our network. So if we have a bunch of movies for Netflix on 2 servers, we want to make that turn into 4 servers or maybe 6 servers. In a case like them in a real world scenario, they probably have hundreds, if not thousands of servers all over the world that's constantly giving off the same catalog of movies that they have. So if one attacker takes down 2 servers, it's not really affecting a business like Netflix. You're still able to pull that movie from another server. Now, where we see that as affecting us as the consumer, if you remember in the early days of Netflix, they had a tendency of buffering. You'll pull your movie down, but then it would kind of buffer. Even if your network is pretty fast, it will kind of buffer and kind of want to load the movie up. That's because it's pulling from a longer distance, and it may be not pulling from the shorter distance to where you're located at. So we want to make sure that as security professionals, we want to map out what's in our network and then how efficient are our clients, whether it be users or people from the outside business, actually are contacting those services we offer. Now, our first bullet point here is load balancing. Load balancing is just being able to, have those multiple servers or have those multiple desktops there to actually take the load in that they're getting or a request. Let's look at it like a request. So I'm logging into my favorite banking account, and not just me, but think of millions of people logging into Bank of America and then wanting to check their bank account at the same time. Well, that's a mighty big load for a daily task on a simple computer. Well, we have these load balancing machines that'll take in and distribute those requests out to the different types of servers that we have lined up. Okay, so we're not overwhelming one PC or one server. If we overwhelm that one server, then it becomes slow. Like in the example with Netflix, it becomes laggy, it spins, it buffers. In the case of your favorite website, it may take a long time for it to load up. It may time out. You'll see a lot of pages give that timeout page and say that request couldn't be fulfilled at this time. Those are, examples of being overwhelmed and creating a denial of service attack. It's not really an attack. It's considered an attack, but it's not given by anyone else. Sometimes we can create these issues on our own. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have these load balancing machines in place in order to give off those type of requests to the different servers. So as you see here in this example, I'll blow it up a little bit. Let's say we have our clients here on the outside, and we're always going to have our clients go into the internet. And then when you cross that threshold here, after this side of the cloud, the right side of the cloud, you're coming into an enclosed environment, the network. You're going into an enclosed private network, and now that network is being distributed. That request is being distributed out to the different types of servers that's delivering that request. So, okay, so for you guys who've never really seen topologies, we're gonna go over a bunch of topologies today. So there's a lot of icons, and you need to know what they mean for the test. So a lot of them you can figure out, you know, your desktops and your laptops and your mobile phones, but this cloud is always gonna mean the internet, okay? I want you guys to remember that. This cloud is always gonna mean the internet. Now, this load balancer may be a router, it may be a switch. It's not necessarily a particular device. It may be something that's distributing the network, okay? But in this example, we want to call it a load balancer. It's looking at what type of request you're making, and then now it's saying, oh yeah, okay, you want to go check your email. So we have 3 different email servers over here. These are servers, okay? And I'm going to have Dr. McBride check her email here. I'm gonna have Lee, you can check your email on the second server, and Chris, you can check your email on the third, okay? So that's a load balancer. That way, we're not overloading the first server here until it's filled up, and then now we go down to the second. It may go in a round robin type of distribution. A great piece to have. If you get in a real world environment, you want to ask your networking team, do we have a load balancing solution in place in order to distribute that traffic out? Okay. Now I'm gonna pull this over to the side. Let's look at this next diagram here, the single point of failure. So I wanted to put this up because a lot of times we'll see multiple.
Mr. Mitchell,
devices.
Mr. Mitchell, excuse me, I'm sorry about that. I had to step away. You were asking? You were saying something?
No.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in the trying to explain this next speech.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're fine. Okay. So this single point of failure here for the router, I like to put this because we see a lot of you know, desktops and servers repeated throughout the network. But a lot of times we don't think about our network provider, our actual, who's giving us the internet, who's providing that internet, what telephone company do we have a subscription to, and are they providing us great or redundancy in internet capabilities. Now, here in Rock Hill, we have one telephone company, and that's Comporium. Comporium basically runs everything from the 3 counties that collectively surround Rock Hill. The problem with that is that if Comporium has a problem, which they have had over the past 5 years, and everybody internet is down who's on Comporium, well, that means my business is down. So now Comporium has just caused a denial of service on my business because now my clients, my users, they can't get to my website, or I can't talk to them and have a meeting because my internet is down. So a lot of times that router is your main source of life, really, when it comes to being in a network environment. If I take down that router, then now I've created a denial of service. Your business can't function until you have that router back up and running. The way we want to fix this is that if we're living in I think in Columbia, you guys may have 2 distribution. You might have a dish company that can provide internet, and I'm pretty sure AT&T is down there. So you can have 2 subscriptions to the internet, right, for your business. You can have it for your home too, but I'll explain that in a minute. You can have 2 internet providers for your business. You can have your main one as AT&T, and then just in case AT&T were to have an issue, let's say a fiber line was cut for the company, then you can have Dish Network with a very limited network subscription with them. So it can be just enough to get out to the internet, but you're not able to handle a heavy load. And in that case, if Comporium's down for, let's say, 4 or 5 hours, we can already switch over to our second network and be able to hold business function until AT&T is up and running. Okay, so a lot of times I want you guys to remember that is that in the real world, we want to have at least 2 internet providers if possible. If not, then we need to come up with other ways of coming up with different ways of providing internet access. Now, in a home environment, you may have one, you got one internet provider, but if that internet goes down for your house, then we can more than likely go to the internet that's on our phone. And until we're able to have our internet back at the house boot back up or come back online, then we'll have to rely on our internet on our phone, pulling that data, just for a limited time. Chris.
So best practices for when dealing with businesses is to have a redundancy plan. So what you're saying is, say you would have AT&T fiber and dish network. If AT&T goes out, your redundancy plan is dish to keep the business operating until fiber network is restored, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's the ideal. Your pocket, if the business can handle it. So these subscriptions for your normal business is going to be a fairly higher bill than what me and you get for our internet bill. So you're talking maybe $300-400 a month just for internet, and that's for basic. If we're talking about the T1 line or having someone put fiber at your business, maybe talking $1,000 a month, maybe $1,200 a month with these businesses. And if you're a startup, if you're a cookie shop, you probably don't have money allocated for that. Maybe you want a T-Mobile hotspot just for your cookie shop or your coffee shop, and I'm not going to give it out to anyone. I'm not going to have open internet so people can actually join onto it. I'm going to have it just for my coffee shop. But you got to realize that if it goes down, then if I'm doing something important online, then I'm down for the count until my internet gets back up. So it's a single point of failure, and you're going to see that on the test. Any questions? Good question, though. So you're going to see that on the test. They're going to show you diagrams like this, and they're going to ask you, what is the single point of failure here? And it's more likely, I wouldn't narrow it down to one line coming out of it. Okay, let me go back to the diagram here. So you see your end users. These lines are normally indicators of networks, right? They are saying, hey, this desktop is connected to this router, whether it be Ethernet or by a Wi-Fi adapter. Same thing goes for this laptop. Same thing goes for these mobile devices over here. Okay, so these lines are indicators of networks being able to be connected to these devices via IP address or IPv6 addresses. So that's single point of failure and load balancing. So let's talk about the best practice design. When we're talking about segmentation, we're talking about having different types of appliances in our network, but we want to segment them off. So if we ever have a snooper or someone sniffing the network, we can confine them to just one network. Okay, we don't have to. Okay, to have you think about your router at your house. Your router at your house is connected to every other device in your house. That's laptops, phones, doorbells, whatever. If it's connected, it's going to one spot, right? In a business such as this diagram, and we'll just go ahead and jump down to the diagram here. In this diagram, we're talking about a hotel. This hotel has 4 different routers. Then on top of that, it has multiple switches, as we see here, right? These long pieces here are switches, and then we have access points. These are the wireless points that you see in the hallways, or you may see them mounted up in the walls. Now, these routers may be in a closet somewhere. And here's the thing. When you're looking at this topology, it looks like, now I said the building was a hotel. It will look like these different routers will be on different floors of the hotel, right? But in the real world, we'll have all this in one closet, okay? And now the configuration allows us to put this in a segmented format, okay? So going back up to the front, remember we have our cloud here, and then we have a internet switch, okay? This internet is the open internet, anybody can connect to it, but it goes into the switch, and then now it goes into the router. And you may be saying, Lee, why are you skipping over the firewall? Because more than likely, the firewall is virtual and it sits inside of the router. That's more than likely, okay, in the real world. Now, on the test, they may say, you know, this is a real appliance, which you can get an appliance, a real box that's, or its only function is to be a firewall. But more than likely, that router is going to have a smart firewall on it, and it's going to be able to provide protection that way. Okay. Now, like I said, all of these routers. I'm sorry if you hear that. Now, all of these routers may be sitting on in a closet somewhere, and their switches may be in that same closet, or their switches may be on different floors or different parts of that hotel building. Okay. Now, in a hotel situation or in a any kind of corporate building, we like to put everything in one spot, all your appliances, and then we would take Ethernet cable and run it throughout the building. The problem with that is that with your Ethernet over 100 meters, I think, it starts to degrade the actual performance. So you can only go, I want to say 100 feet. 100 feet, it will start to degrade the signal. So we want to make sure that we keep our Ethernet cord to a certain amount of length. But then if we need to actually reroute a router or a switch, we can just do that. So let's just say if I needed router C and router D to be on the dining area and the conference room, which are normally on the first floors, then I can mount that switch, their managed switch, not too far away from the router closet, but I could just run the cable out to the routed switches and then have them talk to the access points, which is wireless, where I can have all of these in the same closet. Okay, hope I made sense on that. You can put the routers wherever you want to put them, but we just want to make sure that we're not running them too far apart with the Ethernet to where now we're creating a slow network because it's too far apart. Okay. Now, when we're talking about the segmentation part of it, we're talking about you have a room area, and then you have an office area, dining room area, and then a conference room. So staying with the example of a hotel room or a hotel building, all of our access points would be on the 3 different floors. Let's say these 4 different floors, I'm sorry. So we will have these access points in the hallway giving out Wi-Fi signals to everyone that's on the different floors. But then in the office, let's say we have 4 offices for the staff and for custodians to, use for everyday use, we can have different access points. Okay. The dining room for people coming in, eating, sitting down, want to browse the web, is a different access point there, as well as the conference room. Now, when I say these access points, all of these are different networks. We're using different addresses to confine the users to just that particular router, this particular firewall, okay? So if I have a snooper come on and they get on the third floor and they use this access point right here, then they're not able to go over to the office side network and see the important information such as credit cards and who's checked into that to that building. That makes sense? So we're just going to confine them to this area here. Now we're going to make the office access points invisible. I'm not going to show that as SSID. I'm going to make that invisible so only my coworkers and my employees can see those access points and connect to them. Okay. Whereas I'm going to make the dining area and the conference area visible. Anybody checking into the hotel or an employee can connect to these access points. But they can't be on this conference room and then hop over, snoop on this network and snoop onto the dining room area versus especially going into the office area. Because in the office area, you see here, we have our access points, our servers, I'm sorry. So we can have everything confined here and keep it invisible to everybody that's on the network, that's on the overall network at the top, right? But they're segmented off to where they only see people here in this design segmentation of the network. That makes sense? So if I got that snooper, if Sally comes on and she wants to use Wireshark and see, James who's sitting in the dining room area, she has to, one, get out of her network segmentation and then somehow, some way find out the encryption for router C and getting onto that network. It would be better if she just walks over to the dining room and then get on that same network, right? But the most important part is what I'm saying with the office area is that if we're making that invisible, then no one should be able to see that unless we give them permission to. Okay? Any questions? DMZ, demilitarized zone. So the DMZs are places where we have, I'm going to go back to this segment on this topology. The DMZ sits on the outside of our routers and in line with this internet. So it'll probably sit out here with this public network switch, and it's not protected by our firewalls, and it's not segmented by our switches. Okay, that DMZ is going to sit out here, and it's going to take on any type of request from the outside world. So let's say if we have the public server that we need our customers to actually upload things to. Let's say if it's I just did some work with Rocket Lawyer. It's a place where you can upload documentation for a lawyer to overlook it, and then they give you some type of proper paperwork. Well, Rocket Lawyer doesn't know who I am, but they want to trust that I'm uploading something that's clean to their server in order for them to take a look at it. So what they'll do is they'll put a server out here on this public switch and call it a DMZ, and it's segmented off, and no one from the inside of the company cannot access this DMZ unless through a particular protocol, and it's only it's not, you're not going to see an interface or anything like that. It's only through the command prompt. So remember what I showed you what the command prompt was with the CMD prompt. You'll see it here in just a second. So this is the only way we'll probably be able to access the DMZ, okay? And we'll type in commands in order to pull down information from the outside. The reason why is because we don't want anybody logging in to an internal switch and being able to upload things, even if that's part of our business. So a DMZ is normally going to be put out there as a kind of like a safe zone for the company, but it's also an entry point for the consumer or the client. Okay? To give a better topology, I got this topology here. Let me zoom out. So with this topology, you'll see a bunch of segmentations here, right? But we see our internet, and this is also to go back to the sign. It is not a cloud here, but it's a globe. So if you see that, it's normally meaning the internet. Okay, but we'll put our DMZs out here, and we'll have our people or our clients check into the DMZs. They'll go into our internal router, which now, we can check them with our firewalls whenever we have them come through the DMZ or they check in with the DMZ. And now we can pull whatever they have put in the DMZ through our router. Okay, but we don't want them, let's say, over here with our guest wireless or our VLANs down here. Now let me explain VLANs just for a second. When we're talking about our segmentation, our VLANs, our virtual LANs, are the way that's how we make the actual segmentation. We will, let me pull up a notepad. And what we will do is, well, as security professionals, we're not doing this. Your networking team will do this. But let's say our internal IP addresses are 10.0. And we will say this network, everything that has an IP address that has this IP network ID, this is called a network ID just because of the way it's going to give out the IP addresses, given the fact that everything after the .10 will have a different number. So it can go from 0 to 255, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say everybody in this network ID is going to be the office, or let's get better yet, let's just say it's marketing, right? Now, everybody on 192.168.11.0 through 255 is going to be sales. Okay, everybody that's on 192.168.12 is going to be HR. Okay, y'all get what I'm saying? So everybody that's on this network is going to be on a different VLAN than the .11 network versus the .12 network. We're going to use VLANs to separate these things. So this will be VLAN. And this is all happening virtually. This is not happening. We don't buy a different physical box in order to create this VLAN. This is happening on your router. Okay? We're just going to say, hey, everybody that's on the third floor is going to have this a IP address that's similar to 192.168.12, and then there might be .12.75. Okay, we'll know instantly by seeing the first three objects is that it's an HR personnel or HR device, or it's on the third floor. We can instantly tell that in the real world. Okay, so these VLANs is how we actually separate these things. Yes, I separated them by the IP address, but it's actually, once we go into the configurations of our router, we're actually separating these things by creating what we call a VLAN, okay? So with that DMZ, is going to have its own VLAN, its own separation from the network, and the only way it's going to be stripped down we're going to strip down all the features of it to where we can only FTP into it, use an application called PuTTY. And we want it to be something that our users can upload a PDF file, or let's say a copy of their insurance, to that server, and now we can go out there and see that. So to give you a good example is that if you're applying for a loan, a car loan, they want to see your last two paycheck stubs. So we have to scan it, and then we have to upload it to their servers after we fill out the application. So we're on their website, but now they have a piece here. They're saying, hey, upload this, your file here. Now, they don't know if I affected, let's say if I affected that file with some kind of virus that will shoot back information back to me. Well, they don't want that inside of their internal network. Because let's say if it's a worm, and now it gets out in the internal network, and it starts to corrupt all of the different VLANs. Because even if we have segmentation, a worm can jump from PC to PC, okay? And if it can jump from PC to PC, and it can jump from router to switches to router, then it could possibly affect our whole network before we actually get a hold onto it and be able to stop such a thing. So we want to, have a safe point for us as a company, but we also want to have a safe point for our clients and keep them away from our network and put it into the DMZ. Okay, so that's going to be outside of the network, but it's a safe way for us to go in there, pull whatever information we need off of it, and then bring it inside. Okay. Now, here in this topology, you'll see that our core distribution, our routers and our switches, everybody is pointing back to them, but then we will have, in order for our clients to go out to the internet, we'll have them go out to a DMZ out here, and then they're able to go out to our internet service provider router. So let's say AT&T installed this router right here from the internet, right? This is what we call a DMARC point. They install that router, but before we just click into our internal, we click that our routers into their router, we want to put up another, it's a particular word for it. We want to put up another barrier, so to say, and say, hey, we're going to create a DMZ out for our web servers, and we're going to have our users go out that way before they actually just go straight to our ISP out to the internet. Because maybe we want to put an appliance out here and have them checking their website to see what website they go to. We want to put a CASB. A CASB is an appliance that we use in order to scan different files to see if you're uploading anything to Google Cloud or Dropbox that you're not supposed to be uploading to. So maybe we want to put that out there so we can see that. This is what you'll hear it called a lot of times in the conjunction with the DMZ, you'll hear it called an edge. So just think of it as it's sitting at the edge of your network, monitoring everything that's going from the inside out, and vice versa. DMZ. Any questions? Now, we put all these things in place, segmentation, DMZs, redundancies, to ward against the man-in-the-middle attack. Remember, that man in the middle attack is going to be more likely your Wireshark, people getting onto your network and then running this Wireshark in order to run that interference. If I can pull it up. So remember that Wireshark is going to be able to read your network and be able to pull down the packets to see exactly what's going on. Go on Wi-Fi 2. Double click it to run it. And this is pretty much what your man in the middle is going to do. He's going to sit here and watch this traffic go by, and then we're going to decipher this traffic and see what's talking, see if I can get connected to that. So if, you know, if I see the source of it right here, 192, 168, 163, then maybe I want to go over to, you know what, let's do that. Let's go into our router. Remember, I'm going to my gateway in order to see my network router. Log into it. Have any one of y'all logged into your local router and changed your password yet? If not, I would suggest that you do.
I got a quick question about that. If I change when I change the password on my router, all the appliances that's using the old password, I would have to go back and update it to the current new password, right?
That is the different. That's two different passwords. So,
Okay.
So the password I'm talking about here for the actual admin, the admin is an account.
Oh yeah. I know you're talking about.
So change that password.
Okay.
What you're changing, what you're thinking about changing is the password to get onto the internet.
Okay.
Or get on, yeah, that's the term we're going to use, right? To get onto, to connect to the router in order to have internet access. That's the problem.
Because what you're showing us now is like the standard router on the back. They normally, what you log on, be like, no, username is admin, and then the password is whatever the 16 digits on the back of the router. Type in and let you log into this right here.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So if you go on there and you can log into your router, but then see if you have an account management section, or see if you can. What I would stay away from is your gateway section. I know it might be different because you have a different router, but if you go into these sections here for the actual SSIDs, and we change the password here, then yes, everything that's connected on drop, and then you have to re-add them. But if you can find your user account, then you're not going to be able to change the username. Well, maybe. I wouldn't change it. Well, maybe I might. I mean,
yeah, because I thought you're supposed to change the username, because all of them are admin. It's just 16 digits. That's how they was getting hacked.
I would change it, but here's the reason why I wouldn't change it. Just in case I want my internet provider to route in and take a look at that type of stuff, they're going to want to know your username and password. And like I said in the last class, we got so much to keep up with, you know, you might not even, you know, think about what you're changing this username and password to. And so now they might have to default reset your whole router.
Okay, I got you.
So that's why I would kind of stay away from it. But best practices would be changing that username to something that you would know, and then changing that password to, you know, definitely a tough password to crack.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, give me 1 second. My feed dropped. I'm gonna have to share my screen again. Give me a thumbs up if y'all see the screen. Appreciate it. So, what did I say with the? Didn't I have an IP address? Oh yeah, Wireshark. So we wanted to see 192.168.0.163. What is that? Can we find that in our router? Who is that assigned to? 163. 163 is the. Is that this computer? I think so. System name. So this is my computer that I'm using right now. Wireshark sees it and is talking to, this is the source IP, right? This is me. This is another thing we have to go over when it comes to networking. And when it comes to firewalling, changing those firewall rules, you will see this on the test. So understanding your source IP, where is it coming from? Where is it going? 149, 137, 64, 163. I can say now that 149, 137 is probably outside of my internal network. So let's do this. Let's see if we can track that down. Let's do a NS lookup. Right? Remember, NS lookup is where we can use our DNS records to find what IP addresses are associated with what domain names. So we're gonna plug in 149.137.64.163. Now, mind you, what I'm doing right here is the kind of a man in the middle. I'm seeing what device I wanna attack, but first I wanna see what are you talking to? Hey, maybe I wanna snoop in on that information, dig into this packet a little bit more to see if you put any kind of passwords, any kind of important information in that. So let's look up. We got our source, right? I know it's Lee's PC, but let's see who is he talking to on this 149. See if we can find it anyway. IP address can I have? Okay. None of the DNSs know what this address is. I go to it, to the website. Probably not. If I don't have a DNS for it, I probably can't resolve it to a website. So let's go back to our Wireshark for a second. And so it doesn't have any kind of way of, showing any type of interface. So what do we know as a man in the middle? We know that Lee's PC is 163. We know that for sure. Let's see who else I'm talking to. So I sorted the destinations. And now, just to say, and I think I have a slide on this, just because this doesn't resolve to a website, it doesn't mean that it's not resolving to a service behind the scenes. Maybe it's a updater, something looking for updates for a particular software. And that's the IP address that it's resolved back to. It just means that the DNS service cannot resolve the IP address to a particular name. But let's see if there's anything else I'm talking to that I can show you guys. Let's see. I have a reset here for that, and it's just using TCP. Was that a question? Which is funny because you see, this is the IP address we just looked up. It's talking back to me, so we're having conversation. I wonder what it is now. We're having a lot of conversations. This is when you double click on a entry in Wireshark, it opens up this packet, and this is a particular network packet that goes across your network. Whoever is communicating with me from 149, 137 is receiving the same type of package, just in a reverse order than me. The destination is the TP, and that's my network device. Oh, you know what that is? No, that's not it. It's using source port 443. 443 is what port? Anybody? Oh, y'all know it.
Yeah. Hold on, give me a second. HTTPS, I believe. I think I'm going.
So I'm using, so it has to be, if something's using HTTPS, that means what?
That
What
is the
application?
secure internet address.
Correct. So I'm somewhere, somehow I'm connected to a site that's using this IP address, but it's secure. I'm wondering if it's Zoom. But then again, I do have my Windows 10 running in the background here. Might be this. Give me 1 second. Trying to find who am I talking to and why am I talking to them. But I'm using a secure channel. So if since I'm a man in the middle right now and I'm trying to do research on who's talking, I can't see that, right? I stressed before how we wanted to see this little gray lock here when going to different websites and not seeing a non-secure area that keeps an encryption over our communication. And that's what we just seen here in the Wireshark packet. I'm not able, in the Wireshark packet, I'm not able to see what's going on here because we're using a secure way of communicating, which is HTTPS. So let's go back to my virtual machine, go to NSA. And let's look up. And you can see how it's dragging. And it's not dragging just because of the network. It's dragging because this is a virtual machine. And I got my original computer doing a lot of things. At the same time, I'm browsing the internet within a virtual machine. We'll go a little bit further into that when we get into virtual machines. So let's see what IP address this comes back with. Maybe it's the same, man. They ain't doing nothing. All right, so that's a failed attempt. I wish Google had their own thing. And plus, it's just dragging out. So I want to keep this open because I want to show you guys later. But let's get back to the man in the middle. So this is how they're going to pretty much do that. Which, if we're thinking about segmentation in your everyday life, you're segmented off from your neighbor's Wi-Fi versus your Wi-Fi. I see everything here within my household, but I can't see everything on my neighbor's internet. Because the first thing I have to do is I have to get connected to one of these routers here. So the Scott family, I would want to see what's on their network, but I would have to figure out what's the password to get onto it. So that's why we want to, avoid open environments such as this hidden network here that's open. It doesn't have that little lock on it. But if I, going back to the hotel example, if I'm able to get onto one network and then just pretty much just walk to the other room and get on another network, then now I can see everybody that's here on that network, okay? But segmentation just allows me to just see who's on my network at this point in time. Now, there's really no way of stopping a application such as Wireshark. I haven't seen. And I haven't seen any type of applications that will tell you when someone is using this application. Only thing you want to do, if you don't want this to happen, you probably want to lock down your network and not have it actually broadcasting out to say, hey, come and get on this network. Okay, we want to make that hidden. Let's go ahead and close this out. Quit without saving. Before I get out of my router, I do want to show you guys a badge certificate, which is, so remember when I said when we're using HTTPS, it will have that little lock up there. But if we don't have a legit certificate, or if it's an expired certificate, we're going to get this not secure error up here, okay? And when you click on that, it's going to say, hey, you can connect, but it's not secure, okay? And it's not vetted by any of the CAs, the certificate authority. So whatever information that you share on this will be able to be seen by attackers using Wireshark, okay? So what does that say? Chris?
I got a quick question after you get finished showing us this. Can you show us how to hide the SSID so that it doesn't broadcast out? Say like if I'm leaving my house, if I'm driving down the street, I can still see my SSID, but I would like to try to hide that, and but I don't know how to.
Okay, 1 second. So when it says your connection is not secure, you should not enter any sensitive information to this site. For example, passwords, credit cards, because it could be stolen by attackers, right? Somebody who is sniffing the network with your Wireshark could see the password that you put into your router that we took so much time to change. Somebody could see it and could be sniffing the network and just see it anyway, right? Because the router interface is not secure. That's not your fault. That's your internet provider's fault. And in my case, that'll be Comporium. And I can't do anything about it because Comporium is the only one that provides internet access for Rock Hill, which is a doggone shame. But anyway, to your point, Chris, how do we stop the broadcast on our network? I want to go to it. So we want to click onto our actual Wi-Fi, our Wi-Fi connection. And I don't want to enable because it might shut me off. But if you can see here, you see broadcast network name, SSID. It says enable. So
yes, sir.
It says enable, but I don't have this turned on all the way. I have my 2.4 and my 5 gigs turned off. Okay. So because I'm going to a different router. But if it was enabled and I could change all of this stuff, only thing I would want to do is disable this SSI, the broadcast network name. Broadcasting means I'm going to put it out there This is how you connect to me. Come here, click on me. And then now you put in that security network password. And
Okay,
we
so
put out,
sorry.
no, you fine.
So I'm using Spectrum's modem, but I have Eero's Wi-Fi mesh network. So what I would have to go into is the Eero user interface and find broadcast network name SSID and disable it.
When you connect to your internet, you're connecting to the Eero?
Yes, sir. It's through the Eero through Spectrum's modem.
Are you able to log into Spectrum?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, go into your Eero and it should be a broadcasting option for you to disable.
Okay. All right. I'll play around with that later.
Yeah. And so we can rename it whatever we want, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you saw the funky britches down here. This is how you see everybody else that's in I want to say, a half-a-mile radius. You can pick it up, which is just, if I ruled the world, every community, I would have one internet router on that street, and it just kind of like gives the internet to everybody in that community, and we all just share the internet bill instead of everybody having a different router and, really just kind of overpaying for services. But the internet companies will never tell you they can do something like that, but that's what I would do. I would just set one up in the centralized environment and then have everybody kind of connect to that. But going back to the security mode, if you can see, I got AES, which is a ill-advised encryption, but some routers are only going to come with a certain amount of encryption implanted on them. You can always check with your internet provider to get an upgraded router box. It should be free of charge. So it's something that they won't send to you on your bill. They won't say, hey, we got the new latest and greatest. Call up there and see if they got something more faster than what you already have. So that's another thing that you can always look into. Any other questions on routers, man in the middles, things of that sort? Remember, we're doing man in the middle. We're probably going to be sniffing the network. In order to sniff the network, we're probably going to use a protocol analyzer or a network analyzer, which is a Wireshark. All right. Going back to our slides. Let's talk about spoofing real quick. So spoofing is also a way of kind of like having that evil twin and rogue access points. So if we go back to our hotel topology here, remember that we had a bunch of access points here, right? But let's say if I'm a hacker and I have my own access point, matter of fact, so I got it with me, yeah, right here. And I might bring this, y'all can see that. I might bring this to the in-person class. And let's say I can have this offender plugged up and then giving off the same SSID as I see around in the hotel. So now people think that, oh, okay, this is just another access point that I can connect to, and then I can get on the internet. Because that's what our normal clients are probably thinking about. But if I'm a nice hacker, I can have you connect to that rogue access point, and then now I should be able to see all of your traffic as you're going through my router. Okay, so I may not have no type of encryption on it, so I can see the type of traffic that's going back and forth. Okay, going back to my screen. So that's a way of kind of spoofing your wireless access points that you already have there. You can also spoof IP addresses to trick your network devices, your routers, and your firewall. If we're going back to our VLANs here, you know, for this VLAN for marketing, I have 253 different types of IP addresses that I can put out. You never give out 0 and you never give out 255. That's why I said 253. Okay, you never give out those two. So as a hacker, I can always spoof my IP address and change it to where I emulate this VLAN, and now I can get onto that network. Let's say if I have a rule set in that's saying, hey, nobody can't get onto our sales department unless you have a network ID starting with these 3 numbers. Well, I can use a application, not an application, but a OS called Kali Linux, and now I can change my IP address to be whatever I want it to be. And if I know for a fact, if I've done my research, my due diligence, and seen that people on my sales department have that network ID, I can change mine to be as such, and now I can go ahead and connect to the sales department and look at different information there, snoop around there. Maybe, once I'm on that network, I can now run my Wireshark to see exactly what's going on here on this network. Okay? Any questions? I've got 2 more slides and then we're going to get a break. All right, DDoS. So we already talked about DDoS and denial of service attacks. So DDoS is more of a distributed denial of service attack. I'm targeting one thing. I don't necessarily care to attack the whole building or the whole network. I just want the servers that's collecting applications to be affected. And now people can't put in applications. In the gaming world, I just want Microsoft servers to go down. So I don't want nobody playing online at this point in time. But I don't care if you're able to use Microsoft Outlook. I just don't want you gaming online. So I'm distributing all my attacks to that particular server. Okay, so how you normally, these are 2 examples of a denial of service attack, but do not confuse that with not the denial, but the single point of failure that we talked about earlier, and the load balancing issues that we had earlier too. Those are still, they could be very much denial of service attacks that we could commit on ourselves. But the ones that we normally see from an attacker is MAC flooding or ping test or ping floods, SYN floods. This is where they're sending an attack to your PC, telling it to constantly talk back to them. All right. Let's see if I can I want to show you that. You may see an example of this on your yes. So we say ping yahoo.com, right? And so what this does is by sending this command, I'm going to reach out to Yahoo servers and I'm going to say, hey, this is Lee's PC. Please let me know if you're online and ready for service or ready for a request, right? And what it does is it checks, it runs through DNS, it runs through my service provider, and it gets a reply back from the Yahoo servers, and it comes back with this reply, and it lets me know that Yahoo is up and running and is ready for a reply. If I put, I think it's /T, and that should go forever, maybe. Now, what you're seeing here is a constant pinging or just kind of a constant watch of my PC talking to the servers at Yahoo. And it's constantly seeing, hey, we got to reply. We reached out, we got to reply. We reached out, we got to reply. We reached out that time, we didn't see a reply. It timed out, it was too far away, whatever the case may be, right? Now, this is simple for a server to actually come back to my request and say, hey, yeah, I'm here, I'm up, I'm ready. But if I have a zombie network or a multitude of bots doing this command to a particular server, I can overwhelm that server and I can break it down to a crawl, if not stopping the server altogether. This is a simple ping flood. Now, one PC is not going to hurt it, right? A lot of times we use this in the real world to see if we have any kind of connect issues with our servers within the network. We just want to see, how many times are we dropping network packets. But having one ping go out to Yahoo, check to see if this service is up and running, is no problem. But if I have, let's say, 200 PCs doing this all at the same time and never stopping, it could overwhelm the one server that we're going out after and bring that server down. Now, in a ping flood, well, you may say, Lee, why won't you just have, isn't the server smart enough to see that you're just asking for a ping, and now you'll just put that at a stop, or you'll stop with answering that PC? Servers are meant, PCs, all computers are meant to actually take in requests and then answering those things at that particular time. They do it at a different speed, but that's what they're built to do. So if I have a multitude of PCs to ask a question of, hey, are you up and are you running, it's going to constantly try to answer me back, okay? And in some cases, this is using TCP, the protocol. In some cases, I may set that protocol up to never give an acknowledgement back. So in TCP, I'm giving a, hey, are you there? You're giving me, yes, an acknowledgement and sending it back to me, and I'm acknowledging that I received your request or your answer. And a lot of times, not a lot of times, in TCP, it will not drop the communication unless I send an acknowledgement back saying that I've got your request, I've got your statement saying that you're up. We can finish talking. In some floods, we can take that acknowledgement out in the packet. We can take that acknowledgement out, and now it's constantly listening to see if you're going to answer back, so it can stop the communication with you and go on to the next person. Okay, so this is how some attackers may go after your servers, may go after different things on your network. This is why it's so important to have that load balance, so it can deal with certain things like this. Because this is not going to stop me from going to Yahoo and trying to log into my PC. Log into my account. So I can minimize that and just go to Yahoo. Hey, I want to check my email. And the servers on Yahoo is not going to stop, or it will be a bad business move if I'm running a ping request over here, but at the same time, I can't check my email, right? So they want to put multiple servers up, multiple lines of communication, so it can handle different types of requests like that. I'm going to stop that. Loop prevention. When we're talking about loops, this is more on the networking side, so the networking team will have to make sure that this is not the case. we have a IP address. Going back to IP10. When we have a 192.168.11.255, if you ever see a 255 IP address on anything, it's probably a broadcasting address or a loopback address, and it's constantly giving out that address to say to other devices, hey, I'm here. You can connect to me, I'm up and I'm running. But in the networking world, if you ever get into a loophole or if it's constantly checking in with itself with that address, it can create what they call a loop storm, and it constantly basically is like a dog chasing its tail, going in a circle, telling itself, hey, are you up? Yes, I'm up. And it constantly goes into the cycle. And breaking it is terrible. I've done this one time in my career where I didn't know they had a particular port set as a callback port, and I plugged the Ethernet cord in the wrong port, and it caused that switch to constantly broadcast to itself, creating a broadcast storm. Broadcast storm. And it's a form of denial of service on yourself. The only way we were able to get out of that is unplug that Ethernet cable, and then I think that stopped it immediately, if not resetting the switch at that time. So you want to be aware of MAC flooding or any type of flood attack, ping, MAC flooding, SYN requests. These types of overwhelming information to that server could create a DOS attack. All right, last slide before the break. Wireless access point placement. We already talked about the rogue access points and the evil twins, but the placement could create a particular denial of service. So when we're talking about a router, we're talking about an access point. We're basically talking about something that gives off radio waves, and that radio wave could be hindered whether we're talking about 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz. And 2.4 gigahertz is probably going to be a wider range, but it's going to be on the same wavelength as your microwaves, your TVs, and other things that use radio waves throughout your household or in the building. So we want to make sure that we have them in open spaces. So if you're thinking about your router at home, make sure that it's not clouded up or bundled up behind, out of the way, stuck in a drawer somewhere, or it's covered up. You want to have that out and open as much as possible. If you have it in a corner of your house and you're having a hard time connecting to it on the other side of the house, then you might want to consider having it moved in order to have a better broadcast within your house. In the business aspect, we can have a wide range, but say if we don't want that to be broadcast into the parking lot. If we're having we can get onto the internet in the parking lot, then someone can just sit in the parking lot, not go into the building and connect to your network that way, and then see be able to snoop around and perform that man in the middle without even showing his or herself in your business. So having the right placement is key to making sure everyone can get the internet, but at the same time, we don't want it to permanently broadcast so wide to where someone can sit across the street and still get onto your network and snoop on it that way. Any questions?
question. Yes.
Yes, sir.
I have AT&T Wi-Fi for service, and they got it in the corner of my house too. And my reception is kind of bad when I'm talking on the phone. So if I bought a router, does the router have to connect to the actual box, or can I place the router somewhere like near where my computer is?
Now you can do it. Do I have that slide? I ain't got that slide. All right. So what you could do, if you had a long enough Ethernet cord, you can plug that new router into your existing one from AT&T and run that new router wherever you want it to. If you can, if you have the skills to run it through the walls or wherever you want it to, that's fine. But you can also use a feature on that new router as well as your existing router called WPS. And I thought I had a slide on that. But anyway, you're on the phone, so you won't be able to see this. You'll be able to go back in the recording and see what I'm showing here. It's a button on that router, the one you're gonna buy in the AT&T box, that has a WPS button on it. And what you do is you hit those buttons one at a time, but within a 15-second range, and it performs that connection for you automatically. And so once you have it connected, now you can put that new router wherever you want it to. So
Okay.
You make sure that whatever router that you're going to buy, one, that it has a strong enough bandwidth to cover your house. Two, that it has WPS capabilities. Okay?
That's important.
Also, before you do that, check with AT&T to see if they'll move that router for you.
Okay.
Oregon they charge me about $120 to actually move it from my bedroom into the living room. But your provider might do it for free, given the fact that how much they charge on a regular basis. So it may be thrown in.
Yes,
they're not going to say anything to you though. Just call them up and ask them if that's possible.
All right. So with the Ethernet cord extension, I can just take that router out of my room and just run that wire into my living room, right? Without even contacting them. Would that make it better?
It would if you're not connected coaxial. Mine is a coaxial, so I'm using a television cable to go into their router, right? And that's how I'm pulling the internet from my provider. And then you can use the Ethernet cable to go anywhere else. So what I said, to go back to your example, if you're using a coaxial cable, you may want to get a longer cable, television cable, and run that wherever you want to run it, and then problem solve. Okay? But if you want to use a Ethernet cable, if it's coming from outside of the wall into that AT&T box, if it's using an Ethernet cable, then buy a longer Ethernet cable and run it wherever you want to run it at.
Appreciate you.
And if you have any problems with that, give me a call, and we'll get on a kind of like a FaceTime or something like that, and just show me your setup, and I'll give you my opinion on it.
That'll work.
All right. Any other questions? All right, y'all want to take a break? Nothing like that?
Yes, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Someone has a question?
I do, and it's about the 25th.
Okay.
I actually have to work on that day. And I know y'all may not make any provisions for one person, but I would really like to attend. But I work the early morning hours on that Saturday. and I may get off around 12. So what time is the actual meeting set up for?
So it's set up for to start at 9.
So network compliances. Now, the things that I was talking about with the first set of slides were actions that these appliances are going to actually perform. So, of course, we talked about firewalls and routers and switches, but they can also be proxies. They can perform tasks such as network address translation, and have the access list, the access control list. So who can get in, who's blocked, what are we looking for? Are we looking for this particular IP address? Are we looking for this particular MAC address? These security appliances is going to be all over the test. So knowing what they are and what they do will be vital to passing the test, because if they ask you what is a proxy, or better yet, what is a gateway, and you don't have a slightest idea of what a gateway is, then they can throw you a multiple choice question and it can throw you off, because you will try to go with what sounds best. But a gateway in this aspect is something that allows you to go to the internet. So it would be another name for your router. A proxy is another name for a DMZ or a router as well, where it's telling you to go here. You're wanting to go here, but it kind of diverts you to go a different route. Going back up to our topology here, you see you'll go here to our core distribution, the switches. It will point you up to your edge, your DMZ. It will then proxy you to go out to your ISP router. It will then tell, instead of going out to the internet through your DMZ, out this way, going straight, it will then turn you and say, hey, go here, and we'll keep a track on you. At this point, we'll keep you safe here, but this is where you want to go at to go out to the actual internet. So that's a proxy. Now, these could be done by one appliances, or it could be done by multiple appliances. More likely in the real world, you're going to have it done by multiple appliances, so it doesn't bog down one appliance. You could actually have firewall just do firewall things. We can have our gateways and our routers just do routing stuff, but we're not going to have it doing switching things. It's smart enough to do switching, but why bog it down when we can have, remember, if we're bogging it down, then we go into that denial of service aspect, and we're creating that on ourselves. So why have that do that when we just wanted to do routing things? So a lot of these big time corporations have an appliance for each and every one of these tasks right here. Even though your router can do firewall, routing, access control, and NAT all at the same time. But we might want to just, separate those things out. Same thing goes for a network, IDS and IPS. Going to be on your test guaranteed. They want to know what is a intrusion detection system, and then what the difference is between an intrusion prevention system. And it's simply this: one will detect, the other will prevent. You tell the difference between the D and the P. So intrusion detection is just going to detect, hey, we see a problem, somebody's snooping on the network, they're actually taking in a lot of packets, or they have changed some things, they actually are active, but it won't react to it. It will just kind of give you a notification. You might want to look into this area. You might want to check your firewall. You might want to check the endpoint on this computer over here. That's a detection. Prevention will go a step further, and not only will it detect, it will actually prevent further actions of that actual attack. So it will, normally you see these in EDRs, what we call endpoint detection response. So EDR, and we'll go with Red Canary as one of the most, well, Red Cloak, same thing. They're kind of like the new age, anyway, they're kind of like the new age antivirus. The antivirus is, you know, they would use a particular database to see if a virus was malicious, and then it will prevent it from actually doing anything by shutting it down or putting a quarantine on it. So that's a IPS, right? Well, the new age of it is an EDR, where you can actually have the detection, and then we can isolate that workstation on the network. We can put it in its own little VLAN. So now it segments it off from everybody else, and now we can do analysis on it. We can see what is the attacker looking for, what is it trying to do. You know, we could do that analysis, and now we can become smarter in our response to attackers. So having an EDR is the new wave, but it's an expensive solution right now. A lot of people are still going to just go with the regular antivirus solution right now, just of, you know, seeing viruses out there, and then, you know, putting them in a quarantine state, putting the virus in a quarantine state, and then deleting the virus later.
Mr. Mitchell, I have one quick question for you. What's the difference between the malware bytes and the malware bytes EDR? Is that the same thing, or is this two different things? Because I have malware bytes, but
it's just kind of like the new age kid on the block, or it's a more robust antivirus application. So think of it like, okay, so your application now could probably run a scan. It constantly scans any kind of changes onto your environment, and it's just really looking for the files. Where EDR is more for a business type of aspect. So if me and you we have a client and we have an EDR on their machine, that EDR reach out to you and say, hey, Joanne just downloaded a file. We believe it to be malicious. How do you want to react? And then now you're able to say, okay, Joanne, I'm going to isolate your machine from the network, but you're still able to, you know, do your work or whatnot. I'm going to isolate your machine though. So with regular antivirus, we would have to call Joanne up and tell her to unplug her machine, unplug it from the network, and now she's done for today. You can't do any more work. With an EDR, we can say, hey, you can still check emails, you can still do your data sheet. It's just you won't be able to print, and you won't be able to do a lot of more network things, but you should be able to stay at work, right? And now me and you can go in there and we can remote into her machine on the back end using a command prompt and look at the file that is isolated, do some kind of analysis, you know, maybe have malware bytes, do a scan on it, and see what we need to do. Maybe it's a false positive. We can unisolate her machine and she can get right back to work as if nothing happened.
Okay.
So that EDR is just the main point into it is just the R part, the response. Endpoint detection response. is going to give you more of a, there's more features that you can actually do when it comes to responding to an intrusion. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
you're paying.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So network IDSs are going to be, remember, it's going to be a system that just detects. It's not going to actually quarantine anything. But the main thing I want to say is you have a network IDS and then you have a host IDS. So a network IDS may be sitting on your router, your switches. It may be sitting on a server somewhere, and now it's running that application on the network. It's scanning everything on the network. Your host IDS may be it may be some type of endpoint that we put down here, and it's not necessarily scanning the network. It's scanning everything that comes into your personal PC, that work PC. So that's the difference between, pay attention to that. When they say host, we're talking what you're actually, the client is using. But if we're saying the network, it's out there sitting on the router somewhere, maybe sitting on a firewall. Okay. Next gen firewall. So let's talk about the next gen firewall. There's a unified threat management. So that next gen firewall is going to be more of a virtual set firewall instead of a actual appliance that we put here on the network. So I like to go back to my topology here, the hotel. So that firewall. So that firewall is going to sit up here, and that's going to be separate. Let's think of it. I remember, on this slide, I said that it's probably going to be sitting in the router. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that this is a separate router. This is an ASA, a Cisco ASA router, and it's sitting out here as a separate appliance. Well, that virtual that virtual firewall may be sitting on a switch somewhere. And so now we have put even more defense in depth by having another virtual firewall checking information that's coming from our access point into our switches before it sends it out on this physical firewall into the internet, and vice versa. It goes from the internet, from the outside, and it gets filtered out here. But just in case it slips by, it can get checked again on our virtual firewall here on our switches. But now, in modern times, it doesn't necessarily have to be on a switch. It can be on your application. A lot of times we have our Microsoft products, such as Outlook, or our smart applications. Their suite of applications such as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access. They have their virtual firewalls running in the background, checking the information that's coming in, because their suite of applications always is looking for updates when it comes to fonts, pictures, the contents for the designer. This is strictly from the internet. This is coming up from an outside source. So you may want that virtual firewall sitting on the back end of your suite of applications, checking the information that's coming through. Okay? So that's a virtual firewall. Your content and URL filters, you don't normally see this in a small business environment. You're going to see this mostly in a big enterprise environment. So this goes into, what do you want your users to actually view or surf the web with? It saves the company when I can dictate what you're seeing at work. If you're going to gambling sites, especially in the days of working remotely, we don't want to put our business data at risk because you're going out to a gambling site And now that gambling site has been affected, and now it bleeds over into the business information. Or if it, it installs some type of keylogger onto your system, and now you're going back and forth with the gambling site, the affected gambling site, and you're doing work at the same time, you could be letting out the business information without even knowing it. So we might want to put content filters on there, restricting certain categories of websites. So if you didn't know, every website out there, when you register in your website, you kind of are asked, what is your website going to be categorized as? So, whenever you apply these URL filters, it can have, you don't have to worry about allowing every website. You could just allow the particular category. So it should block all of the gambling sites across the board if they're categorized right. Now, if you see something on the other side, you can always get with your provider and have them block that thing out for you. Now, you can also do this on your router. Again, I know I've been at my router so many times today, but you can, in your home environment, if you got kids or what have you, and you want to block particular sites from them, you can log into your router, and you can go. For me, it's my parent control, and now we can go in here. We can block sites that are categorized by keywords, or we can do that by the URL. Okay, and this is a good way of putting that kind of a content filter on your home devices. You can also block the actual devices, which ones are getting internet and which ones are not. So a lot of good stuff here in your own router that you can just go into and snoop around and see how you want to manipulate your own network. Okay? I'll leave that up for now. So that'll bring us to our last slide, which is a SIM, Security Informational and Event Manager. This appliance is wanted by every big name corporation, but a lot of people don't know how to read the information out of a SIM. I personally don't. To be effective, I'll say that. To be effective, I know enough to be dangerous. But basically, a SIM is sitting on the network, recording every action that you do or someone else will do. And it records this information down and records the events down along with the time. And so if, as a security professional, if you are researching an event, an intrusion, some type of attack, we will normally use our SIM in order to do more research on it. When did it happen? How did it happen? What happened? Okay. Now that's what I was trying to set up over here on my virtual machine. So this is a open source SIM called Wuzza, and it's entirely too expensive for me to buy. But I wanted to show you guys on what one would look like in a corporate environment, just in case, whenever you guys do get a job in cybersecurity, that you're not just kind of lost about what it would look like. So while that's doing its thing, remind you this is on a virtual box, so it's going to be a lot slower. I might just do this on my regular PC. Okay, while that's doing that, let's pull this up to event viewer as a on your host, on your actual host, your actual box, you have an event manager that's constantly taking down everything that's happening on your PC. So along with the logs that we're gonna see on the SIM appliance, we're gonna see similar logs on our actual device. So I went into my start menu and typed in event viewer, and now I can see all the events that happen with my applications that I have open. Right? When it comes to the audit log, every time that I logged into something, it takes a log of it. It doesn't take down what I'm typing in. It takes in the fact that I have logged in. Okay. And this is important because if we have someone doing something in the background that we're not aware of, this audit log is going to be how we actually prove that it happened. A telltale sign that someone has been on your PC and has been doing anything is that when we suspect something, we look up the time and date of it, and a lot of times an attacker will erase the logs corresponding to whatever attack that they have done. So whenever they erase the log, you know that you've probably been compromised in some type of way, and someone's trying to clean up their act. But there's no way of, putting fake logs in there. There's no way of, replacing the log that they have taken out. It'll just be an empty factor here. So that's a good way of just, kind of doing your research, making sure that what you think happened actually did happen. Now let's go back to our cloud instance here. Another reason why I'm not buying this appliance is that it's $500 a month just to use this doggone thing, and I don't think that that's worth it. I really don't. I just wanted to show you guys what it looked like, but $500 a month is insane. So I'm definitely gonna erase my account after today. I'm not doing that. And we'll have another, for the live event, we'll have another solution for a SIM. But we're definitely not going to use this. This is insane. But as you can see here, you can see from my last time we talked about passwords, you see what type of password that they use. Very strong password. I would have liked to see some special characters in there, but that's very strong. Now, going over, this is exactly what we see in the real world. You'll see these type of dashboards, and they give all types of information out across the board. So unlike my host SIM or event logger that's sitting here just taking down everything that's going wrong on my PC or what has happened, this SIM is designed to put the agent onto the PC and then take down particular information on those agents. So that agent will sit on that PC. It'll sit on that PC here with the this little icon down here. I don't know if you can see it, but in the lower right-hand corner, it'll sit down here, and it runs in the background and pulls information off of it in order to show you from a grand scale of what's going on. So if you see any type of weird event, a brute force attack going on, someone's constantly being locked out or trying different passwords to one particular account, it'll show up in a SIM like this in different types of files, just putting it in a prettier interface. But as an analyst, you're probably going to be in a SIM more often than not, looking at logs, trying to determine what happened, and this is called threat hunting. And You know, I'm not really showing much here on here, just because I don't have an agent set up for it. And I really hate that. Maybe I can have it set up for the next time that we have class. So I can actually show you how it looks over the internet. But this is a cloud-based SIM. This is more likely what you're going to see. Remember that SIM is going to take down any type of action that has been taken on that agent and record it. Now, once you get to a certain amount of logs, because you can imagine, once you get so many logs allocated, it will begin to bog down, become slower. So you do want to erase files after a certain amount of time. And maybe that's why this is so much, because I only got 100 gigs of storage for files here. And you can imagine if we had 12 CCs to probably look after, that 100 gigs of file space will probably be eaten up pretty quick. Okay, but that's a SIM in a nutshell. Is going to watch over and create a log sheet of everything that's happening, so you can do research on a incident that you have later on. Also, I want to just reiterate, if you guys wanted to download VirtualBox, let me know if you guys want to do that, and I can put an ISO in the Google Classroom so you could download it and load up your own virtual machine. Tell you the truth, if someone wants to do that, that's more PCs we get to work with on our live session on the 25th, and it'll be more interactive that way. So the more we can have virtual machines ready to go, the merrier. So if you wanted to do that, just let me know. Shoot me something in the chat or shoot me an email, and I'll put that ISO out there for everyone to get. Okay? That's all I have. Dr. McBride, turn it back over to you.
Okay, all right. A very practical experience this morning.
Start the recording. And put a thumbs up chat. I sound okay, and if my video is going the way, because I've been having some network issues, and I'll kill my video if it's going to save the bandwidth. So give me a thumbs up if you guys can see me and hear me fine. So what I want to do
It's a little bit
is
slow.
I want to share my screen. It's a little bit slow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little choppy.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead.
You're going in and out.
My internet been acting up this morning too.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm still sharing my screen because we still want to screen. Still want to share what I got going on. So let me know when you guys see that. And
We can see it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Reactions.
It's good.
Okay. Okay. So the first thing I wanted to jump into is just your PC, your actual hardware. And let's have some conversations on what we should be looking at. If you wanted to go and buy a new PC or a new Chromebook, what do you want to look at? What would be more efficient for the money that you're going to spend? So let me start off by saying that you have desktops, laptops, got servers. You have now you have full MacBooks. They have MacBook Pros, Mac desktops. So you have a variety of different types of computer systems. Okay. Now, the one thing that the memory that it has to actually go. So a lot of times in the Windows world, you will see when you go to Best Buy, there have the allows out to say, hey, has a i5 core processor, or I want to say an ADM chipset. And what that means is that throughout those different sets, or processors, it really, and when it comes to, let's say, a comparison of a Chromebook is more meant for web browsing and having less power, if you will. Power is kind of a bad word. Features that a normal PC or a computer will have. Okay, normally your desktops and your laptops will come equipped in order to run application. At the same time, you
Mr. Lee.
can plug in external webcam. I'm sorry.
I had a question. Could you share when you're speaking, could you share like what chapters this is associated with? So just a little correlation.
This is not in the correlation with books. So it's kind of like I'm giving a technical overview. So whenever the book refers to any kind of equipment, you will kind of have a background on it. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So just follow and say recording this video. So if you ever need to go, because the book is going to assume that you have this knowledge already. Okay. So Chromebook is kind of it's meant for web browsing and things of that sort, just kind of opening up that Chrome web browser and then doing your work there. But as a desktop or a server, you can actually put applications on it. We from the internet, then we can actually add on and then interacting with those applications. Now, desktops and laptops are kind of for personal use, but your servers are meant for it's more business use. But you also can have them in your household and they're a purpose serving. So it's meant to actually have a heavy workload. It's a heavy workload and then be able to distribute application or whatever is meant to the actual user. Give me 1 second. I'm seeing the chat. I'm still going in and out a bunch now. Give me 1 second.
Oh, what was the last thing? Meeting is being recorded. What was the last thing y'all heard?
Servers are meant for heavy workloads.
Okay, servers. So let me get out of here. Recording. So servers are meant to have a heavy workload, while your desktops and your laptops are probably not meant to be web servers, right? So when I say web servers, I mean I'm putting a website on there and I'm actually waiting for people to come visit my website. But that's normally what we did back in the, I want to say the early 80s, 90s. Now everything is pretty much on the cloud, and you can spin up a website in a matter of minutes, okay? So we have, these are the type of equipment that you're gonna probably see in the everyday work field, okay? So either you're gonna see a laptop, desktop, you're gonna be remoting into a server, or you're gonna go into a database and you're gonna see servers. But you also see the emergence of Chromebooks and then tablets, as well as phones, mobile devices, because they're just as smart as your
regular computers, but you know, we normally don't add full-blown applications to them, but we do add apps to them, which is short applications, but we add those apps that adds on more functionality to that actual device, okay? So I also wanted to go a little bit deeper into a CMD command prompt. So as you can see on my screen, I'm gonna click on my start menu and type in CMD. And what that does is it's gonna bring up a command prompt here. And in this command prompt, I can see different information about my computer. A lot of times, if I'm going to run any type of administrative rights on that computer, I can always go back to my CMD, my command prompt, and run it from here. No, you don't have to learn how to, be an expert at running commands in the command prompt, but I just wanted you to be familiar that whenever I'm going to see my IP address, I'm coming here to actually type in that IP config to get that information. So in those videos that was posted, I went a little bit into IP config, IF config for Linux, and this is how your router talks to your PC or your server, okay? That router is going to give you internet access based off of the address that it assigns to you. Now, for the different types of Ethernet or wireless connections that you have to your PC, that'll be based off of how your router gives you an address, okay? So it wants to give every Ethernet and wireless adapter a IP address, so it's able to communicate to the outside world if need be. So I have a Wi-Fi connection here that you see Wi-Fi 2, that this is my main connection for this PC, and this is my IP address for it. This is the IPv4. I'm not going to go into the difference between 4 and 6, but in today's world, we're probably going to be referring to IPv4 addresses versus 6, okay? And the one thing that I want you guys to take away from IPv4 address is that it has 4 different octets or digits or places, right? And they're separated by these 3 decimal points. Sorry about that. I also want you to look at the default gateway. Default gateway is probably going to be the address for your router. This is how you actually can go into your router and then look at the configurations there. We'll do that in just a second. So we covered the CMD, we looked at the IP address, and we looked at the gateway. So let's go a little bit further into our gateway, and then we'll look at a speed test as well. So let me open up a web browser here. And remember, let me show you guys, make sure you see it. This 192.168.0.1, okay, this is your router. This is more likely going to be your router's address. And in your house right now, whoever your telephone provider was or your internet provider, they probably came in there and set up a router in your home. And you have the access to actually log into it and see the type of access that you have for it, or who's connected to your PC at that time, or not PC, at your network at that time. Let me try to open up this one. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys my router and how to actually go into it. And hopefully when you get time today, you can go and see about your router and log into yours. So this is my router webpage. And you guys also, if you pull up a command prompt on your PC and you type in IP config, go back up here and show that. Let's highlight it right here. You type that in and hit enter, It's going to give you this information, and we're looking for the wireless device or the Ethernet connection that you have for it. And then we're going to type, we're going to look for our default gateway and then type that into our web browser in order to get to our router, okay? Everybody following me on that? Thumbs up in the chat.
Do you mind repeating it once more?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you mind repeating that process once more from command prompt?
One more time, say it one more time.
Do you mind just going back over the steps from command prompt, type in IP config and then what?
Yeah, let's start back over. So I'm gonna close everything down, right? And to find out if I'm on a Windows computer, I'm gonna go to my start menu. So mine might a little bit different because I'm on Windows 11. If you're on Windows 10, it's the same thing. So you're gonna type start on your Windows key or your keyboard, or go down to the start menu, wherever it may be. I'm gonna click that, and then up here in the search menu, we're gonna type in CMD. Okay, that brings up command prompt here. All right, what we want to do is, matter of fact, I want you to hover over it and then right click and run as an administrator. Okay, get used to pulling up your command prompt in that manner. So we're gonna run it as an administrator, and if it asks you with a control access point, it says, "Are you sure you want to open that?" Say yes, and then what it does is opens a command prompt in an administrator mode. Okay, so from here, we want to type in IP config and hit enter. Okay, so for mine, you'll see that I have an Ethernet connection for my VMs that I have on my PC. I have some virtual machines. We're not going to look at those right now. But what I'm using for internet access is my wireless LAN here, which is a dongle that I have out of my laptop, and that's what's giving me internet connection. So from here, I want to look at my IPv4 address. It's going to be 192.168.0.163. Never mind the subnet mask. We want to also go around here to our default gateway and then see that it's 192.168.0.1. Now I'm going to right click on that as I highlighted it. That causes me to actually copy that address. And I'm going to go into my web browser. I'm going to close this down. Go into my web browser, and I'm going to right click and paste and go to that actual address in my web browser. That takes me to my router's web page, so to say, or web console. Okay. Now, if you never logged into your router, you have no idea what this username and password could be. The wonderful thing about that is that it's probably already written on the actual box. So you could just go to your router and actually look at it, maybe look at the bottom or in the back of it, see if they have the username and the password already typed on it, and then you can come back to this web console and log into it. So the first security problem that we have for today is that a lot of phone companies, they put these routers in people's households, but they never tell them that they can actually log into their routers, and then furthermore, that they can actually set a password to their router. A lot of times we just think that we put a password on the network, then that applies to the router, and that's not the case. Okay, so a lot of times they put these routers out, and the password is simply password. Okay, so you know, and the username would be admin. So there's nothing you could do about the admin part, right? You can maybe put another user on it, but the admin part is going to be a set username But then the problem is that the password is so easy to remember. A hacker could probably just take a guess of going to your default gateway address and then typing in that password in order to get to your network, be on your network, control your network. Okay. So what we want to do as security professionals is that the first thing first is that we want to go in and change our password for our actual home network. So for me, mine is different, all right? So I'm gonna type that in, and it lets me come into my my router, and now I can see different connected devices, what type of settings that I have here on my network. Okay, so I have all of my networks closed down because I'm using an extender in order to get the signal around the house. And a little bit more on that is that a little pro tip is that if you're having internet connection issues or you want it to be a little bit faster, look where your router is in the house. Okay, Wi-Fi signal is treated just like a radio signal. So for those who are old enough to understand how we used to listen to the radio back in the day, is that we used to have an antenna that comes up from that radio, and then we will point it in different directions in the air to try to get a better signal. And your Wi-Fi signal works the same way. Now, I say that to say, you may say, hey, Lee, there's no actual antenna on my router. How can I get it to point in a different direction? So that signal, it weakens every time it needs to go through walls. So if you think about your house, if you have a lot of walls or things around your router, it could be killing the signal that it could be actually giving out to the whole house. So if you can move it into an open space or in the middle of the house, away from closed areas, it will give a better signal throughout the house. Okay, so just a pro tip: if you can move it, let's move it to a better spot. If you need to call the telephone company in to actually have them move it, they may charge you a little bit in order to run those cables into a better room. Okay. Moving on back into my console here. So I have 4 different networks that I can actually cut on and then connect to. But like I said, I'm using another device to actually give a better signal out, because a lot of times they give you older equipment and it doesn't actually give off a good signal, even if you put them into a very open spot. But nevertheless, these are all the connected devices that I can see connected to my actual network. Let that load here. And as a professional, the unknown devices that are connected to my network concerns me. What are those connections to my network? Could it be someone sniffing my network, which I'll show you later on how they can actually sniff your network and you not know about it? Could it be could it be a new device that I didn't know that connects to the internet but is actually pulling the internet IP? Could it be, I just got a washing machine, and the washing machine could actually connect to the Wi-Fi, which connects to the application on your phone to let you know when the load of clothes is done. So could it be those type of products on your network? But as a security professional, we want to actually go through these lists and actually name them. Okay, let's see, you can click on the pencil and then put in whatever name that you want, right? But since I don't know what they are just yet, I'm not going to do it. Well, I just changed it. But I need to actually look at the IP addresses and then go throughout my house, see whatever devices that are connected to my Wi-Fi, and then actually give them a name, okay? And I would advise that for you guys as well. It gives good experience just to kind of go through your network to see exactly what's connected to your network. This is a way of actually giving a security assessment, getting to know what's on your network in order to know what to protect on your network. So all of this is part of, while you won't see this on the Security Plus exam, these are intangibles that you will need in order to go and land that job, because now you're doing an asset inventory. And if we know what's on our network, then we know what to protect on our network, okay? Any questions on that? Y'all still hear me good? I'm good? Here we got our firewall. Remember, like I said, last time we talked, our firewall is, I'm sorry?
I said, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Our firewall is an appliance that's sitting at the end of the edge of our network. It's watching all of the traffic come in. If it doesn't see anything that it likes, it tends to block, and you won't even see that traffic. Okay, so I know right now I'm probably talking to where you're asking yourself what traffic, what you don't actually see the packets coming in. These are all things done on the back side of it, and whenever we pull up the Wireshark application, I'll show you a little bit more of those actual packets coming in. So let's leave our router. I would like for one of you guys to actually really try to do that. One more thing before we leave the router, to change that password. So let's say if we look at our router and we actually see that the password is password or password 123, we can come in and they should give us an option here to actually change the password to the login, the login account for that actual router. That doesn't change the password that's here on the Wi-Fi. Okay, so don't get that confused. These are two different passwords, or they should be. I know a lot of times everyone kind of uses the same password for a lot of their accounts because it's easier to remember. I understand that. I'm not saying that that's the way you should do it, but I understand it. So let's close that out. Remember the command prompt. Going back to our slide, speed test. So let's say if we moved our router into our open space, we got a better signal. So now I'm getting all 5 bars instead of 2 bars. I can go and do a speed test to see if I actually am able to download packets quickly and upload packets quickly. Real quick, so the problem that I just had with you guys is that I was having a download issue and an upload issue, okay? You were able to see my screen, so I'm able to upload quickly, right? I'm able to show you things from my computer quickly. So when I say upload, I'm taking things from my desktop, my laptop, whatever I'm working on, my device, and I'm uploading it to the internet very quickly. That's upload. The problem was that it wasn't uploading the voice to go along with that. And so now I sound choppy. It also didn't go along with my video. So I was looking choppy. I might have sounded like a robot at times. And that's where our download speeds and our upload speeds, they kind of have this, we have issues throughout the mornings, right? And it could be anything. You can actually have a storm, a thunderstorm that's around your area at that time, and it could actually downgrade your speed when it comes to uploading and downloading packets, network packets. And so now you have to go and call in to a Zoom call because you can't do it all on your computer. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's great, but I think this is what I'll do next time, just to kind of avoid this problem is just to call in and then share my screen. But you have download packets where we can, you know, if you guys were to share your screen or share your video, I can download those things quickly and see it. So the problem that I was just having is that where I could show you my screen, whenever I did ask you a question, I couldn't download you guys' response quick. So it sounded, I had to wait maybe about 20 seconds before someone would actually respond back to me. So I was having upload and download issues. I say all that to show you this. Let's go to our browser here and let's go to a speed test. I love to do a speed test just to kind of see where's my internet speed at this time, especially because I'm upstairs in kind of a, I'm away from my router. So I just go to Google and I type in speed test, and you can actually go to this website too, but you know what, let's open this up in a different browser. And I just like to use the one that's defaulted to Google, and I'm gonna run a speed test. And as you can see, I'm not doing very good on my speed test at all. Like, I'm normally around that 100 mark, but for some reason I'm not able to really kick out enough download and upload speed. And I think the only way that I could possibly fix that is maybe physically connect to my router. You see, it gave me some old mediocre score. My internet speed is fine. I'd rather for it to be speedier than that. But the only way I think that I could possibly fix it is to actually use the Ethernet cord and plug it up to my router and actually get those download speeds directly from the router. Always remember, if you can plug up to an Ethernet cord, it's always faster versus being on a Wi-Fi signal, okay? So my speed is not great, hence why I need to call in. You also have it shows you more of a throttle type of speed test here. But they both do the same thing. So what they're doing is they're sending test packets out from your PC out to another provider that's out there in the closest jump point. So that'll be Atlanta. And what they'll do is they'll send these ping packets out, and they'll see how quick it can get to there and then how quick it can come back. So getting to there will be your upload speed. Coming back will be your download speed, okay? So nothing that you need to know for the test, but this is just some good background stuff. So whenever I start talking about different types of networking tasks, we're not totally lost. Any questions so far? Moving on to Windows Update. Now, with Windows Updates, this is where we're taking our laptops and devices and we're making sure that they're up to date. Why is this important? Is because these updates these updates or patches, they actually patch the problems or the vulnerabilities that we're exposed to. So if we type in, we go to our start menu and we type in Windows, let's just type in update. Oh, I guess I'm right. Windows update. Windows update, then we can see that you can check for updates here in your system settings. So we want to click on that, and I'll bring this window over. And you can see that I'm due for an update here, which is a update for Windows 11. And what this does, and what this says, is that whatever this is supposed to fix, I'm exposed to it at this point in time. So if a hacker was on my network, or if I was in a business and I didn't patch or didn't run an update for my laptop, then my device could be vulnerable for an attack at that point in time. So what I want to do to actually fix that is download and install. I'm not going to do that right now just because I'm already, maxed out for download speeds, and I'll probably lose you guys if I actually try to download this packet. And I think that's a lot of times that's why users don't like to run updates, is that they feel like it runs down or slows down the machine. But these updates are meant for security reasons. And so that's why security and IT, they kind of really push the fact that, hey, you need to update your phones, your tablets, and your PCs as much as possible, because if not, they stand a chance of being attacked or becoming compromised because they have this vulnerability that's just out there for the actual device. Now, I clicked on update history just so you can see all of the updates that I already ran. And they kind of look like the update that I need to run today. So these go on every second Tuesday of every month. Windows probably is going to put out a set of patches that you need to actually download and then install. And you may ask yourself, why? Why we just can't have a Windows operating system that doesn't need patching? It's just because it comes down to logistics, and you have millions and millions of code that is on your computer, and so to overlook something and see a vulnerability is very likely to overlook it and then catch it later down the road. And then now we need to put out an update in order to fix that problem that we already put out. Okay, so it's just human error, and it's probably going to go that way until we start having machines actually write the code for us, and then maybe it will be better then. But for right now, I would advise everyone to update your phones, laptops as quick as possible, just so you can not have those vulnerabilities out there unpatched. Now, going into Wireshark allows us to see the network from the back end side. Those packets that I was talking about earlier when we were in our router, and those packets that I was talking about when it comes to the speed test, uploading and downloading, this Wireshark application allows us to see those those packets in real time. So check this out. Before I get into it, any questions? Am I losing you? Are we understanding the type of tools that we need to be familiar with? I'm sorry if y'all hear any kind of crying in the background. But any questions? All right, so Wireshark. I'll open it up, but I'm gonna go back to my browser here. If you wanted Wireshark on your system, you could just simply do a Google search for Wireshark, and you can go to their website and actually download it there. And what we want to do is we want to go to the download side right here. Now, we want to pick the right installer, okay? But before we go to that, let's go to the actual application. Maybe you don't even want to actually get into this. So when I open the application, this is Wireshark, right? So this is this is a real tool that security professionals use as well as hackers use. And I'm gonna show you why. Okay, so this shows me all of the internet connections that Wireshark sees from the application standpoint. Now, I know that my Wi-Fi is here because I see activity here. Now, I also see my VMware giving out some activity too, which is my virtual machine. I told you guys not to worry about those, but they're also giving us some feedback too. So you can see here that we see some traffic. I'm not too sure about the Ethernet 3 or the adapter, the loopback. I'm not sure about that. But anyway, we want to get started on Wi-Fi 2. So this is the dongle that I was having issues with. Let's go ahead and click on it. So whenever we click on it, what it's going to do, Wireshark is going to see all of the traffic that's coming in from the background. The things that you see coming in past your firewall and actually coming to your computer. And now, I'm not going to click on it just yet because it's going to just be a steady flow of traffic. But I want you to understand that the steady flow of traffic is going to different types of applications on your computer at all times. Before we get onto that, let me just open up my Task Manager. So I think we went over Task Manager a little bit last time. So all of these processes and applications I got running all at the same time, and you do too. Okay, so if you go to your Task Manager, you right click on the taskbar down here, and then go to your Task Manager, you'll see all of these processes too. So all of that traffic that I'm about to show you is going to these processes, those applications, okay? They're constantly talking, constantly moving in and out traffic from the internet back to your PC. So it's easy for us to kind of overlook it and not know what's connected to our network at that time. So let me close this out. So I'm gonna click on Wi-Fi 2, double click it, and as you can see, if we watch our little bar over here, you see it's constantly just jumping up and down. What that means is it's just already, I probably pulled in maybe 1,000 packets. And I'm scrolling up here, okay? So this is all the traffic that's coming into my PC. Matter of fact, for my Wi-Fi. So this accounts for the TV that's running downstairs that's connected to the Wi-Fi, my wife's computer, as well as her phone. I have my mother over. She has her tablet and her phone that's connected to the Wi-Fi. All of this traffic is coming in, okay? Now, you see these, sometimes you see these black highlighted packets. And what that means is that these are kind of like resets. The computer doesn't know what to do with them. So they kind of try it over and over and over again. But basically, from a high level overview, this is how you actually see what's communicating on your PC. On your network. So if you see any kind of bad traffic, you will normally use Wireshark to actually see. And when I mean actually see it, so I double clicked on a packet, and this is how you can actually see more information about who's talking and why they're talking. So this is a TP link, and this is probably going to be my my network card. And sometimes you can actually drill down into these packets and actually see the actual information that's moving back and forth. So if you have something that's unencrypted or is not using encryption to move back and forth, you can actually see passwords or the type of communication that you're using to move back and forth, okay? Any questions on Wi-Fi, Wireshark, and looking into the network packets? Stop this. Any questions on that? Okay. So all in all, with that little bit of time of running, we already pulled down 10,678 packets. And in these packets, we can open them up and see exactly who's been talking, what do they need to be talking about. Okay. This is what we use for reconnaissance. So if I'm a hacker or if I'm a security professional, and I want to see if I go to a place and I've never been there before, as soon as they give me the password to get on the network, I can use this tool to actually see who else is on the network, from printers to mobile devices, who's actually talking on the network, and I can build me a nice log list of actual devices talking on that network. So this is what you'll use Wireshark for, and I think it's a great tool to have and to understand. But it's more on the networking side than it is the security side. As a security professional, you only pull out Wireshark if you're desperate, and if your networking team cannot, they don't know exactly what's going on. Okay, so on a day-to-day basis, I rarely ever use Wireshark, but I'm familiar with it, and I use it just in case, to give you a real-world experience. If I need to unblock a website, then I probably will use Wireshark to actually see what ID, what IP address that the website has, and then what computer is actually blocking it, what computer is actually blocking it, and then I can take that IP address, whitelist it, and then actually have that traffic come through. I'm gonna quit without saving, and then I'm gonna go back to the website and I'm gonna show you guys. So if you wanted that application, remember you could just go to the download section in Wireshark, and you can actually download the installer for whatever OS that you have. So sometimes, more than likely, everybody's going to need a 64-bit, but some of us may have 32-bit Windows operating system. So what I mean by that is, if you go to your start menu and you go to this PC, no, that's not it. System information should have it. We can see here, there's that bit. You should be able to see here in system type x64. So if you go to your system information and you see in your system type where it says x64, or it may say 32. If it says 32, you would download a 32-bit, which I don't see, so you'll probably just need to run a 64 anyway. But if you're downloading any other applications and they give you an option of 64, 32 bits, then that's where you'll go to see that actual information. So I'm going to throw this into the chat, just in case y'all want to go ahead and check it out. Oh, never mind. Sorry about that, Cindy. All right. Any questions on Wireshark or the networking tools that we've seen so far? So now what we're about to do is transition into more security tools that we use on a day-to-day basis. And to answer the question earlier, this will be more into the chapter 3-4 range when it comes to security assessments. Thumbs up in the chat that everybody's cool. Everybody still with me? I think y'all left me there. All right.
Still here.
We're here.
We're good.
We're good. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Well, I'm gonna go through it. All right. So hopefully this is a little bit better. I think let's go into NS lookups. NS lookups, when you're talking about reconnaissance, or we're talking about from a standpoint of a hacker, let's say if I'm a hacker and I wanted to get some information on the victim that I want to social engineer and send a phishing scam to. Okay, so that's what I want to do. You guys are my team. Y'all gonna help me look up my victims that I got problems with, and we're gonna just try to find out as much information as possible to come up with a good phishing campaign to get them to click on a link, and then when they click on a link, I want to install a keylogger on their PC. So you following me? So I got beef with these 4 websites right here. I got a beef with Voorhees, Allen University, this dentist. I think this is a dentist website I looked up, and then I got a problem with Benedict. So what we're going to do is we're going to do reconnaissance using NS lookup, and NS lookup allows us to look at a website and then find out more information about it. Sometimes people may call it who is, or really just kind of at the end of the day is DNS lookup. DNS means domain names lookup systems. I'm sorry, so domain naming systems. But I like to use NS lookups all the time just because if I need to know the IP of a website, then I can go there and see exactly what IP address they're actually using. So let me show some examples of this. Okay. So, let me show the command prompt way of it first. So we're gonna bring up CMD again. Remember, we're gonna go here, right click on it, run as an administrator. So if you get a command prompt to say, hey, are you sure? We're gonna say yes. So what we're gonna do, once we have our command prompt open, type in NS lookup and then hit enter. So what that does is that it
we lost your screen. We don't see your screen anymore.
Oh, guess I couldn't do it like that. Got it back?
We have it back now. Thank you.
All right. My bad. I guess I couldn't type it like that. All right. So command prompt. Start menu CMD. Open up the wrong one. Start CMD. Highlight. Right click. Run as administrator. User access controls come up. You're gonna hit yes. So now we got our command prompt open. What we're gonna do is we're gonna type in NS lookup and hit enter. Now what that does is that it gets your command prompt ready to look up the domain names over whatever IP address or website name that you actually put in there. So quick fact is that computers don't really recognize words. What they do is they actually communicate in ones and zeros. Okay, I'm not gonna get too deep into that, but a little bit more levels up than that from that standpoint. They also recognize numbers way better than humans could ever be or could ever learn, right? So a lot of these websites, all of these websites that we look up have IP addresses to them. And that's how the internet works. Whenever we type in ESPN.com, it doesn't look for ESPN.com. It looks for the IP address that is associated with ESPN.com. And that's how it finds it every time, no matter what nation you're in, what type of keyboard you have, because you may have keys that are different, right? Or a different language. It doesn't matter. It's going to look for the numbers, okay? So your IP address is associated with whatever website, or when you're talking about, let's go from your personal PC is associated with a public IP, and then that's the way the internet actually knows where you are, okay? And I'll go a little bit deeper into that. But anyway, let's go back to our NS lookup. So ESPN.com is actually, it's associated with these IP addresses. So what it does is it sends out that information, says, hey, we want to do a domain lookup of ESPN.com. What numbers do you have associated with it? So now we have these IP addresses that are all associated, really not associated is the wrong word. These are bought by the company ESPN.com. So if we want to do morris.edu, so we can't get there's no DNS parent record for that, which I probably have to go on the website to actually get that, but they might have hit it. Never know. Anyway, I have a website, mentortech.org. These are the IP addresses that are associated with my website. Okay, I got some IPv6 addresses here, but then I also have my IPv4 addresses that are associated. Now, what that means is that I should technically be able to go here, highlight this IP address, and then go back to my web browser. Go to my web browser and plug this in. Technically, it should have worked. Should be able to put in that web address, that IP4 address, and go to my actual website. But it didn't work, so I'm going to leave that alone. But trust me, it's associated with that website name. Okay, so that's NS lookup, and I use this a lot of times at work just to kind of internally know what servers are what naming conventions they have for them, and I just really kind of use them for inventory, okay? But if I'm a hacker, this is valuable information because now I have some associated IP address for that actual website, okay? So let's go back to our slides here. What we're going to do is we're going to go to our who is link. So who is going to perform the NS lookup function, but in a prettier format. Is going to actually give you a website to actually do what we just did here on our command prompt, but it's going to just do it in a web browser. So let's close this out. Let's go back to the web browser. On my internet. So, okay, who we have beef with again? So let's go with, let's see if we can look up Voorhees EDU. So what I want to do is I'm going to copy this address and let's do some reconnaissance on Voorhees. So what this website does is that it looks at the DNS records, but the more interesting thing is that it also looks at the registration, who actually registered the website to be a legit website with the certificate holders. Okay, we'll get into that later in the chapters. Matter of fact, we'll get into that next class when we're talking about PKIs and encryption. But what I can do with this website is I can plug in that website name and it can come back with information about that website as well as the business that it runs, right? So I can find out the PO box for Voorhees. This is actually the information that I was looking for. I was looking for some type of contact. Sometimes you can find websites here that actually gives a name for the administrative contact as well as a technical contact. So we'll come back to that. But we can also see server names here. And we can also see some important information, such as the recorded domain recorded activated on 96. But more importantly, when does it expire? When will they need to actually call their provider or get in contact with the provider and then renew the licenses for the website? Okay. Quick question. Is everybody familiar that when creating a website, you actually have to pay for that website, but then you need to pay yearly to license that website out and to keep that name, that domain name. Sometimes we hear stories of people who have bought a domain name and they need, it really goes along with that company, so they want to pay that person a good bit of money in order to get that domain name. This is where this information could actually come in handy for those types of exploits like that. That's part of social engineering, right? So again, if I had beef with Voorhees, I could possibly look at it and say, okay, all right, by July, I would like to have a phishing campaign written by June, June, about a month out, June 30th, and send it out to, if I had a technical contact or administrative contact, I could possibly have a phishing campaign written up for them to say, hey, your domain expires on July 31st of this year. Click this link to go ahead and reactivate your account before it expires. And then if I have a malicious link in that phishing email, then now I can possibly have them put in some information, maybe some banking information, some routing numbers, some account numbers, and possibly take care of my victim that way. That in the whole scheme is how a lot of hackers would actually work, okay? A lot of hackers are not trying to waste their time hacking into your firewalls, into your routers. It takes too much manpower to do that, really, in my humble opinion. And plus, more people are getting more aware about cybersecurity and having these technical controls in place to where it's becoming more cumbersome to actually hack into an actual device where I can just actually do a phishing campaign and get the same information. Okay? So this is how I would use the Whois website. Now, I didn't really get too much on Voorhees, so let's take a look at some of my other victims here. Let's try Alan. Plug Alan, you in there? See if we get anything. Oh, okay. So we got a little bit more things to look at. We got a name. So now I know Carl, he set up the web server and he's the point of contact for the web server. You get what I'm saying? So now how can I use that as a hacker? So now I see the domain expires on July 31st of next year. But how can I now, I have a direct contact to Carl now. I can actually use his website, his email, and email him directly. Now, hopefully he checks that. If not, I can take it a little bit further and I can give this, I know it's probably a generic phone number, but it might not be. But more than likely, since it starts with a 5901, numbers like that are probably going to be the front desk office. But either way, I can still do my social engineering factor and call and say, hey, I'm looking for a call, and this is very important. This is about the domain certificates that are going to expire on July 31st in 2024. Okay, so you get where I'm going with this. I can even go a little bit further, and let's do a Google search on call, and let's do Allen University along with that. Let's see what we got. Oh, look, I got that network engineer that came up in his Google search. This is all what we call reconnaissance. This is just how I'm going to find out more about my victim. Okay, so now you can see that headquarter from this website. It says that this is the phone number for the HQ phone headquarters. So that would probably be front desk. So if we go back to our who is, this is probably his desk phone number. So now I can call him directly. That's cool. So I can either, do some phishing campaigns with the emails, or I can do some phishing campaigns with the phone calls. Okay. I can probably pay for this website here and probably get his mobile device number, give him a call on the cell, and say, just kind of make it kind of urgent. Because a lot of times, these people in these positions, they have a lot of things going on. They're not trying to, really. Sometimes when we set web servers up, we set them and then forget them. And we don't really worry about them until something is about to be expired, okay? But that's how a hacker will work too. They're just gonna, do little simple searches just like this. And now we have a target, and now I just need a plan. I just need to come up with a phishing campaign. Any questions so far?
Not any questions.
I'm sorry, I said you had an echo.
Okay.
Say it again. So my third website here, which I think is a dentist office I tried to look at. Yeah, because it rerouted me and I didn't understand that. So this is the dentist office. Matter of fact, let's just no, I'm sorry. This was the tire repair shop. Not to hack into that. Well, not hack into, but just kind of find out more information about them. And what I liked about it is that this is how you want to set up your registration on your website. You want to set them up to where no information is given out, okay? If I want to give anything out, I give out the address, the web address, the website address, and have them come back to my website and then get in contact with me here, okay? This is how it should be done. No information was given to me. I can't use this to really get any information. So now, as a hacker, I got to go and look at the source and see what they give me here. Maybe I can look at a particular person that's here, but they don't seem to have a list of workers here, which is a good thing, right? Because now I can't point anybody out. So now, well, I got some addresses here, so maybe I could try a phishing campaign here, but for someone to have their information already blocked here for the registration, they probably got some good training to where they're probably not going to give me much information at the actual spot. So if I'm a hacker, I probably have to get some physical tools and probably have to go to the spot in order to put my keylogger on a PC there. And I have to get a physical keylogger instead of a virtual one. This is how we actually want to set that up. I thought that this was a good example to show you guys of how whenever you do get a job in cybersecurity and you're just doing some reconnaissance of your company, see exactly what they have out there for people to see. That just reminded me I need to look at my own company. So this is Sunoco.com. I spelled it right. Let's see what we got. Yeah, some of them looking wow. So what can we find out here? Not too sure about this Mark monitor. See. Get up to see. Okay, so this is a third party that's actually hosting the website. Okay, so what I can tell you from the company that I work for, what it looks like is that they gave the domain register and all that responsibilities to this third party, and now this third party puts in the information that people would normally look for. If you wish to contact the domain register, administrator, or technical contact, such as email, you should do so at the website, basically, is what it's saying. Which is basically, you know, I hate this. You know, I'm not doing this to actually cause shame on anyone. And I don't want to, you know, kind of say, oh, look, you got your information out here. But this is what, you know, I bring this up so people can actually understand that the information that we put on the internet is always out there and is always available until we are aware of it, and then we can go and clean it up, such as this. Okay. Our last website here. Let's go to Benedict, and let's see what Benedict is going on, because I know Benedict is. They should have been. I thought that they were going to be top notch, but I did see some things that I found to be. They had the domain admin part right, but Anthony put his name here for the technical contact. So again, we can contact Anthony this year. Let's see, to do a quick search on him. Let's see if we can narrow it down. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you guys. Looking at it yesterday, right? So I went to images, and I tried to say, okay, who looks like Anthony? I tried to do some stereotyping, and I couldn't do it. So what I did is I went back, and I said, let me put in Benedict. And as a matter of fact, you can see it. So now, what confused me is that they had this guy for Anthony, right? But then they had this guy for Anthony too. So I was like, man, who is it? I don't, you know, I've just seen stereotypes, I'm not gonna lie. But they don't look like they would be working for Benedict. So what I went over to is LinkedIn. And if you go to LinkedIn, copy this link. And you can see Anthony put some post out on the behalf of Benedict College, or, you know, just kind of tagging them in a post. And so what I did is, I'm gonna bring this over just because this is where my LinkedIn is open up at. Put that link in, and it brings me to someone that I think could be a potential victim, right? And so now, this is the person that posted those posts on the behalf of Benedict. And so now I can, being a member of LinkedIn, I could just go ahead and shoot him a message or connect with him, and then do my phishing email that way. Okay? So I thought that was interesting, just kind of looking through. But your WhoIs website is always going to show you detailed information such as this. Pausing. Any questions? All right, moving on to Qualis. All right, if you can hear me, listen to me. If you don't take anything away from this lecture today, please, 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 if you're wanting to get into cybersecurity, learn the scanner today or this week. Qualis is there's two big companies when it comes to vulnerability scanning in the cybersecurity realm. It's Qualis and then it's Rapid7 or Insight VM. But if you know one of those two tools, then you can set yourself up for success moving forward. For today, I want to show you Qualys because Qualys has some free training that allow you to get a certification in vulnerability management. I'm going to say it again. Qualys has free training for you to be certified in vulnerability management. Every company that is looking for a cybersecurity analyst or have a cybersecurity team has a vulnerability management sector. And you do not need to have a cybersecurity certification to go along with it. You don't need the Security Plus to go along with it. You can take this training, become certified, and get interviews. I believe get interviews and land jobs if you know this tool. Okay. Now I just took the training and I passed the training. I had Chris to take the training. He passed the training. But I would advise you to, if you're not feeling so comfortable after the training, to download the 30-day trial of the tool and then learn how to install the agents as well as run scans on them, on the agents, and just become more familiar with the tool, okay? Because when people call you in for interviews, they're going to ask you, what do you know about vulnerability management? And then you can talk intelligently about this Qualys tool. But this is a big tool that we use in everyday tasks when it comes to cybersecurity. So let's go ahead and let's open it up, see what we got. This is my username. The password. So let's go with Qualys. Matter of fact, let me show you Rapid7 real quick. So Qualys and Insight VM is going to be vulnerability management tools that we use to scan the network, and then they're going to tell us what PCs, what devices that are on the network that actually are unpatched, they're out of date, they are vulnerable to certain type of attacks that's going on in a daily standpoint. Okay, so that was the reason why I showed you guys how to run a Windows update. Okay, because if you don't run your Windows update, this type of tool can come behind you and say, hey, Lee didn't run an update. It stands susceptible to this type of attack. And it prints it out. You can print it out and then give that to your higher ups. And now they can see from a high view how exposed is the network to certain types of attacks. Okay, so this is why it's so valuable. Qualys and Rapid7 are the two main leaders. I want that. Qualys and Rapid7 are the two main leaders, and they more likely the company that you interview with are probably going to have one of the two tools here. Now, I don't care if you get certified in Rapid7 or Qualys because they both kind of work the same. They're going to put endpoints out there, and then they're going to scan the network to see what's going on. Okay, so if you know one, you can go into the other one and work the same way. It's really just learning how to work the platform. Okay, so this is Rapid7. does exactly what Qualys does. So if one business has Qualys and they don't like it, they're probably going to move over to Rapid7. And that's just the way I've seen it, okay? So I wanted to show you guys this. This is the free training that they have. You can get certified. Now their foundation programs are things that you can knock out in an hour and put that on your resume, put that on your LinkedIn profile. But I want you guys, if you have time, to look at the actual certification classes. That is 8 hours of training, and then you can knock that out. And now that shows that you can actually run the tool in a business environment. So that's the one that's going to be your moneymaker right there. But going back to what does the actual tool do, and I went ahead and logged into the cloud platform and installed the agent on 2 of my PCs. So now, if I scroll down, you can see that it sees two PCs that I have in the house that has the agent on it. And you're saying, what's so special about that? Well, if you can drill down into these different agents here, we can tell more about those actual PCs. And this is kind of the information that we've been looking at throughout this whole lecture, but it's just kind of honed in now to an actual agent. So imagine if you had 500 PCs with this agent on it, and now I can, someone tells you, hey, this PC is having issues, they think it's been hacked. You can actually drill down into it to see more information about it and possibly go to your other tool and then isolate it. Okay? But in this type of tool, you can actually see DNS names, IP addresses, the location of it. If you have people that are constantly traveling, once they hook up to the internet, then it goes out and reports back to the console. So that's always good to have. You can actually rename it if it's you want to know exactly what it is and not go off of the generic name of the PC. You can drill down and see the services that it has running, right? So remember when I had the taskbar up and I showed you guys these things here, that agent does the same thing and puts it here, okay? So again, if it's your own PC, yeah, you might not want to have it, but in a work environment, this is wonderful, right? We can, I don't know if I can stop it or run it, but we can actually see the information. So this is exactly what we need if we're going to do any type of troubleshooting with a customer. Now, from a hacker standpoint of view, if I was able to get this agent installed onto your PC, then now I can see all of the things that you have running on your PC. Now, how can I take advantage of those things? Well, if I see that you are running the Xbox Live Game Save, this application, I can go out and see if there's any type of exploits for this application. If I see that there's exploits for it, then now I can come back to your PC because I already have access to it, and I can take advantage of that. You get what I'm saying? That's why it's so important to patch and update your machine on a monthly basis, if not on a weekly basis, okay? It shows some more network information, but we can get this from other places. All right, so this is very, very cool. Ports. We haven't started talking about ports yet, but ports are in conjunction with the packets, the network packets that we see. Ports is the type of language that PCs use to actually talk to each other. Let me explain a little bit more. I could send a packet, but the computer wants to know exactly what to do with the packet. What is it for? And a port determines if you're gonna, I'm sorry, the port is going to determine what type of protocol you're gonna use. Okay? And that protocol determines the type of language that you're gonna talk to. Okay, so it could be I'm going to share a file, right? So if we share a file, that's FTP. I'm going to talk to this other PC in FTP format. If you look at the chat in the Zoom session, if we look at the chat and you see where you can put the smiley faces or look at the emojis there, right? But right to the left of it is a little piece of paper with the corner folded. That's, if we click on that, that's going to allow you to attach a file, and then now we're going to talk in the language of FTP, that protocol. And now it's going to be able to take that file, upload it to the chat, and now you get to see the file that we have shared with everyone. Okay, so that's what a protocol means. It's just a different way that we're going to talk to it. It's going to be, hey, Lee wants to use his voice in this phone call. We need to use a different protocol in order to use voice. And it needs to be, you have these different UDPs and TCPs. TCP means I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure all the packets get to you. But UDP means I don't really care if all the packets get to you. Some of them may drop. And whenever you're using video and voice, this is more likely going to use UDP because we can't really wait until all the packets are received by the destination PC. So to give you an example of that, is that whenever I sound choppy or my video is kind of freezing, it's an example of UDP because it's sending the packets, but it's dropping some of the packets as well. That's why you get that choppiness. Okay? Moving on, we can also see the install software that's on that PC. So if we have a whitelist or a blacklist in that company, we can go through and we can see, hey, they're not supposed to have Amazon Kindle installed or whatever application that we don't want on our network. We can actually have those things looked at here, and then we can reach out to the IT team and say, hey, we might want to look at this PC. Let's have that removed. Let's see what some of the vulnerabilities. So for right now, I don't have any critical vulnerabilities, but I don't think I did a scan on that PC to see what kind of vulnerabilities that I'm up against. But if I did have some vulnerabilities, you'll see some numbers in these little sections here, and then they'll give you a remediation factor. How do we actually fix that problem? And that's where the money comes in for the vulnerability management system. That's what businesses are paying you for, this tab right here. What vulnerabilities does this PC have? Okay, how do we fix that? And the wonderful thing about knowing this tool and being able to be in that position to do vulnerability management is that you don't have to fix it. You just have to point it out. Hey, this PC needs to patch. And you're telling that to the IT team, a whole different department. It's now their responsibility to actually patch the machine. You've done your job, you found the problem, you reported the problem, and now you're going off to look at more problems, okay? But you're not there to actually make sure that it's patched and ready to go. That's not your job. So that's where I think, you know, if you wanted to really get into cybersecurity, let's learn how to go into this training, learn this tool, and let's put that on the resume as well. And I think that'll really pay dividends for you. Of course, I can give you alerts, notifications, and then we have patch management, right? So if we had this actually set up on my system, it should be able to look at the different types of patches and updates that I need. Remember, patches and updates are the same thing, and it's not just for the Windows operating system. It goes for the applications that I have installed too. So all of these applications, here, sometimes they need updates, okay? And that's why we want to look at the versions. If the versions move up and you have a less version, then 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to get a notification saying, hey, you're out of date, you need to actually update. What else? Any questions so far about Qualys?
No questions. No questions. So does Rapid7 offer free training as well?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I would kind of go towards Qualys. I think Qualys is the big dog of the two.
Okay.
And hence the reason why they probably would give out free training. But let's see, resources. So I think the closest thing you probably have to do is read their documentation, but it's nothing like Qualys. Well, they got some security awareness training, but that's more like just giving you a very high overview. What you want is the training of the tool.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's where Qualys is going to come into play. Now, when y'all sign up for this, if you need a business to put in for it, if you're working for a business, put that business name in it. If you don't have a business name to put in there, go ahead and put my business. I don't mind, which is Mitchell Technologies. I'll put it in the chat. And my bad, I keep sending it to Cindy. My bad, I'm sorry, Cindy. You could put that on there, so whenever you do receive your certification, you can have that as the business that you got it for. And, you know, any employer is not going to really ask you about that. They're just going to want to know, what did you get from the training?
Okay. Thank you.
Is this a training that we can start now?
Yeah, you can start, once you sign up for it, you can start it today. You can knock it out in 8 hours. I think you can knock it out a little bit sooner. But that's just, you know, how much time you can dedicate to it. It took me a day, Chris on the call. It took Chris about 2 days to actually do it. So I think, like I said, if y'all don't take anything from what I said, all the stuff that I said today, if you don't take nothing else, you want to get off the phone call today, do this training right here. Okay? And I promise, well, I can't promise, but I want to promise that it will pay dividends, just because this is what we use every day. And I think it doesn't cause for you to have an incredible amount of technical background skills to get in it and to go around this dashboard. And in the training is going to show you how to do the actual, how to navigate against in this dashboard. So they're going to show you how to do your inventory, how to run your scans, how to pull those reports out. Because this is what, you know, this is what upper management wants to see. They want to see these reports on a monthly basis, because now you can give that to the risk and management team, and now they know how to move forward when it comes to the risk. And hey, can we bring on a new company? Should we move forward with pushing out this new product and things of that nature? So it's a very, I think, high skill job. Let's real quick. Let's say, for you guys real quick, Qualys.
And you did say that it was
but vulnerability management, not the foundation. We could take the foundation, but the vulnerability management is what you're speaking on. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I would want you to do. That's the 8-hour training. But the foundation, you can knock it out. You can knock it out in an hour, but it just gives you that vulnerability management foundation is going to be no more than what I'm talking about in cybersecurity. Security Plus. It's going to give you a very high level and say, hey, patches are good. We want to patch, but the training is what's going to say, hey, put this, set up your dashboard this way, run your scan this way, have your inventory that way. And when you go to a new business and they say, hey, this is new to me, can you help me out? You can say, oh yeah, okay, well, I need to get my agents out there first in order for me to scan. Who can I work with to get my agents out there? You don't have to do that. That's another department that does that. And so I feel like from a new person jumping into this, vulnerability management is the way to go, hands down. Hands down. You could do, I think you could do this for 30 years. And it pays just as much.
Okay.
Okay. Something else I wanted to show? Okay. So, yeah. Okay, check this out. End of life. I think in one of the videos I talked about end of life software. End of life software means, or end of service. That's why I'm getting at those acronyms right here. That means that the software is no longer supported by the actual people who make it. And a lot of times when we go into older environments and they just got a computer just to kind of be in there and just to kind of be on the internet, they're probably on some type of end of life program. In my case with Sunoco, we have a lot of warehouses, and a lot of warehouses use they can't update their software because it'll break down the machine. The conveyor belts won't work because it only works with this particular program, right? And we don't have time to take it out and then try something new because we got to make money that day. So the shop workers, they need to work. So we have that problem of how to actually cut them off from the internet, but yet have them working at the same time. But that's neither here nor there. End of life, end of service, typically we want to move away from that software and update it or get the updated version of it. And Qualys, that agent it scans your PC and it shows you exactly what's outdated on your PC as far as applications is concerned. So for me, my Firefox is outdated. Matter of fact, it's been outdated for 2 years now. Even worse, my Windows Live Essential tool pack is outdated. It's been outdated since 2017. And I'm pretty sure this SQL Server Compact is probably on my virtual machine. Maybe. Not too sure. But anyway, all right. Let's get back to why do I have the Live Essentials? I like the Live Essentials. As a matter of fact, if y'all can see at the bottom of my toolbar, I like this little movie maker. That's how I make my videos for my classes. And it's just simple and it's free. And it's easy for me to put film in or content in as well as the voices. It's just really easy, right? Everything else is just so complex and I don't feel like learning it. So I went there and downloaded some old material. Now, badly, I shouldn't have did that. I get a smack on my hand because if this has a vulnerability out there, there's no patches for it. There's no, Microsoft doesn't support this. And they done told you that they don't support this. So it's on you if you wanted to install it. Okay, you can install it. They're not going to stop you from that. But it would behoove you not to install it. But, you can't tell me nothing. So I'm going to still put it on there and I'm gonna take the risk, all right? But if I get hacked, then I'm gonna be mad, right? But nevertheless, let's look at you could drill down into it to see what PC is actually hosting that software. And lo and behold, it's the PC that I'm working on right now. Maybe that's why I got the doggone network issues, is because I'm running some out of date stuff, and it's somebody probably got a back door into it. If y'all don't know what a back door is, make sure you look into your malware section. I think that's chapter 4 or 5. Whenever we were talking about malware, but we'll talk about malware later on. But somebody might have a back door into this application and slowing down my network connectivity. It could be that, right? And so we want to make sure we stay away from end of life, end of service type of programs. And this is real big. This is what a big business wants to know. They want to know stuff like this, because it's hard to, if you got 100 workers and 100 PCs, it's hard to know who got, everything up to date. More than likely, you're going to be out of compliance in some type of way. Okay. So that's Qualys. I think that's everything that I wanted to really talk about. I wanted to really show that and stress the fact that if you guys want to go out there and take that training, and let's put those on the resumes and the LinkedIn profiles. All right, so this is going to take us into social engineering. We at the top of the hour. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll finish up. We don't have much to go after that. So it'll be these last five slides. Let's take a break, 10 minutes. Dr. McBride still here?
Yeah, we still here. We got you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think Ms.
Thank you,
McBride
Mr.
left for
Mitchell.
her funeral.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I think Ms. McBride left out for the funeral.
Okay. All right, so let's take 10 minutes, and let's be back at 11:04.
Okay.
All right. Home stretch. Let's go ahead and let's finish up. And look into next week. Social engineering. Real quick, just real quick. Give me a thumbs up if you're back, and if you can see my video.
Yes, I can see you.
I'm back, but
Okay. All right. So like I said, let's go ahead and finish up. Make sure, did I record all of this? Dead time? I guess so. Social engineering. Social engineering. This is going into malware and the social engineering chapters 3 or 4. And this is where I'm going to make you do what I want you to do. That's basically what social engineering is. I'm going to trick you, right? Where I come from, I'm a lie to you, and I'm gonna just make you give me the information that I need. Okay, that's just the plain and simple of it. Again, hacking into firewalls, servers, going into websites and trying to find the links to things. Let me show that real quick. Let me just kind of. I like to share my screen and show you exactly what I have in my mind, just because that's the way I envision it, and I want it to come across to you guys in that same manner. So when I say hacking into a website, let's take this website here. All of these links and codes in this one page, it could be some vulnerability there. And if I knew code, I could probably rewrite a code and inject it into this website and probably manipulate the website in order to do what I wanted to do, right? Maybe I can plug in a email address there that could, talk back to the data of a SQL database and possibly get some information dumped off from the memory. Or I just wanted to put it to your mind of how many links, possible links there could be. Whenever my pointer turns from an arrow to a finger, then it's possible links. It's possible things that could take me to different spots. Matter of fact, let's look at F12. I'm gonna hit F12. Where's my developer? There it is. All of this code here, and it's for different elements on that page, right? If I knew what I was talking about as far as code was concerned, maybe I could hack into it, technical-wise. But with all these this training going on, more people are getting more up on having validation, having people recheck and have things in a practice mode, or what we call a non-prod environment, testing it out there before they actually roll it out into a prod environment. Well, social engineering kind of negates all of that. Social engineering, it just really goes down to if I can find someone and then manipulate them, then maybe I can get the information that I want. And the points that I really put into this slideshow, they're in the video, but I really wanted to kind of go over some key points that you're going to see on the exam, because they kind of give these scenarios where they try to trick you with the scenario. So in impersonation, I'm going to pretend that I'm somebody that I'm not, just to get access. Let's say if I wanted to go to eBay and I wanted to take a box and I need to put my keylogger, right? I'll keep using keylogger, and I need to get that keylogger into the server within the building. Well, in order to do that, I need access. I need to get by that help desk person. So I'm going to go on to eBay and I'm going to buy a UPS shirt, and I thought that they would have one. I'm going to buy one right here, right? Nice brown shirt, get some brown khaki to go along with it. And I know that the money that I'm going to make off the servers once I get that keylogger installed is going to be way more than $13 and maybe $2 for the shipping. Okay, so now it's money well spent for me to just kind of look the part and then provide that type of impersonation and walk right by someone, and have the box saying, "Hey, I need to drop this off at so and so's office," and then while I'm there, I can go ahead and plug that keylogger in. Okay. This also kind of brings a trust factor into it. You trust UPS, you trust that United Postal uniform. Someone may trust someone wearing a suit and tie. But that could also be kind of an intimidation factor too. If I go up to security guards with a suit and tie on and a briefcase, and I talk with authority, then I could possibly get into a gated community just off of the fact that I forced my way by using some type of fear factor. Okay, so that's social engineering in that aspect. You also have things like dumpster diving, tailgating, and piggybacking. So let's talk about dumpster diving. Dumpster diving is exactly what the name says. I'm going to jump in the dumpster and I'm going to get some of your stuff that you did not shred up. Okay. And we show a picture of that. It is what it is, right? So these are things, let's say, amid the food and stuff that people throw away. But let's talk about a bank, a dumpster that's behind a bank. Wouldn't you think, with all the paper that they print out at that bank, that it could be some valuable information, some routing numbers, some account numbers that's on those pieces of paper that they throw into the dumpster? And you really don't have to worry about food and stuff like that. It's mostly going to be paper and boxes. Okay, so you could jump in there, go through the trash, and possibly find some valuable information. Even if they shredded it, if they didn't use the proper shredder, then you're talking about, if you really wanted the information, let's say if we can dump out the shredded information and then take time to piece those information back together. Even, if it's just a straight, those straight line shredders, we really don't want that. If you're a security professional and they ask you what type of shredder we should use, we want the ones that cross cut the paper into diamond cut pieces of paper. Okay, let's make it to where it's unreadable after we put it in the shredder, because once we put it in the shredder, we're going to take that and then we're going to dump it into the dumpster. Or we can go a level higher and have a third-party company come in and then take our shredded information and take it to an incinerator to burn it and dispose of it forever, okay? So that's how we want to really have those controls against dumpster divers. Tailgating and piggybacking, same type of thing, right? So that's following someone in that has access to the door or to that building, and we just kind of just tagging along. Now, it's human nature for us to say, hey, to be nice. I'll say that. It's human nature to be nice, to hold a door, especially in the South. It's polite. It's just the way we are down here. But a lot of times we can let people who don't have access into a particular part of the building that they don't need access in. Okay, so in security, we want to teach you how to say, hey, where's your ID? Did you check in with the front office? Show me your temporary badge. Or sometimes, if, you know, the way I did it at the bank is I just didn't hold the door for no one. I just kind of, I didn't touch the door. So, you know, if I touched it, I felt like I had to hold the door for someone. But if I just kind of, you know, went in behind someone, I just didn't hold it for someone else. And that seems rude, but I was a security analyst at the time, so I'm supposed to be the poster child for what we're supposed to do. And it seems rude, but when you're talking about what do you want? Do you want to be rude, or do you want to hear the fact that the person that you let in wasn't supposed to be there, and now they have something on the network that you're not tracking? So it's kind of hard, but you know, those are the simple ways of getting into a network where we have to train our employees how to protect the network. So let's go into phishing campaigns. So earlier I talked about phishing campaigns when it came to looking at the NS lookup, the WHOIS website. And when you're talking about phishing campaigns in particular, or what type of phishing campaigns, you have spear phishing, and that's where I'm kind of, I was alluding to this morning, I was kind of alluding to when it came to the WHOIS factor. I wanted to tailor my email message to that particular contact and say, hey, your certificate of your domain is about to expire on July 31st, okay? I'm tailoring that just for that particular person. That way, when they open that email and they read it, they can say, well, when does this certificate actually expire? Yeah, it does expire on that date. And they did contact me. I am the point of contact for that certificate. So it kind of throws them off, right? I'm engineering them to click the link, right? I want them to say, hey, read on into my email and say, hey, in order to avoid expiration, click my link in order to update your information and get your certificate updated. Okay, that's social engineering, and then that's more particular into spear phishing. Okay, whaling is another one where it's targeting big factor or big CEOs, board members, people who have a lot of say-so over the company. So I'm looking at CFOs, CEOs, anyone on that board member staff, I'm looking at them. And it's really easy to get their contact information for an email scam, right? You can they're probably going to be on the website, right? It's harder to actually get the workers who actually do the worker bee stuff, but it's actually real easy to get your CFO, your CEO, CFO, your IT directors. They're probably going to have their face already on that website, right? They're asking you to contact them. And so a hacker could probably tailor that phishing campaign just for them. Hey, I'm looking into adding this account. I think it'll be well worth the addition. Click on this link to get more information. Send that to my chief financial officer. Okay? And they're not going to be in the know, meaning a lot of times when you get people at that stage, they're not going to the security trainer like everyone else. And so they may be a little bit behind. And so you have, as a security professional, you need to have that in your mind of people that you need to actually have more security factors around. So whenever, if they make a mistake, that you can have something in place to counter that, okay? Phishing is using a getting those spam calls, or, you know, if I'm going to take my phishing campaign to the next level, not only am I going to email you, I'm going to give you a call as well. And I'm going to follow up on my email and say, hey, this needs to be done quickly as possible. Maybe I'm going to use that intimidation factor again, talk with a lot of authority. And a lot of times when people are listening to technical people speak, they tend to tone them out, right? I'm not going to listen to every word you say and then think about it. Because if I'm saying DNS and phishing campaigns, or if I'm saying IP addresses, and I'm throwing all these technical terms at you, and you're just a CEO, you're not trying to listen to what I'm trying to say. You're just trying to, you know, what do you need to do? That's what you are trying to get the conversation to go to, okay? And a lot of times that can lead to compromise of someone in a higher spot, okay? So that's phishing, using that voice channel, that phone call, in order to apply pressure, so to say, when it comes to social engineering. Phishing is the text messages. So getting those unsolicited text messages saying that, hey, I just got some actually last class from someone pretending to be Amazon, and they asked me, they said my Amazon Prime account was locked out, and I needed to, you know, look at the details. And they had a link in the text message, and you could click on it, and then it'll take you to a website. The thing about it is that you don't want to do that, especially for your phones, because your phones are not equipped like your PCs to show notifications of if they're being hacked into or backdoored into. Backdoor means on the back end where that network is coming in at, someone has access to your computer or to your phone or to your mobile device, and you don't really necessarily know that what's going on. The only way you can really see it on a PC is going back to your task manager and seeing if there's any large amount of traffic leaving out from the processes here, okay? But on your phone, I don't necessarily know how to pull it up like that. That's just me. I would tell you to turn the phone off if you see any kind of unfamiliar characteristics with your phone. But phishing is sending those links, those phishing campaigns in a text message to random numbers, seeing who they can actually get to bite on the link. All right, keyloggers. So I've been saying all day about keyloggers, right? So let's try to download a keylogger. So a keylogger is a tool that you could use for good or bad, but more likely it's going to be used for bad, right? So this keylogger is going to be inserted into the software, and it's going to record all your keystrokes that you have that you're going to use on a day-to-day basis. So Hack 5, I showed you guys last time, Hack 5, where you can get these hacker tools. Hack 5 has some physical keyloggers that you need to buy, but this is a virtual keylogger that you can actually download. And before you get to downloading it, let me show you exactly what goes on. So they want you to go to their website, and it's a free download, and we can have this installed on whatever PC, and then learn the keystrokes that someone is making, and then it could possibly report back to a website here that we can see all of the transactions, right? So let's do a free download, and that's going to kick off a download here. My computer's still thinking about it. And all right, should take a little while to kick it off, but you know what? I'll just go ahead and download it. So as you can see, I want you guys to really see that. In my downloads here, I wonder if I could just pull this up. All right, so I pulled up my downloads folder, and you can see it's not finished downloading. And the reason why, as you can see up here, the reason why it's not downloading is because Microsoft Defender, my antivirus malware detection software, determines that this was a malicious tool, and they warned me not to download it. Now here's the thing: I can download it, and I can go ahead and install it. But if this was a safe software, Microsoft wouldn't alert it on it, in my opinion. And in my opinion, when we go back to this page right here, normally when you click on a download, you don't see advertisements for other security programs, okay? And I don't like that. So that threw a red flag to me as well. But it threw another red flag when it got to the downloading part, and then Microsoft Defender said, hey, this doesn't look so trustworthy. You can go ahead and mark it as safe and continue to download it. I'm not going to do that just because I got some sensitive information on this PC. And whenever you download software that you really don't know about, it could leave backdoors open, even if it seems to be good. That's what we call a Trojan. You guys will learn about Trojans, where we think that it's a good tool, but it ends up to be just a virus in the end or a backdoor. And so this is what I'm going to stay away from. And I'm going to open up Microsoft Defender, which is this little green, the shield with the green tab. And I'm going to run a scan while I'm a quick scan while we are leaving this. But I wanted to show that when it comes to a keylogger, I probably wouldn't use a virtual one that's on the internet, right? Especially if it's free. I probably wouldn't even trust it if I paid money for it either. But I would trust Hack5 if you wanted to go to Hack5 and you really needed a keylogger, and I would go over there and buy one physically and actually have to, plug it in and then run your key scans that way. Good transition into running A/B scans. So right now I'm running an A/B scan, and if you have a Windows PC, you can always go to your start menu and type in Windows Defender. And under Windows Defender, you can see Windows Security. Let's just open that application, and that's what we are using to run our scans. Okay. This is free for every Windows product that's out there. It's a basic AV scanner. That's going to look for the basic malware and different types of viruses that's out there. Now we also have a third party AV system, and I think it's ENET, the way it's pronounced. And I got it installed already, but I got the website here. If you wanted another one that wasn't Defender, you can always go here, and I think it's a good one to actually download ENET, that latest version, and you can see that it goes through. But I already have it installed, so I'm not going to go through with the actual installation. I'm going to cancel that out. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to delete this file, and I'm going to close this window. Let's open up ENET here on my PC. So here I can also run scans, but the one thing that I love about this one that I don't necessarily like about Defender is that I can set up a scan settings. I can set my time up easier here. Now I said easier is because you can set it in Microsoft Defender, but you have to use another application to kick off a task for Defender to actually do it. Here you can just do it all in one application and say, hey, every week at Sunday at 3 a.m., I want you to do a full scan. Full scan, create, and now as you can see, it kind of has it small, but put it up there as a weekly full scan, and it's always going to apply a full scan when no one's using the PC. Okay, so I think that's a good product to have. Again, having different software installed on your PCs, you want to make sure that it's always up to date. They have an updater here, so if it's out of date, you can always check it here and then make sure it's up to date. They also give you a nice little widget here to say that it's up to date. Now it says it's not secure. I wonder why, but I'm assuming that's just because we had the keylogger trying to download that. So I'm gonna have that scan while we go into the next piece. And I'm gonna have that. All right. So that's A/B scans, and that's all I had for the review of chapters 1 through 4. Again, we started off kind of just talking about devices. What do we actually use? We went into the networking side of it, breaking down IP addresses, going into our routers, our gateways, doing speed tests. We talked about vulnerability management. Remember, Qualys has some free training out there for you guys. We talked about social engineering. We also talked about the NS lookups, tailoring our emails for a particular audience, and that brings us into a big chapter coming up for the next week. Not next week, but week after. So we're going to go into encryption, right? And I always get a little bit nervous on encryption because I feel like today, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to stop the recording.
Because there were some concerns from last time about questions marked incorrect that were marked. Anyway, questions that were right that were marked incorrectly. So with that being said, I kind of like buffered in some things. However, the high score that you can get would be 100. Okay, so I think in the Google Classroom, I return the results of your test, and hopefully you'll see that. But if you have some questions, you can reach out to me individually, okay? All right, so the average for the tests, 99.14, and that was based upon 121 points, right? The median score was 103. And then the range was from 74 to 112. All right, so if you were not looking at the 21 points overage, then you perhaps can see exactly where you are, okay? All right, so that's what's happening with that. Looking at some more frequently missed questions, was the question relating to which type of threat actor. 2 out of 12 missed that one. And then the Linux. And like I said, when I went back and looked at this particular question, several of you had this question correct. So that response is inaccurate. And okay, so when you look at, looks like everyone got the date right. Okay, it says, okay, this one, it was almost like a perfect response for this one. So that's good. Okay, and this one, looks like one person may have missed it. And I do want to encourage you, I know that you may have some circumstances, some things happening, but go ahead, even though the test is late, go ahead and take the test. And anyway, and then reach out to me. I should be able to see, excuse me, when you've taken the test, but if you have not taken the test, you do want to do that. And so, and for that reason, I probably won't spend a whole lot of time showing the results of this because some of you will need to take it, okay? But just going through, we have just looking at some of the basic things, this is what's happening, okay? All right, and because some other people will perhaps still need to take this, I just wanted you to see that I can actually see the results of what's happening and which question you may be struggling with, and then we'll go back and revisit some of those things, okay? All right, so let me get back to questions. These are questions. As I said, some of you will still need to take this, and I do want to give you an opportunity to do it on a fair plane. And let me stop sharing this one, and then let's take a look at some general results. Okay, could you give me just a moment, please?
So last week, talked about encryption. This week we're going to talk about identity access and management. So that's setting up accounts and getting passwords set to those accounts, permissions given to those accounts, different sets of groups that we can put people in based off of their roles, based off of the rules that we have in our business. We can pretty much stay in this realm of cybersecurity. So in my job, we have an IAM team, and we have a security operations team or security engineering department. So in the IAM team, the Identity Access and Management team, their whole objective is to bring on new employees as well as off-board old employees. They set up their permissions as far as what can they see. If they are a HR employee, then they will set them up for the folders that's all in the HR department. Or if they're a shop worker, for in this case, I work for Sunoco, so it's a industrial company. So if it's a shop floor worker and they work in a warehouse, maybe they don't need all the access to the different types of servers, applications that we have, but they need access to Workday, which is that to show their pay stub. And so before before they even get onto the campus or in the building, the identity access and management team is going to set you up with things that you need in order to make your first day kind of smooth, right? So when you come onto a company, you're looking for that username, and then they'll ask you to set up a password. But IAM is more likely going to set up your password before you get there, and then it's on you to change it. So let's go into it. When you start working in the IAM department, you're going to be dealing with subjects, objects, identifications. These types of elements make up a user account. Okay, so easiest way I can explain this is when you think about a Twitter account or a Facebook account, the subject will be you. You know, you would go ahead and fill out your username, but the objects that you can do will be the things that you can touch in Facebook. So you can post videos and photos, but you won't be able to take down any other Facebook users' posts. Or like a famous one for Facebook is like, there's no dislike button. Well, as a user, you don't have the object to create such a element and then give yourself that permission. Okay, so the objects are the things that you can do, but the subjects are the things that, you know, it is really just giving a name to whatever it is using that network identification. Identification is just that, right? It pretty much shows you who you are to other people. But this is a way that you can also validate yourself. So 9 times out of 10, we link those subjects to a password or some type of token in order to identify who you are. Okay, so just because you're on the network, let's say you went into the building, you got onto the Wi-Fi, doesn't necessarily mean that you are a authorized individual. So we'll go in a little bit into how do we actually vet out who's supposed to be on the network and who's not. We would also, we'll go back into that a little bit later on, but for right now, I just want you to understand that you have subjects, but you also have identification in order to validate or to show the validity of that subject. Okay, objects, remember, those are things that they can do. Can you print on the second floor? Can you print to the HR department? Can you use their printer? Those are the objects that you can actually touch and actually, well, virtually touch, right? Just so you can actually use it. All right, going into these last 3 bullets here: authentication, authorization, and then accounting. So let's just go over accounting first, and then we'll jump into the differences between authentication and authorization. Accounting is just basically having an audit of the users that we have on the network. So we have an auditing team that they work in conjunction with the IT department, but they're not a part of the IT department. What the auditing team does is they keep the IT department honest on the type of users that we have on the network. Okay, so we can have, let's say if you're working with me and I'm having you create accounts, I'm trusting that you are making the right account and you're not making any kind of rogue account that you can give a lot of permissions to, and I know as a supervisor nothing about. Okay, so an auditing session will come through and will double check the things as a supervisor I don't double check. Okay, they have these compliance that they're normally working with. In the banking industry, you have different compliances and laws that you need to apply by. If we're selling things and using a credit card or a debit card, we need to apply by PCI DSS, which is the payment card industry data security system. I think I might have butchered that, but it's basically PCI and DSS means we're selling items that are purchasable by debit card and credit cards, and we are securing those people's accounts by firewalls and then making separations. when it comes to their account. Now, the difference between authentication and authorization. Authentication means that you have the correct credentials in order to operate that account. But authorization is that someone higher than you gave you the permission to actually do such a thing. Okay, so you don't want to give too much authorizations to people who don't really need it, but we want to make sure that everyone is authenticated for whatever user account that they use. Okay, so if you're the only one that can log into your Twitter account or Instagram account, then we want to make sure that you have the authentication to do so, but we don't want to give you enough authorization to delete someone's post off of Instagram. Okay, we want to just give you enough information or enough permissions to see their post, like it or don't like it, comment or don't comment, and then carry on. Okay, so those are the difference. It's kind of, they're not really confusing like that, but on your test, you can be reading so fast, or you may be a little drowsy in the middle of the exam, and authentication might get confused with authorization. Just remember, whenever we're talking about an author, we're talking about someone giving someone permissions. So in conjunction with those user accounts, we have, of course, passwords, but also, it's so prevalent for someone to have their password hacked, or just because we're not making strong enough passwords, we have to put in two-factor authentication. So what does two-factor mean? Two-factor means I'm not only using my password, but I'm using some kind of external device or software to authenticate that user account. I think in the videos I showed you some RSA tokens in there, and we also have soft tokens from Microsoft Authenticator. I think stop sharing for a second. Y'all see me, right?
Yes, yes, we see you.
So if you look here, this is a soft token authentication software. So as you can see here, I got all these accounts that require, these accounts are linked to some type of account that I use that uses two-factor authentication. So what it does is that, as you can see, every 50 seconds, it changes the numbers. If I can get that glare, changes the numbers every 60 seconds. And so what that does is that if I can put in my authentication two-factor number in the same amount of time that the server is looking to authenticate me, then I'm able to get into my account. It's always, in the business world, it's always great to have a two-factor authentication waiting in the conjunction with your password. Because let's be honest, we're not going to make strong passwords. Let's just be honest, and let's just let the cat out the bag. More than likely, you do not have a strong password. Or maybe I'm wrong. Do y'all have strong passwords? Do y'all believe that? Anybody got something that's 12 characters long, mixed uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, special characters?
I do at my job. Actually, it's a 6-digit password with mixed up characters and symbols.
Okay. Do you have that for your personal account?
I don't.
You don't have to answer that. I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
I'm trying to have more stronger passwords for my personal accounts.
And it's tough to make them up, but we're going to go over that. I think I went over that in the video, but we're going to go over it again here. But making strong passwords for every single account that we use is cumbersome, and I get it. And when you make one that's really good up, and Lord forbid you got to go to a government website and they go by a whole different standard. They may want you to use a special character, but not. And my favorite thing is to make a special character twice. I like to do question mark, or exclamation mark, exclamation mark. But a government website doesn't want you to do that. And, you know, you get tired of doing that. And it causes us to make weak passwords. But hopefully I'll show you something today, two tools that we can use that can, you know, hopefully keep us more secure. But in the same sense of not making strong passwords, sometimes we make a strong password, but then we use it for all of our accounts that we have out there. I'm guilty of doing that. But I'm pretty sure that you won't be able to crack my password. And if so, I don't care. But it's not a great practice. And on your test, make sure on your test that you don't follow what I just said. Okay. I just did something that was, you know, not best practice. It's frowned upon in the cybersecurity realm. I use a strong password for a lot of accounts. Okay, so what does a hacker have to do? Just find out that one password, and then they could probably figure out what accounts I'm using for, right? So we don't want to do that. What we want to do is try to have something that we could have strong password for every account. But I get it, and I'll show you something that could help out. But in the match of those strong passwords, we also want to have that two-factor authentication. So that software I just showed you, that's one thing. We can have a physical key fob that our IT department may have given us, and we can use that in conjunction. But it doesn't necessarily have to be those two factors, those two things, that software and the hardware. It could be somewhere, the questions that you normally see, right? So I'm right here on the two-factor authentication on the slide, something you know, something you have, or something you are. These are conjunction that we can use in the with the password in order to authenticate someone. So something you know, and then something you have. So something you know could be your password, right? But something you have could be your authentication piece, your RSA token. Something you know, your password, and then something you are. So that would mean more, what's your job title? And if you remember in the first slide here, I'm giving you an identification of maybe you're a marketing analyst. And so something you know is your password, but you are authenticated also by being in the marketing department. So now, since you're logging onto a marketing machine, I'm able to authenticate you, right? Those two things should match up. Now, this is important. You will see this on the test. It's not something you know, and then something else you know. So a lot of times we'll see hey, you log in with your password, but then they'll say, you remember the security questions we gave you? What's the security question? Where were you first born? Where were you born at? What was your dog's first dog's name? Those are in the realms of something that you know. So only thing a hacker has to do is just have a good idea of who you are, then they probably could answer your security question. Okay, so we want to stay away from thinking that those security questions are a two-factor. They're just, just another step, really. But it's not another factor to authenticate with. The reason why that's not it, because let's think about, if I have to authenticate with my software here, I have to have my phone. So more than likely, a person is not trying to lose their phone. So even if I have my password hacked, someone would have to have my phone in order to authenticate me. You know what I'm saying? So if you're somewhere you are, not only do they need to get your password, they need to be on the campus or in the business office in order to get onto that machine. That makes sense? So that's ways that we can strengthen authenticating people onto the network. Just to kind of, and maybe I should have put this on first, but going to some more two-factor authentication. Again, knowing something is always good, but having different forms of it. So not just a password, we can use a PIN number. We can use those 3 questions, security questions that I said earlier. In the mobile realm, we can have the swiping pattern. So you have an Android phone. A lot of times they have that. I know in earlier phones they had the swipe pattern. Now you were talking about something that you have. We can talk about the ownership factor. You having your phone on you with that authentication software on it, or you can have the physical fobs and tokens. And then also you have something you are or something you do. So remember, something you do could be your position. I'm a HR consultant, so I can authenticate that way, right, in conjunction with my username. Or we can use biometrics. And I think we'll get to biometrics a little bit later, but biometrics is, a lot of times people don't want to mess with it just because there's a fear of being, having the big brother syndrome, the government finding out who you are and everything like that. And my answer to that is that the government already knows who you are. So biometrics is, I really think it's going to be the end of all passwords. Just because us as humans, there's only so much that we can remember until we start to cheat. Like I said, using the same password for 17 accounts, or making easy passwords and then using that same password for the 17 accounts. So eventually we need something to make us unique among each other. And what better way of doing that is by having fingerprints. We've been told since elementary school that our fingerprints are all unique to each other, so why not use it?